Attention, high. Lex. Yeah. Yo. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or backchat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat G. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Let's go. Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no sex. They say, Don, it's why you sad. I said, I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it bad. Someone said it, you sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So that's a passion, baby, I can't ever get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up. It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I think I'm up in heaven, 'cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom, made me well. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So that's a passion, baby, I can't ever get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn.
Gonna let it burn. Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
First thing you notice, you feel a bit excited. You see a purple butterfly is flying by. A little tension in your jaw, let your teeth shine. Put on your blue dress, it fits just fine. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream. Halfway through, you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end, there's nothing, and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL One DPC Eastern Europe is brought to you by Intel and DHL.
Hi all, I'm Let's Wanna Fly, Andriy Bodorenko. I'm playing position 5 for Team Navi.
Hey, my nickname is Yamich. I'm the position 4 player of Strike team, and that's all.
Hello, I'm Safe, and I'm playing position 4 for VP.
Hello everyone, my name is Yaroslav, nickname is Viposhka, I'm 23 years old.
My nickname is G, I'm playing for Team Extremum, position 5.
Hello guys, I'm Soneka from AS Monaco.
And I'm playing for Dota 2 professional like for 4 years. Also, I'm playing for Team Spirit right now.
Hello guys, I'm Dukalis. I'm playing on position 5 for Team PacChamp.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Ghostic. I'm playing for Team Unique for an offlane.
Yeah, so the jump forward from Yamich immediately, and they'll follow up. They've got the vision, they've got the dust, and just gonna pin him over here to the wall. Ramses is just toast. And they can't do anything on the side of Navi except to watch them. They'll get a stun off over here in Cheshire Cat, but Duracho's going right back in again. And they've got so much damage. The Stampede comes out. You can see Duracho just standing his ground the entire time as Cheshire Cat was trying to get onto the back line, but he wasn't quite able to do it, and they'll go right back. He'll be able to get the kill on Rebel. Can they get anything more, though? Because they're really trying to fight. Okay, they'll follow up with the rock over the back lines. V2, he does fall Duracho. He's still alive, so but it's a triple kill now for Iceberg. Hunting, Walrus punch forward. They found B-Tune, and there's no IO here to save him at this point. Oh,
he does get it off.
It's not looking like they're going to be able to do it. As Rebel, we talked about this, he's just going to fall. Duracho now is taking so much damage with these BKBs being popped. It's looking for a bash. Does manage to get one over here onto V2. They get the egg off as well, so they'll stun up several. And the Sunray trying to do enough. Snowball comes in. They do manage to take down V2. Pantamon, though, is just being chased down on the back lines by Ramses. Cheshire Cat now running for his life. The call comes off, though, from Ramses. They'll get another dunk. And now Duracho trying to just get away, but they're so fast. Look at Iceberg. He's doing the body blocks, too. He wants Ramses to be able to just go grab their hands up. They even managed to go get the Doom. It does get reflected back, but they do not care.
He says, move over, V-Tune. I'm the carry now.
Oh no, it's so low.
He blinks into the Remnant, though.
He blinks into the Remnant. He blinks into the Remnant, but the stun comes out. And Iceberg again trying to get the BKB off, and now they're ready to turn. As no one's able to put the BKB, they bring down the Centaur. Roshan still standing. Doom's down onto Desperate. Triple kill for Dream.
God.
No one able to step in time, and then Immersion as SM Gambit. They'll take the fight, they'll take the Roche, give him the rampage. There it is. They get everything.
As we come to a close here in Week 4, there is a sense of progression in the DPC. The field currently looks a lot different than it did in Season 1, which means DPC is doing its work. The inter-region play is allowing some teams to be able to improve and grow stronger and stronger, while other teams are being knocked down due to their weakness down to lower division. We're going to be exploring some of those teams today here at ESL One, powered by Intel.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Nice and loud so my panelists hear it, so they have the cue that they need to come out and soon join the show. That's talking to you, Brian. Welcome to ESL One, of course. I am currently stalling for one of my panelists. I'm not sure why. My other panelist is still putting on his microphone, but I should be having him come on down. Fogged for the first time. Welcome to the ESL One panel.
Why, hello there.
We're going to do the slow
walking, yeah.
One panelist at a time.
I got it. There we go.
It's good to see you, my
pleasure,
friend.
Pleasure.
Welcome to the panel. Yanni's, of course, an well-established and great analyst to be able to have on any panel. Very excited to be having him here today and looking forward to all of his insights that he will have on the Eastern European Division. Season 2, of course. This is ESL 1, powered by Brian, are you ready
Brian,
yet?
come on. What's going on right now?
How's your morning, Yanni's?
Not bad, actually. I had a lot of pizza last night, Waking up this morning was a little bit of a struggle, but I'm here. I'm good to go. I'm ready for some action. I'm looking forward to maybe some one-sided games today, but still should be pretty exciting. I'm a big fan of Spirit right now. They're on the rise.
Yeah. The reason we're laughing at pizza is that, did you guys have catered pizza here yesterday, or did all of us individually decide to order pizza yesterday?
So we got some pizza yesterday. Now we get here for some lunch, and we have some more pizza today. So pizza on pizza. It's it's gonna be a very heavy day, that's for sure.
Well, that's why I chose not to eat. I didn't want to slow down. Brian is still not ready.
Brian is just unbelievable.
This is embarrassing, Brian. What's going on?
Professional show.
All right, well, we could be talking about some 4-0s today, but one of the things I did want to talk about today, which, topic of the day, waiting for Brian, was talking about we've had a lot of big matches coming out. In fact, we've had many of the top teams, or expected top teams, match up against each other. We had Alliance versus Secret not too long ago to determine who was actually going to be first. We've had China. We just had the Elephant versus IG, which you expect to be one of the top, but they're not actually at all. Hey, welcome, Brian. Welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
He does look very handsome today, though, so to be fair,
hey,
fashionably late.
It's not my fault I was last in line to get all my stuff taken care of. I'll blame the team on this one, even
I think it's kind of your fault.
It's probably my fault.
Knowing all of the talent here, everybody tries to push off doing their makeup and stuff for last. So I think it is your fault.
I rushed in there. I got in there first. I was prepared.
All right, Brian, we're talking about the big matches that have been happening lately, because just yesterday we had Secret versus OG as well. Do you feel like, looking across at the various regions, do you feel like things are changing a bit? Because the standings, it kind of says
it's definitely
that
the
things
power
are changing,
dynamic, right? It's last season the best looked a lot more convincingly the best consistently across the board. I mean, Secret for sure. In CIS specifically, the VP is still undefeated, but they haven't looked leagues above all the teams they're playing against compared to last season.
Yep, people are definitely improving. I think it's been a treat. I think the system is definitely working out, and we're seeing upper division, lower divisions, teams definitely proving themselves, and I like it. I think this is a really good proving ground for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and that's happened within this own region as well. With the Eastern European region, we've actually had a bit of a shake-up where it's Team Spirit, who failed to be able to actually make it to the major, is now sitting very pretty in our standings here, as they are sitting top of the board.
Oh, yeah.
0 losses so far, and I think they've made big fans of all of us here on the talent side of things, of being able to watch them, their growth and their progression, and looking like they should be able to take one of those guaranteed slots, first or second, and fortunately stay out of the wild card. The wild card is going to be a bit of a toss-up right now. Na'Vi kind of expected to be going through, but that is if they don't drop their 2 matches, which is, I believe, against maybe Unique and Extremum, some of the lower teams on the totem pole. So they should be taking third, but if they don't, they'll end up in a scary tiebreaker with teams perhaps like AS Monaco Gambit and Windstrike, who have looked pretty decent.
Yeah, they're 1 loss away from potentially a 4-way tie. So for Na'Vi, they have by no means looked convincing. They have not separated themselves from the middle of the pack. They do look like slightly better, but we've seen it. Any team having a little rough of a day, any team that decides to step up, suddenly you got yourself some crazy shenanigans for third place.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi maybe starting to find a little bit of their stride. At least this week when I saw them, doing like a little bit of a change up in how they did draft, picking Roger, this Enchantress and stuff like that. Looked like it fit him better. Ramsey's playing kind of carry from the offlane, right? His axe. So I do think it does make a bit of a difference, at least for them, when they're able to enable him a little bit better. That they've gotten better. They looked really shaky their first few games. I was very concerned when I was watching them, the first few of them.
So when I was going through the standings, obviously nothing cemented just yet. We still have 2 weeks to go. A lot of big matches coming up. But the standings as of right now, almost every single region looks a lot different than Season 1. The expected top-tier team isn't actually maybe even in the top 3. You've got teams like Aster, who have gone second last season, now looking really strong at the top of the board when it comes to China. IG, the major winners, just looking a bit lackluster. Every region looks a little shaken up, except for one, Brian. Can you guess who I'm talking about?
The best
region, of course, with the best teams, as expected, are going to be performing just the same. And of course, I'm talking about the North American region, which, Brian, I believe you have a little bit of a breakdown for us.
I do talk to you guys about today.
Is that my cue?
I'm like, is this the segue? Okay. So, yeah, showing you guys the standings for NA, give you a little update here. No major surprises as the same top 3 teams from last season, but I do want to give a shout out to my boy Monkeys Forever on Simply 2 Base, the lower division team who has stepped it up at a 3-2 record, and they have not been looking too half bad compared to some of these other teams that we're going to be bringing up coming up in our remaining matches. So the top 3 teams are yet to play each other. Quincy Crew, Undying, as well as EG. But the big one this week will be EG versus Undying. Last time they played last season, it was 3-0 in favor of EG, 2-0 during the regular season, and then they also took the tiebreaker once Quincy Crew lost to Undying. But this tiebreaker game was a bit ugly, 24-3 kill score in favor of EG. So Undying, they got a score to settle, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they manage to pull off a big upset. And I wanted to also highlight Sad Boys versus The Cut. Both teams are yet to win a single game this season, and I'd like you guys to keep an eye out for the team that takes their first win of NA DPC Season 2.
That is incredible. So Sad Boys is 0-8 in individual games. They have not won a single game.
0-8, and Cut is 0-12.
Ooh, last chance for Cut to get something.
Let's go, baby.
Little
Nick.
They're guaranteed out, right? Like when you're 0-6, I think you're guaranteed going to be knocked out.
Yeah.
So they're pretty much playing for pride at that point in time.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to be able to say we got one win, even if it's just one game win. Wow,
that can't feel good. I mean, no.
It is pretty sad, like the lopsidedness of the NA region, and I really think after coming to a region like EU and just playing a lot, the best players don't seem much different. It's just like the next 100.
Yeah,
is where it really drops off, and it just kind of, I think NA will eventually rise to the top. I think I think DPC will help this type of situation, because the fact is these teams like The Cut, prior to this year, how were players of that caliber ever expected to get any experience against teams like EG? Obviously you're going to get stomped, but something's better than nothing.
It's tough to learn, and I do feel like discipline is going to be a big thing, at least always for the North American region. I feel like that's always something that's going to be one of their biggest problems and downfalls. So maybe this will help them a little bit. Unfortunately, not yet. Maybe next time, but hopefully pretty soon. Hopefully next.
Hey, they got that experience, and when they go back to the lower division, maybe they just dominate as a result.
There you go. They got paid in exposure.
All right, well, we do have the schedule coming up for today. Now, the lower division match is still going on, but the matches today are going to be Unique versus Team Spirit, so we get to see how strong Team Spirit is as they continue to move forward and whether or not they look good enough to be able to take down Virtus Pro and claim that first place slot. And then we've got Virtus Pro versus Extremum, the top team versus the absolute bottom team. But Extremum hasn't looked terrible, right? They're no The Cut. Right?
Come on, little Nick's he's in bed right now, man. You gotta let him at least wake up first. The biggest thing about Extremum is I feel like at least one game of series they kind of just throw away in the draft. Like their drafts they don't even give themselves a chance, and that's what bothers me the most with a team like this, especially when you have a captain like G who you think is a bit more experienced and everything. Today's the David versus Goliath, right?
It is. This is going to be a tough one for sure. But I mean, at least we get to see some. Maybe we get to just see some players pop off and just have some like really individually amazing games. I mean, at least on Spirit too. At least we'll get to see that. I don't know.
I want to see some crazy upset today. Okay. Why not?
We have had a lot of upsets recently.
Yeah,
to be
let's
honest,
just
the other
see
day
one.
was the day of upsets.
Okay,
right?
so I was going to offer a bet for you guys. Anybody want to take 4-0? Any believers that we're just going to have 2 2-0s back to back?
I'll take a 4-0. Yeah. The right way, right? Not the opposite way. The right way, the way that we
the
believe.
way we expect it to go.
Yes.
Don't throw me.
I mean, it's still okay. It still counts if it unique 2-0 and extreme of 2. That'll still count as well.
So the bet is that there's no 2-1 series today.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Brian?
I'll take that.
You wanted to believe that there was going to be some crazy upset.
I'm taking it for Extremum as well as Unique. What do you mean?
All right. Well, Brian's feeling a little bit different today, as we are going to be going to an extended break. I was talking about earlier. The lower division match is still going on. We're going to throw that up on screen, and then we're going to have our match starting off with Team Unique versus Team Spirit. So don't go anywhere. Just stay here. Watch the lower division games. Those are actually pretty fun. Last time, we had a crazy Game 3, so maybe luck will hold out and we'll get another one of those. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this game.
Opening in the clouds, and I'll take it.
It was a bit of like really awkward skirmishing. Like I would say Aina definitely dives. He's already, I think, dead. Or I think this is where he decides to go and there he goes. He gets like a good echo stomp off and he's like, oh, I can kill the AA. And then Sven murders Tim and then Sven gets doomed and then they kill the Sven. But like it was just very, very weird. Like fighting without ultimates still in with the Underlord, like you're still fighting in the triangle. They still have a tier 2 up in both mid and top and a tier 1 as well. So they could have very easily turned that around and I think that they're a little bit lucky because Trident Clan were also quite a bit confused at what was happening in that engagement. Ice Plus is going to miss, so they're going to get the go-ahead to go right back into Roche.
Yeah, that's true. Ravage is still available this time, though, if they want to use it, but I don't think Trident Clan also wants to force a fight too much. Maybe low commitment here, but definitely not. Like Pikachu can go in, for example, and if he gets a nice little stun there, Ravage available. Oh, in fact, across the ESL, they smell this and they go for Void Spirit immediately. Really good Doom here. Every ultimate committed just to kill Pikachu. And without that, taking Roche is either completely committing as Trident Clan or well, actually rather over-committing maybe, right? So it's not really an option where you can just kind of poke at the Roche and get Pikachu inside.
If Sven has BKB, that's a different call, but I completely agree with you. It's going to be a bit too difficult. As the Echo Stomp finds Soul Eater, going to dodge the LSA. Frazier has Ravage. Does need to be a bit careful here. So Visage is going to continue just farming away on the side camps. He's going Ags, by the way, straight away, instead of the BKB first. So just looking to, maximum pressure here, even at the cost of perhaps his own life, a little bit of Glass Cannon. We'll see how this one works out for him, but so far, without the ultis really up, I think especially Rolling Thunder not available, Trident Clan are a little bit too strong of a threat for them to snatch an Aegis here, especially with the Ravage available. So Proceus making the call to just go ahead and wait a bit. This is going to allow Monkushi, though, at least if he gets another minute or two of free farm like he currently is looking to be achieving, to go ahead and get himself up this BKB for the next fight. That'll be a big time for him.
Exactly. The big point of inflection here will be the BKB on the Sven, and then you combine that with like a much easier time for the Ravage, right, with the Blink Dagger that allows you to actually initiate, Fraser until now was kind of just a counter initiator. Yeah, Pasha.
Onto.
I think kill him again.
Yeah, TP's to the tier 1.
Hey, there we go. That's him dead. Okay, you didn't get the finger charge there. Ice Blast not necessary, but might as well secure it.
Yeah, and with the Hawk a little bit too far away, as well as Lornoff, they're not going to be able to get anything out in return. Pasha, that's a more normal place for him to be dying. I know we've been a little bit critical of him this game, but that's totally normal for him to die there. A little bit of space creation, getting some intel on where enemies are, and forcing rotations, all that jazz.
The point I was going to make here is that Titan usually plays as a counter initiator early until you get Blink Dagger. And the reason why Blink Dagger is picked on Titan, what was skipped for a time, is that Blink Dagger changes this hero from being a counter initiator to an initiator straight up. So it combines really well with things like, for example, the BKB timing, because of course now you can propose your own tempo, and you don't have to wait for Prost Esli to initiate on you and respond. And it's also a really good idea to get this item, of course, this game, because the Doom can always cancel out potential Ravage if it becomes a threat. So I like it. This, of course, very standard optimization, but it's important to mention why this matters in this match.
Yep.
And now I feel like the flexibility for Trident Clan has increased.
Frazier in a bit of a bad spot here. They don't want to fight yet. They want to let Sven finish up his BKB because then these guys are super strong. So they're just going to lose on Toha for now. Yeah, down he goes. The sole assumption. Munkushi does not have BKB yet.
Pasha? Messed up.
Out of position.
Go to the low ground.
Yeah, down he goes. LSA connects onto Pikachu, though. They're going to try and kill him off. Yule Scepter, though, to save him a little bit. But the Doom on the way back down, not even necessary. Just a little war stomp there for the kill. I don't know why Trident Clan engages here. Just let your AA die. I mean, you pick up the kill into Pasha, but like those are a dime a dozen at this stage. Just let Sven finish BKB. He's just one camp away, guys, and then go and fight this run.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Did he forget they didn't use Doom? I mean, I guess you forced the Doom, but Pikachu's dead, so who else is the Doom target gonna die?
He doesn't have buyback. He doesn't have buyback. Okay, so Pikachu's gonna have to buy back. First, yes, I don't think this is gonna stop them from going to Roche. It will, at least. It will. They're gonna respect this, but I mean, just take a look. I was watching the delayed stream here just to make sure everything looked good, and it does, by the way. But what I had noticed was that 4, maybe 5.5 minutes ago, Sven was below even Dahawk, even I think Pikachu in terms of his farm. He's absolutely exploded now that he's got the Echo Saber online. Keep playing this, guys. Trident Clan, yes, delay the Roshan, but we don't need to go for these super aggressive plays. Just buy yourselves more time. Sven eventually will be able to carry you this game.
Yeah, I feel like what was weird about that play by the Tide as well is that I was just mentioning the impact of the Blink Dagger. You just picked it up. Like, what did that does for your flexibility? You just go and ignore that. And literally what I said was something like Prost Esli could do to counter you just did there, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he was trying to bait out the Doom. Maybe that was the idea, so Pikachu could buy back and threaten, but then you forced the buyback from your mid, which is definitely not a win for you. So, I don't know. And Pikachu is honestly really full on behind in terms of farm.
Oh, there he goes. He's bought back for this one as well. I don't know if they know about the Silence as the Grave, though, but the Hawk has the... Maybe the call here. Yeah, they actually managed to get the Familiar in there to dodge the stun, but they still have too much damage coming through from Munkushi. BKB active now. He's just too damn strong. Without Pasha, you do lack a lot of your teamfight control now for Prost Esli. And unfortunately, the Ags reveal for the Hawk not as good as he was hoping for, but they feel like they need to try and contest this Roche. Silent of the Grave ready in 8 more seconds. As Antoha is going to be inside the Roche, but for the rest of Trident Clan, without the BKB for Sven ready to go, they're going to go back into their triangle, hold the defensive position.
Yeah, I mean, now they have the advantage because, again, Ravage is still available. Of course, Ice Blast, very low cooldown. If Antoha dies, this could be a big deal, though, because that's at least getting rid of one of the teamfight ultimates. Good clever cape, though. You actually used it earlier as well to save the Tide.
Silence the Grave.
So well done. Yeah, Silence the Grave to try to burst down Antoha, gets the Ice Blast off before he dies, and even kills Ionis, so not even that bad. 5-5, buyback this time from Prost Esli. Because they know, I mean, this Roshan has to fall for them. It's the Roshan that signifies the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, but they need to get this
first Roshan.
They need to get this tier 1 down. They need this top tier 1 tower. They need a ward in the enemy triangle. They need something. This fight is so risky.
Just go for the Roshan.
I mean, it's gonna work.
Fast before they notice. It's gonna work.
It's gonna work. It's gonna work, and I almost can't believe it, to be honest, because we've got a Blink online. We've got a Blink and Ravage ready to go. We have BKB also coming off cooldown right as we speak. But they just didn't feel confident in it, so they will concede the Roche. I mean, I guess it did cost two buybacks, did it? No, Pasha didn't buy back, right? Who expended buybacks here? This has been a wild couple of minutes.
It was Pikachu spent it earlier, right? And now here we just saw the ET spend it, so I know.
Yeah, so Void Spirit, he spent it 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, he doesn't have it for sure. Like, Void Spirit's in a difficult position right now. Luckily, he's not falling too much behind, though. I gotta admit, like, he's kind of keeping up with the Hawk. And Munkushi's already beating him. They go for Aine, who's walking in the middle of the river.
Yeah, he's dead. He is very dead. That's a dieback penalty as well, so that's super useful. You basically burn a solid minute off of the Aegis.
That's your shot for you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, of course, because they took it. Sorry. First, the Esli just, of course, made sure that didn't happen. My bad.
Roshan's already back.
Imagine. Fastest Roshan in the game. I mean, Sven is better than your Visage now. I think he's online. I don't know if you can stop him as easily anymore. And this game only gets harder and harder for Prost Esli.
I think... Let me think here. It's a very peculiar matchup versus the Visage because we need to have the follow-up. Really, we need like a bunch of instances of burst. We just need, it doesn't need to be a lot basically. What's the threshold for Gravekeeper's Cloak? I don't remember anymore. 40 damage. Okay, so it's because
the minimum. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you can get in there and absolutely blow up Visage. He's a piece of paper without the Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks.
Yes.
And we can get rid of 2 of them immediately. We'd rather not, though. So we want Void Spirit to be the first one in. Ideally, Ice Blast first, Void Spirit next to go in, immediately using all of his burst damage to get rid of the stacks, and then you have Sven to just cleave him in one shot, basically.
Or also use the Cold Feet. That's another option. To just
Cold Feet's an option.
Either.
Cold Feet's an option, but I realistically, I don't think Antoha is ever going to be within cast range and not immediately dead. That's the thing. That's why I'm kind of being a little bit more hopeful with you know, maybe Ice Blast, right? But definitely Void Spirit. He's got to get in there. They have to clear these stacks immediately and then get Sven on top of him. We have no save whatsoever right now for ProSTS. Like nothing to stop actually a BKB Sven from just cleaving your Visage to death. So as long as we have detection and as long actually wait, is X Shard on the way? X Shard is on the way, Alvo. So now this gets way more difficult for Dahak because this gives it active to the cloak, which allows the Visage to do
form.
Exactly, yeah, what his familiars just did. Healing for 25%, and of course being completely magic immune for the entire duration. This thing has weaknesses though, right? Because it's much like a Cold Embrace, where it sets you up for a lot of extra, you know, fun and a nice surprise party from the enemies if you're in a bad position. But this game, you really just need it for like the 2-3 seconds of immunity, and then you should be able to turn a fight. So this is, we're strong. We're still strong for ProSTS, despite the game looking real scary for them.
Or enough, let's see. He is gonna maybe find the Void Spirit. I mean, that Doom dispels haste, so if you just catch him, that would be the ideal kill. Instead, the Lion, not as ideal, but low enough, we'll go for it anyway. Infernal Blade, so much damage though, oh my goodness. Yeah. Not for a second if he had a shard, no, it's just lore enough.
It's just lore enough. Yeah, that's the
quiver.
That's the item he has, yeah.
Lore enough.
Does he have shard? No, he just bought lore enough. Let me see.
No, the enchanted quiver is what dealt that damage, okay? Sorry, okay, just stop.
Okay,
They're gonna try to continue this though and catch Aina as well, so support for support. Seems like Aina's still not dead though, as the Ice Blast does hit, but only the Pango, not that valuable, as the Rolling Thunder will make it pretty much immune, and that will punish the Ancient Apparition. Aina barely gets away from this, and they stop the tide together with this. Do they want to use the Doom for this? They don't even need it? He's just going to die to the Soul Assumption. They still have the Doom available, waiting now for the Void Spirit to use Yule Scepter. The stun stops the Doom from coming out. It's not even needed.
Wow.
Light Strike Array will control Pikachu, and that will ensure 4 kills for Trident Clan. Sorry, for ProSTS League.
I kind of can't believe Aina lives there, to be honest. Like, it makes him look like the biggest genius of all time, to be honest, because he just baits even Antoha into his death, basically baits as well the Void Spirit into his death there. But my goodness, nice execution there on the way back down. They did stack the stuns for the hoof stomp of the LSA, but obviously it was all so they could get this very, very valuable kill onto the Void Spirit. Not only does he not have buyback, he also has the death penalty applied. So this is going to allow them to very easily probably push the top tier 1 and perhaps even the tier 2 tower with the duration of this Aegis, which is going to be expiring here within the next 35 seconds. So very, very nice pickup here. Dahak going for the AC next, as they may be looking for a fight. They really don't want to fight right now for Trident Clan. There's no Void Spirit. They really do rely on the Void Spirit to actually make the jump here, especially while we still have Aegis over on the side of ProSTS. So yeah, they're gonna think better of it, and they're gonna go farm their jungle instead.
Yeah, I mean, best option for Trident Clan. If you keep getting punished like this, it's just like being put down constantly. Someone like smacking your face all the time to make sure that you just can't make your plays. And this does have a psychological effect on you, where you're like, well, are we even able to like bring back this game like this? Can we make these risky plays any longer? Which honestly, it can happen now, but it's difficult because the Doom has been. I mean, I think Lorna has been a fantastic game. He's been the denial force for Trident Clan.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I completely agree. Pasha as well, now that he's got the full Diffusal Blade, he's got Blink, and now the Aghanim Shard, your favorite, the roll-up. So we'll see how he's going to be able to utilize this in the team fights, or out of the team fights as well, for some sneaky movements and perhaps some pickoffs, as ProSTS looking to do exactly that. They will smoke up in the enemy triangle. They're going to be scanned out, however, as Trident Clan, they're over in their jungle holding a ward spot. Frazier not showing, of course, with the Blink Dagger. We've yet to see a really nice Ravish from it as well this game. So in they go. Kaya and Sanj now for the Doom, though. He's extra tanky. Make the jump. They see Dahak, but he gets the force step away. Pulled back in, though. Ice Blast is going to miss. And there's Stone Form. In the meantime, though, Munkushi has eaten 2. It's both supports now dropped. Doomed up. He can still continue to fight because he's got the God Strength active. Now needing to run is going to be Dahak. bursted through those Grave Creeper's cloak stacks, but guess what? The BKB is up, and he perma-stuns up the Sven, utilizing the second summon there of the illusions. Sorry, make that of the my goodness, the familiars to get the double stuns. Nice job.
Okay, so once again, I feel like Lornoff really impactful in that team fight, right? Keeping them in team at bay, both of the Shivas and the really successful Doom on the Sven. Yes, he got the Doom around, like when Sven got all his abilities off, the BKB got strength, but that denied the Mask of Madness, which was a big chunk of damage as well. And you couldn't get the Warcry off, which meant the Hawk actually had a bigger source of damage as well. So if you see the Tidehunter not being that big of an issue and you don't really want to kill Pikachu necessarily, then yeah, honestly, Sven is not the worst Doom target either. Yeah. Even the spells, any sort of buffs that he got when he first applied. So.
Honestly, kind of a game-winning Force Staff. I believe that was going to be Velhior on the Force Staff, which got Dahak out of range of that Ice Blast. Otherwise, I think that's a pretty easy kill. Speaking of Ice Blast, one coming away for Pasha. Now, can they burst him in time, though, as they go back on in? A great Hex for Lornoff prevents the, the Infernal Blade from coming, but careful, Pikachu super aggressive. Still continuing to lock down Lornoff, the Warstop will miss, and they pick up the kill.
Pikachu's like, you think you don't need to do me? Do me next time. He felt offended. He felt betrayed. That was like cheating on him with someone else.
They see Dahak. They see Dahak. It is super slow. You'll Scepter, Aether Remnant.
You save him?
I don't know. It's a tall ass for Velhior. He's trying. Stunned up yet again. No finger back up in 4 seconds. The cloak stacks, man, they're still available. He's going to heal a bit more, but he's lost his familiars. As already, Frazier is going to be forcing away the Lina. Down he goes. Big kill here for Trident Clan. In fact, none of these heroes have buyback ammo. All 3 cores dead.
Yep. Huge deal, actually, because especially because Postiesli, of course, in the late game has a very comfortable draft to play, as we keep mentioning, right? Munkushi just needs to make sure to get into a late game, and until now, the playstyle of Postiesli has mitigated this impact, but the later we go, the more difficult it becomes, and hopefully we'll see some solid ravages as we've seen towards the later game team fights. Postiesli there, that strategy by the Hawk, just I hope they don't see me if I stone form and just forget about me. It was just not going to work out.
Yeah, now
Ina here.
Once again, just a little bit too sacrificial. Munkushi will drop a tip. They even have an Ice Blast coming, but that's going to be a superfluous amount of damage. Unnecessary.
I hate you. I know what superfluous means. The one time I used it once 6 games ago.
Oh, it was last season.
Yeah, last season. How? What is this memory? Oh my god.
I just remember it was so funny. I just had a little quip and you were just immediately so upset.
So sour about this till to this day. Yeah, every day before I go to bed, this is the last thing I tell my girlfriend.
Good word. It's a good
Richie
word.
uses such a superfluous vocabulary.
Today's cast, once again, sponsored by the word superfluous.
Indeed, yes. By dictionary.com. So, Trident Clan here, they managed to get another nice little kill, but it's mostly about the map control they acquire this, because now by taking over the enemy triangle, you can either go and dominate the enemy triangle and force pushes mid and bottom, which makes Postiesli not really... They aren't able to do the same, because if you take over their triangle, it's just a bit awkward at this point, because there's no towers to take here, right? Whereas you have a tier 2 mid that you have to defend if you're Postiesli. You don't want to let that go. But of course, Postiesli also wants to take the Radiant Triangle for the Roshan advantage, which is what they're doing here. So they want to force a fight, take advantage, go for the Sven here, immediately BKB. There's a God Strength available, but he doesn't want to use it.
He just wants to get out.
They just need to wait their time, because right now, with the wards they've put here, Trident Clan just are waiting for Postiesli to make a misstep or go for the Roshan, which might be a bit too hasty, and punish that.
This actually, I mean, Roshan, it's going to be really tight here, and of course, we only know this, the teams don't. He's going to be up in 40 seconds. We're only going to have like a 15-second downtime here of Rolling Thunder. So if Trident Clan, like, somehow just know this, which of course they don't, they'd be able to just really punish Pasha for using the Rolling Thunder there. Because we wouldn't have BKB, though. That's the thing. So it's not a guaranteed Roshan here. By the way, the word of the day is Pian, which is a joyous song or hymn of praise. Very actually appropriate this game, because Trident Clan, we always kind of go back to the kind of the Greek god sort of theme. That's a word that Homer likes to use a lot as well. So it's all connected here.
Yeah, it's all connected.
Perhaps
much like this cast.
Perhaps, like, this is going to be, we'll be praising, and we'll have a, what is it, a noun? It is. We'll have a paean after in the post game here for Trident Clan.
We'll see. If you could come up with one, I would love to hear it. But Trident Clan right now, they're deciding to go the marathon route. trying to flank the enemy team, and it might just work out. This is actually a really good position by them.
Yeah.
They preserve the high ground. The enemy team doesn't see this. They go flying in first. There's the Ravage actually going to catch 2 this time, include the Hawk, but they're not going for the Hawk first. They're going to burst the Pango. That's your team fight done. Aine as well. No more area spells. And the Hawk, I'm in a difficult position. They're trying to surround him. However, Lion is not the hero
They want
that
a Doom.
wants to fight
They
him
want a
first.
Doom. They're going to use it.
Instead, it's going to be Lion dying in the back lines for the Doom. Okay, on the Sven. I don't know if that's the best target. No, yes it is. The damage is too high. Lina keeps him at bay. Life Circle Array once again by Villier are so impactful. It's Pikachu now the target. He ended the Simulate, tries to get away. Prostiesli does not guess the right circle, but they will see him regardless. He has to Astral step back to safety. Without their carry, they can't re-engage though, unless they want to force a buyback here. Still a good fight though, I would say, for Trident Clan, because you did force those buybacks, but losing the Sven, a big deal. And now this is Roshan. I think you need to buy back on Sven. Oh, but he has no God Strength.
Yeah, you might, and that's kind of the scary, but I think he popped God's Strength to try and, you know, dissuade the Doom from actually popping the Doom onto him. But it didn't matter. No, with the Lina there pretty much unbothered, was able to very easily pick up the kill. They are going to be a little bit cautious here. Pikachu a little bit too early into the pit. The Hawk is currently in stone form, so we can't help Aina. That's a dieback for him. He's going to come back out of stone form, try and save at least his one familiar. It's going to take one more right click, down it goes. I don't think he has any familiars right now. No, just kidding. He's got another summon. Okay.
It's fine. We good. But careful though, because even though he just got his familiars, right, we still have a very threatening Pikachu who's been known for bursting you down when the Sven's down, right? He's actually creating so much space right now, Pikachu. It's insane.
The Hawk though. Oh, they got him. They got him because of a very weirdly placed Sentry Ward, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it's so awkward because it even blocks the camp for them. They don't even care. And they're now scouting all the enemy wards. Pikachu walks in, seeing the opportunity for the Hawk. That's going to go down with the Ice Blast. The Hawk can't heal. He's down for the count. 90 seconds though. He has a buyback. Sven also is just going to come back here. Has got strength just available. Pikachu could be in trouble. They perma-stun him yet again. The bash from Pasha will ensure he falls.
That Doom BKB just to basically kill AA, but that's an important kill because AA buys back for that engagement. That's going to force Lauren off to buy back as well. But the Hawk does not have familiars right now in this fight. Oh, he's got one. I apologize. I don't know where these keep coming from. Oh, Force Staff. Okay, he's going to put Sven outside of the Roche Pit. Velhior caught in between a rock and a hard place. Gets off the E-Blade at the very least, but controlled and killed by Pikachu. Immediately buying back. I think that's the last one we had available. The stun does find a Hawk, but he's on the cliff, and I don't think they've got vision of him here. Does manage to just barely elude them as Pasha finds the bash onto Frazier. Roche just left on 2,700 HP. Munkushi going to try and finish it off, but we have so many stuns just poking and prodding. In fact, they might be able to kill him here. Earth Splitter's on the way in. There's the Doom. He's bought back. No, he hasn't, but he's going to go down regardless. The Doom was dropped there as Aegis is going to fall. They forced that Frazier outside of the pit, but it's Pikachu who snatches the Aegis, immediately loses the life, but he's the only one that's going to be respawning on his team, having bought back. Actually dodges the LSA, up to the high ground he goes, lowering off right on top of him with the Blink Dagger. Pasha bouncing around will eventually give him in the pinball zone, and he is down for the long count as well. It's Sven versus the world.
But even if Sven comes back, this is the big thing. Where you're saying, does he have buyback? Did he buy back earlier? It doesn't matter because he has no God Strength, no BKB either. So even if you were to buy back, what are you going to fight with? You're just a Sven? Well, that's steroids. He's nothing. He's just a regular gym junkie. Prostiesli is now can be able to push at least one lane of racks, if not two. What a game by Lore now, seriously. The Dooms in the late game towards Sven were exactly the right choice, not concentrating on Pikachu, and they managed to control Pikachu as well, on Failures account, by the way, with an incredible Lina performance.
Yeah, seriously. The Force Staffs to get him out of the pit, giving the vision there with the familiars to just really, really make that Roche take super awkward here. Very crucial. Big kill onto the Doom. He would have had that one, no pun intended, ages ago, had he not actually kind of gotten controlled, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Fantastic sequence of events. Prostiesli prepared to, I mean, just about finish the game here if they want. They're going to secure it and instead go for the Megas.
You can't buy back. There's just no point. Now this Sven has 3 seconds back. At least you have one last fight in you, maybe with a Ravage. In goes Fraser. BKB by Pasha. He's like, no, I'm taking these racks. Fraser. I don't care about Fraser. He has Rolling Thunder to get away as well anyway, so what's going to stop him? Even TP's in the Rolling Thunder.
Yep, the roll-up getting him out of dodge. They're going to catch Lina for this Ice Blast because they want someone else. They're not going to find anyone. They hit Lina with the debuff. She's going to be left behind. So that is going to be a very valuable sacrifice. That is going to be a dieback there for the Lina, and oh boy, was there a lot of action there that we need to catch back up on. Now we've got a little bit of time.
We have a replay ready, sir?
We do. We've got a couple here. This is how it started, remember. Trident Clan with a really, really great flank initially, right?
So
getting
good,
around the side, popping both supports immediately.
Awesome Ravage.
And pretty soon, Sven up there ends up in the mid lane. Here he goes. Doom, this is where we were commenting at first. We weren't sure he was going to get this kill, but he followed through and persisted here. As you could see, Pikachu out of spells. All he could do was just walk around the Lina and try and play distraction. There's a kill onto the first kill onto Dahawk. Another great Force Staff, but he still pops anyway because of the Ice Blast debuff. Buying back instantly, and then Pasha unfortunately unable to secure anything. And look at these Force Staffs. Look at how much they're just able to annoy this Sven.
Yeah, they dealt so much damage to him even before the Doom came out. He got his BKB right off before the Doom, but with the Earth Splitter, what are you going to do, right? Like, there was just no chance. He had to get the Aegis essentially to come back in. But even if you got the Aegis there, I question what that could have done, because what do you get there? You've already used God Strength and BKB.
Yeah, there's 5
everything just to
heroes.
survive.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was so tough, and it's just, again, in Lornov, making sure, I mean, Lornov and Velior are pretty much the two heroes that are beating this Sven. I don't even think the Hawk has had to fight him a single time. He's just dealing with the supports.
But the Hawk doesn't want to fight the Sven, though. That's the thing, actually.
Exactly.
And I think that's the beauty of the support duo right now for Prost Esli is you're exactly right, Awo. The Hawk hasn't had to fight the Sven, and that's a good thing, because if he has, well, you'd be dying quite a few times. So even though Pasha is, 11, 8, and 20, 8 deaths, a lot of them in the early game, Aina as well, 4, 10, and 18, we've got a lot of deaths here on the side of Prost Esli, for sure. You know who we don't have a lot of deaths on is Dahawk, and I think he's been pumping out a lot of damage, making a lot of plays. Lorinov as well, being exactly the force that they need, pretty much in exactly the right places time and time again. He's now got 2 Dooms ready to go, mind you, and he's taking the Infernal Blade damage talents here at 25.
All right, interesting. Huh. Well, I guess it's about surviving, right? I guess that's the name of the game, as you just mentioned. With the Doom also, I mean, the Infernal Blade has dealt so much damage to Sven every single fight. It's kind of ridiculous, because, of course, percentage damage against Sven, especially if you stop the BKE from coming out. Even went for the level death, actually, the Aghanim Shard. Just lovely.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it works, because they're now above level 24. Yeah, I mean, 24 or above. So it's kind of working on the Sven. This is what you wanted for. You're gonna burst it so quickly.
It's just a passive. Thank God. Thank God. I thought it was still an active.
Yeah, you don't give level death. Sorry, it's a passive added to Infernal.
No. But it is the level death effect. You're completely right in that sense. Yes. But level death. I played a Doom game once before they changed them, and I was like, "What is this ability?" I have to do math, and my goodness, I shudder. I shudder to even at the thought. Yeah, it's so much damage, actually. You're completely right. It's a ton of damage.
Yeah, exactly. And because it combines the Infernal Blade talent to level 25 as well, I feel like it's honestly Lorna versus you.
Look at this. Plus with the spell lamp, if you 7.4. Now, how about 10% max HP as damage? How about that?
That's true, because the Kai and Sanj, of course, that spell lamp is really valuable. And even as refresher for double Infernal Blade. No, for double Doom, obviously.
Oh, they tried to.
Could you imagine he just refreshes to get the double Infernal Blade stun off and then actually kills his
full Lotus. That had a full Lotus.
Oh no.
Retired.
How do you deal with a Doom now? That actually such a big deal, because that was the one saving grace they had to stop the Doom from dooming the Sven.
This Courier's dead for 3 minutes. At the very least, we don't have an Aegis. That's kind of the only thing holding Prost Esli from going in. Balls to the walls here. They're playing it safe. Silent as the grave here for Dahawk. Just flying around, looking for a good engagement. Finally going to upgrade that Bloodthorn. Didn't go for a BKB this game. Felt like it wasn't necessary. Sven 25, of course, has gone for the God Strength talent. Forward speed approaching 25 as there's the jump onto the Tidehunter. Gets a Force Staff away. As the Earth Splitter is going to only catch the creep wave here.
Alright. Stun on the Void Spirit.
Pasha going in.
Rolling Thunder. Yeah, Pasha. Let's see. Oh, the roll up to keep the Void Spirit stunned. There's the Ravage to gain more space.
Ice Blast.
With Yats on top of that. That's a good initiation. They're going to kill the Doom.
Beautiful.
They did it. Lorinoff is down. Nobody can Doom the Sven any longer. Pikachu going forward, trying to at least punish Velior. Can the Hawk block this Aether Remnant? No need, actually. He's not even going to use it. He's waiting for Velior there. Actually juking him in the trees. Velior blinking out. He's going to get away. This Lina breaking ankles, and Pasha is mentoring the Sven for now. Kushi finally gets close to Pasha, and the Aether Remnant misses. Pasha trying to use the roll-up to survive. Also invisible, but I think Pasha doesn't have too much time left. There we go. Bye-bye, Pasha. The 4th kill here for Prost Esli. Only Velior makes it out.
This is scary, because obviously with Sven, Medusa, Gyro, these 3 heroes, and I think to a lesser extent Luna, they could play very easily versus the Megas. It ain't a problem. As we saw a beautiful engagement right there onto both the Doom as well as the Hawk. I mean, we started this game. The first Ravage, may I remind you, was very early on. It was wasted after they killed Pasha. I think Frazier accidentally double-tapping the key to level up and just kind of casting a Ravage on literally nothing. Maybe just like a couple of creeps he picked up for it, but obviously not what you want your first Ravage to be. Heavily punished by Prost the ESL, somewhat snowballing into the position that Trident Clan currently find themselves into. But that Ravage, 100% on point from Frazier. What a fantastic play. He bought himself at least now another fight or two, as he's now going to have Lotus for the next one. Munkushi pushing down the mid wave here, as Dahak, of course, can still play a little bit of Dota with the one familiar he's got. It's going to be pretty much instantly killed, though. See you later. Divine Rapier in the quick buy as well for our Sven. Has nearly enough money for it here. Already punching quite hard with the Daedalus.
It's your only option, really, right? And then the idea is not only, like, the Divine Rapier, the combo is what you did now. The best way to deal with a Doom is just kill him first. I mean, I know it sounds easy, it's like,
just kill him,
easy, let's just kill him, lol, right? Yeah. But honestly, that's the best counter you have. Like, get more damage on the Sven, burst the Doom first, and then if you have to deal with the rest of the team, that's fine, dude. Like, they can't beat you.
The issue is, Avo, the issue is that the Hawk can actually kind of tank this, right? He's now got that 25 talent, even with the Divine Rapier right now.
That's true,
He's got these Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks, he's got 9.
You think that if they fight one-on-one, mano-a-mano, don't you think Sven wins that 9 times out of 10?
Yeah, but for the most part, that hasn't really happened in this game, right? Like we before that team
That's what
fight,
I'm saying. Like, if you kill the Doom, don't you have the option to just, like, what's going to stop you? Is it Pasha, maybe?
It would have to be Pasha. Pasha, Velhir, Aina. I mean, we literally just went on a tangent commending the supports for controlling the Sven, right? Like that's the reason. That's the only thing I bring this up. So Dahak, I mean, he's not out of the woods, but like there's a clearing in the woods because of this talent, right? It's not amazing. It's not going to be like the be-all end-all. It's not an Aeon disc, but it's kind of like an Aeon disc is the way to think about it. To be honest, you have to just hit him a bunch of times to get through it. And that's maybe going to be a little bit difficult for Trident Clan to get through. Not to mention, of course, having the Gravekeeper's Cloak, which buys you a little bit of extra time. All I'm saying is I don't think they could really kill him through the duration of one Stormhammer. That's what I think it comes down to here.
You mean lower enough?
I don't think even the Sven can kill the Hawk in the duration of one Stormhammer. I think the Hawk can tank through it, not even with cheese aside, and then just use Gravekeeper's Cloak. We need a little bit extra. We really need coordination from Trident Clan here to take him down.
I mean, a great Ravage is always an option, right? But I feel like I'd rather you use that Ravage on a Doom, who now has another Refresher Shard, by the way. Or, sorry, Refresher plus Refresher Shard, rather. Which I'm assuming they're going to give to him. No, they actually give it to the Pango.
He's
Okay.
holding on to it for now. Did not go for the Rolling Thunder cooldown, by the way. Playing for the Swashbuckle this game.
Oh, that's better, by the way. The Rolling Thunder cooldown is just not that great of a spell. Because by the time that you get it, the reasoning behind it is the time that you get the Rolling Thunder cooldown is just, you're fighting once every 70 seconds. Like, if you're fighting once every 32 seconds, I think, something's going wrong in your game. Like, you either Pasha's so farmed and so has so much experience that, like, he should be going for other builds anyway, or, you know, the Pango the last 2 talents are very uneven because of the timing that you get them. Rolling Thunder is nice if your Pango's like a 4 or something, but as a 3, rarely is it the right choice.
Here it is.
Obviously, later, it's better.
Divine Rapier. Oh, no, it's not Divine Rapier. It's Swift Blink. It's Swift Blink for Sven. I got baited.
Okay.
I got baited. He's going for the Swift Blink.
I mean, he does have Divine Rapier in the slot. Oh,
yeah,
sorry, in the quick buy.
But he got the Eagle Song with the Courier. It was a nice secret mission trip that usually I miss the Courier secret shop trips, but I was really paying attention to it this time. All right, so
let's see how much that does.
Swift Blink it is.
That does get the spell, by the way, by the Doom. So again, more uses for the Doom.
Very true.
Not the Swift Blink itself, obviously the buff. Oh,
what is the
Hawk doing? Is he baiting here?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. And they actually caught Pikachu for free. That's the first.
He doesn't have buyback.
The second one, it's fine. Oh my goodness, no way Pikachu got baited by the Hawk. Rolling Thunder keeping this man at bay. Then a second Doom this time. It hits hits Munkushi and murdering him together with poor Antoha. Neither of them can survive this for too long. The sleep, just setting Antoha dead. Light Strike Array, now stopping the Sven, trying to save Aina. Aina's not going to make it alive, but again, Pasha with a Refresher Shard worked so nicely. Here's the Ravage finally. Munkushi needs to put out the damage, but Lord is out of Dooms. He still has an Aegis. He's not the target to go for. Munkushi has to retreat. The Hawk bursting down the tide, and that's going to be yet another kill in favor of Trident first the Esli.
We don't have
Trident Clan desperately trying to defend this. Godfang is still available though, so he's using it. Trying to burst on the Hawk. He took down the Gravekeeper's Cloak, but Light Strike Array, yet again, it's controlling Munkushi. He can walk nowhere. He's getting stunned all over the place, and now he gets killed. An absolute win for Prost the Esli. What a performance by Velior in this last fight.
Yeah, that really came down to it, though. I mean, that was close.
Unfortunately for Trident, they will continue to go winless in the lower division. But now we look towards the upper division. We've got Team Unique versus Team Spirit. A team middle of the group for Team Unique. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, I mean, we've talked eloquently about the fact that they just look fantastic right now. Way better than they did in Season 1, which was still an acceptable performance. They still ended up 4th. But now they look fantastic.
Hey, they were the first of the lasts
last season.
They were.
4th place doesn't get you jack.
But at least it's given them opportunity to improve a lot. Like they look leaps and bounds better than they did last season. Even though, like you said, they looked pretty decent. It's just everybody looks more confident. They're heroes. Like their pool has widened a lot more. Yeah, looking forward to this.
They don't look any different. They just look better at the same thing, which is cool. I like to see that because it's like they didn't lose their identity. They didn't have to do any reworks. They just said, okay, we have what makes us us. Let's do it to a level high enough to actually take consistent series off these teams.
Well, let's focus on Team Unique because I feel like they're a little bit more of the unknown factor here, or at least we just don't know where exactly they're going to end up because they are kind of like middle of the group, right? They don't look like the worst team for sure, but they also don't look like the best.
I hate to ever say it like for one player, but all the teams I feel like that FN is on, it tends to be like that. It's like they have super high ceilings, but they also have very low lows where they can just look pretty bad in some of them. So yeah, they have to just get like more confidence somehow between the players because they do have a good, when you look at just the team lineup, they have really good standout players at what roles they play, but sometimes they just fall flat. So I don't know what it is to fix it.
A lot of teams of their caliber across multiple regions, I see the issue a lot is the lining up of their timings. The team aspect of it is just not the same. You'll have 3 BKBs, but they're all bought like 4 minutes separated from each other. So there's no big team power move at any point in the game where you take over the map. I don't exactly have great experience with this myself. I don't know how you right that ship, but the crazy thing, you can just feel it in the game where the strength of their moves, it just... There's no game-winning play. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do like that because I definitely do feel like I see a lot more individual plays coming out of them, but then it's not about like, oh god, we have like this perfect timing, we're gonna go for Roche. It's just like, oh, this ends up happening because Ghostic got a double kill or FN popped off and did something crazy. So no, I do. That's a good point. I like that.
Yeah, I feel like this squad, once upon a time, they were on the come up, right? It was about the same time J1738 and then No Pangolier. Like, they felt like they were on the rise, and then they just haven't continued to move forward. Even swapping in FN, who is kind of a legit player, right?
Yes.
I mean, he plays 7th, 8th when he was on Empire, right, for TI7. Like, he's legit. With maybe he's overshadowed a little bit by the no ones and GPKs of the CIS scene, but still.
Seems like he's kind of the reject of that group. He's like the reject of the tier 1 mid laners for CIS, which is a compliment in and of itself in terms of like he's the next one in discussion. But the problem is in Dota, if you're not the very, very best, you're going to consistently land on these type of teams. And I think that's perfectly fine. And I don't know why players like him find him in this cycle, but why can't he be on a team that's consistent? Why can't they just be... I would even say like current Team Liquid, where they were a mediocre team for like 2 or 3 years playing together, and then suddenly, if you stick together long enough, that mediocre team turns into a bunch of individuals who work so well together that you can make some amazing things happen. I think that's why players like FN kind of end up in the same spot over and over again.
I feel like he's stagnated. That's my thing.
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of other players have just gotten so much better. Like Toronto Tokyo came out of nowhere, kind of in a way, and he's just leaps and bounds, just more confident, more consistent than FN is. FN's just wild, as we've said a couple times. I think he just needs to find his consistency for the team.
Well, where exactly Team Unique is going to end up at the end of the season, we're not sure, but we can get some insight from their captain, Sioma the Slayer, with an interview.
Dead Wraith King, it's a team wipe.
We wanted to win Strike, but we didn't manage to do this, and our position would be so good to qualify maybe for Major. We got 3 matches versus good teams, and we gonna try our best to show that we can beat them and qualify for Major.
Gets the kill, gets the Aegis, he will subsequently lose it, but they've lost Jashlo, they've lost Nefrit, they'll lose Melody.
Spirit is in good shape right now, but when we were playing versus them in last season, we could beat them, and their style is comfortable for us, so we want to beat them, yeah. We're gonna try, of course, to qualify for Major and win all matches, but it's gonna be hard games, and we need to play really well to beat all these teams. I'm sure if we gonna progress like this, we can qualify for TI, even if we lose this qualification for Majors.
Now, as he was talking about, this entire storyline of Team Unique is predicated on just one series, and that's the 1-2 loss against Windstrike. They already lost against Virtus Pro, which is acceptable at this point. But if they had beaten Windstrike, then, gentlemen, they would actually be in a pretty decent position, and it would be, okay, can they beat AS Monaco Gambit or Navi or Team Spirit? It'd just be like, can you beat any of these big dogs and you actually prove yourself? But because they lost to Windstrike, it's like we place them like, okay, they kind of need to improve if they want to be able to go anywhere, right?
Yeah, it's simple math. Every time you lose to a team that you probably shouldn't lose to, you'll probably have to beat a team that you might have been on the fence about having to beat. You know, maybe instead of beating one of those teams, they have to beat 2 or 3 of them, and that's not. I mean, it just becomes harder and harder as you talk about it, right? It's if you're trying to go to a major, it's unacceptable to drop series to a team like Windstrike. Not because Windstrike's trash or anything, but they're not one of the 3 teams we'd consider likely running for the major.
Yeah, and this DPC, the way it works is you have to play your best every single game. It's so important. One little mess up, I feel like Puppy said in one of his interviews last time, like, this is really scary because it's 6 weeks, but you can't slip up. Like, even 1 week where you slip up and you may have just lost the entire major for yourself. So like you said, losing to Windstrike, that should have been likely maybe a free win for them, at least in their eyes.
Yeah, and that is something that Team Unique, I mean, the upside is they said in the interview that they were comfortable playing against Team Spirit. They're comfortable with that playstyle. So looking at Team Spirit, what does that playstyle entail? Why is it comfortable for Unique? What does Team Spirit do?
I mean, we've talked about Toronto, Tokyo time and time again throughout the course of this DPC. It's just this all-in, like, run at you style. I think they're one of the few high-tempo, like, they seem to meet this 15-minute-ish timing where you're not going to be able to run away from them any longer from Team Spirit if they haven't already been diving you before that.
Yeah, this young blood of confidence is the way I like looking at them. Right? These, like, they've got their old, their 5 position, the old man, the Miposhka, leading them and keeping them together and all that. But then they've got like really, really confident younger players like Tokyo and oh my god, my brain's not working.
Yatoro?
Yatoro, yes, that's right. And Yatoro is, I mean, certain heroes that he plays, very aggressive, right? He's still playing like the Ursas and stuff like that, like it.
Another good example of that was Miroslav. We got an interview with him where he was saying Snapfire, I played it twice in pubs. It's an easy hero.
Dude, that was
much practice. Pretty insane. But another person, of course, that does have a lot of confidence is Toronto, Tokyo. The future of the Eastern European scene rests on players like this. And we've got him on an interview.
Got a Lasso live game.
Yeah, and that's a dead Timbersaw in the live game as well.
This season started pretty good for us. We won our major opponents, Navi and Gambit. And we are still winning, so we hope we will beat VP2 and of course other teams. We want to qualify for TI.
But Toronto Tokyo wants that blood.
We only lost 1 map against Windstrike. The series overall was not easy. That's because Windstrike picked very good heroes against us. That's why it was a bit hard. But we won anyways.
Right up again, Collapse getting his position. He has a nice ravage over onto 2. The silence is done. Another one popped out as they just rid him into place. Down they go. Rebel is trying everything he can, but Mira is going to be protected by Miposhka, is hitting those buttons.
We are performing pretty good, even though we don't have much experience. I think that's because we stuck very well as 5 players, and everyone feels so comfortable in this team.
But they get the duel off right in the nick of time. Toronto Tokyo can't really do over the arrow coming through.
I'm confident in my powers, in myself, so I can do it.
Well, it wasn't, it was confidence, but he was a little bit quieter than I imagined him. Toronto, Tokyo, a quiet killer, it seems. But I thought it interesting, they've only dropped that 1 game against Windstrike. And he said, they picked good heroes against us, and I'm going to go ahead and list out those heroes. Puck, Snapfire, Enigma, Lifestealer, Bloodseeker. What does that say to you? Why do you think that was effective against Team Spirit?
It's a good deterrent at being ran at.
Yeah.
I was about to say it's highly punishing if you overcommit.
Yep. Puck and Snapfire always work pretty well against that if you do, just get ran at.
All right, well, maybe that'll give us some insight for the draft. And that draft is just a few minutes away. So don't go anywhere. Team Unique versus Team Spirit is happening in just a couple minutes.
Niece, what you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Who really got the block, sipping to rock in a cup, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that boofy, it's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show what's that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to your promethazine. Only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you.
Now, an interesting note about these two teams is that they are both playing in a second tournament while the DPC is going on. Both of them are playing in the Pinnacle Cup, but there is a bit of a difference in the results. Team Spirits, they actually lost to Hellbear Smashers. So, lower division, upper division team from the European side, they ended up losing to them despite being one of the top teams coming out of Eastern Europe. And then Team Unique, they actually dropped to Hellraisers, which is, of course, the lower division team that is doing quite well, but you're supposed to be an upper division.
So you're just saying that Western Europe's the best region in the world is what you're saying?
Yeah, could be. I'm also saying it's a little bit concerning the Uniques losing to lower division teams.
Oof, yeah.
Not great, but they did say that they were comfortable against Team Spirit.
You never know with those side tournaments. There's anyone who plays Dota somewhat competitively or seriously, you have your off days, and sometimes you just didn't feel like putting in the necessary preparation. I know that sounds like an excuse, but we all have them, and if they bring him to a DPC season, I'm like, okay, guys, like, what is your excuse? Like, you can't come up with a legit one. But if you're doing it for a side tournament, I never know. It's hard to look into those results. As we see the Storm Spirit actually on the team I was not expecting it on.
I was gonna say, I was like, that looks like the Team Spirit draft.
Yeah, the Toronto
That's usually
Tokyo
what they would go
round.
for.
I wonder if they knew Toronto Tokyo would likely pick it on 4th pick with the AA pairing. It's a nice global setup.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely really cute. I like the AA Tiny combo. I think this is, I'm still mixed sometimes on the Tiny, but I feel like AA just enables the hero so much. You can actually just always combo.
What hero survives that in like
Not a
the
lot.
first 30 minutes of the game?
Yeah, it's very strong. Don't have to really commit a crazy amount.
You assume it's core, right? The Tiny?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, that is interesting. They've never opened with a Storm Spirit before, and they've only opened with Puck and Void Spirit as their mid laners. So, definitely
I think it's an adjustment, Toronto, Tokyo. You only have a limited number of bans in the first round. I like that they banned Enchantress. I think that hero is incredibly busted right now.
Same.
Most people are running it as a 4. I've occasionally seen it as a 5. But there's just so many snowballing offlaners that if you enable them, like a Slardar, as like a prime example, Axe, that the timings they hit is absolutely nuts. And I think because Enchantress's sole purpose is to win the lane for her teammate. In the past, it was to babysit carries, but now it's just to send that guy off flying from the offlane.
Yeah, Enchantress is definitely one of the more ridiculous heroes. Just can zone a core and a support with a creep, feels like. You just have to commit and change your whole game plan early. You have to buy like 3 sentries. I feel like it just cripples your supports a lot of the time too, just to be able to deal with the hero.
It does. And the whole point of the Storm Spirit being picked because of that Enchantress mention is that you only have a limited number of ideas of how you can deny a specific team a hero you don't want to give them. And I absolutely would not want to give Toronto Tokyo the Storm Spirit that they've been sometimes overall first picking in this DPC.
These bans are pretty interesting. Wraith King and Sven, 2 safe laners that actually provide a stun, more catch, especially for and the combos, of course, the AA.
It's always the AA heroes,
Yeah.
Wraith King, Sven. CK is the other one, but he's not a hero really right now.
We've seen Troll work out pretty nicely. Seems like that slows just enough.
It's more about the lane for Troll. In game for AA, you would need something else like a Nyx 4. Something that comes to mind. They might go for that. You just want convenient setups for the Ancient Apparition ulti. The hero's incredibly powerful if there's a clear-cut way to utilize his ultimate for things that are not team fights. You know, you just say, okay, I'm going to keep an eye out for where this teammate of mine is on the map, and that's probably where I'm throwing my ult.
Yeah, I like Nyx quite a bit here. Good information. See where the Oracle is. Good versus the Storm. Works well with the AA.
You might not want to pick it third just because you 100% confirm that the Tiny's a core, but maybe they don't. Maybe they don't mind doing that.
It's cute.
It's a nice background.
He's got Sioma Slayer as his background. Very cute.
They all have people behind. Who's that? Is that
That's one of the analysts, right?
Is that Jottam?
Who used to be? Yeah, I think
that's
it is,
JOTM, right? Yeah, I think so. It looked like I couldn't see his whole face, but that's what it looked like. And okay, ET, big fan of this hero. Storm Spirit utilizes it very nicely, amplifying that magical damage the Storm does do.
Wow, Fogged saying good things about ET.
Love it.
Shocker.
Shocker.
Do you guys feel like Team Unique's lineup, like their drafting is just a little bit wonky because they're almost, like, you know, they draft Oracle to counter Ancient Apparition, they draft Storm Spirit to keep it out of Team Spirit's hands, but as a result, their draft doesn't look like it has the same kind of synergy as, you know, Team Spirit stuns with an Ancient Apparition, you know?
I agree. I absolutely agree that the simplicity of Team Unique's lineup has not revealed itself if they intend to do so. Something like Faceless Void with the ET would make sense to me, but then I really do like the way Team Spirit's addressing their 2 picks. Broodmother kind of disrupts combos because it's just hard to execute simple ganks on the map. Medusa doesn't die, and Lifesteal is also difficult to Tiny Toss combo. So it's like you already mentioned, not only is their Team Spirit's game plan also straightforward, but they ban out the heroes that make it not straightforward. And since you're almost certain this ET's a 3 or a 4, you can go for the Troll, because ET is almost 100% right-click damage in the laning stage, utilizing the Spirit bonus damage, and Troll as a carry is super obnoxious for any off-lane 4 position that rely on right-clicks for the Whirling Axe miss chance.
Yeah, actually, the PA ban for me is a little bit weird, I'll be honest, because Troll just looks like he fits perfectly. Not only versus, like, you know, if you're going for that ET, that damage and all that, but even versus Storm. Troll can be annoying. You know, you get rooted. If you do make a little bit of a slip-up, if you get 1 stun onto you, it's really devastating. I've seen players actually sometimes prioritize and get like earlier points if you're trying to fight more. You get like 4 points in your Berserker Rage, and you have that like crazy root chance and duration.
Yeah, it's nice against any mobile mid. I wonder if they'll pick something like a Shadow Demon on the side of Team Spirit. Very common or popular 4-position hero that's been really rising up in stock. And I also just love some combo breaker against the Axe. Just something to disrupt the call, literally, or just, you know, break the chain.
Does make it that the 2 supports are very reliant on their core heroes to make plays, though.
Yeah, would you rather have Giannis, would you rather have like a Lion or something? Something that's provides a bit more disables, a little bit more independent of a hero?
Yeah, I mean, Lion definitely hot hero, for sure. Especially even to the Storm Spirit.
I'm just down for like a Slardar Shadow Demon or something like that.
I'd like the Slardar. That sounds pretty nice. Gives him Rosh always. Axe no longer ever feels that effective or tanky. They're gonna go the Tide, more the team fight
so
route.
then their 4 does need a disable unless they elect to rotate that Tiny to 4. But I think Tiny Tide seems like a pretty weak lane.
Yeah, I think they're probably gonna get like the Mira Mirana or something
Yeah,
like that.
I was gonna say Mirana.
Yep.
Mirana,
Even though they're
Luna.
into Oracle, you know, can of course protect a lot versus that arrow.
It's not as good as the other ones, right? The Legions and the Abaddons, low cooldown. You do have to false promise the guy that gets arrowed.
Natural Yules builder too on that Mirana, right? Versus the Axe, always going to be pretty effective if they do want to go for that. They're just banning all the, like the safer heroes that they can't gank with the Tiny and the AA. Taking out the Jug too, very good versus Tidehunter.
Wouldn't mind a PL bed from Team Spirit here.
Yep.
Something that is difficult to gank. Because right now, if they're allowed to see your hero and click their buttons on you, from this Team Spirit's perspective, you will die. Unique kind of had some damage issues, I think, in the mid game.
And
right
Unique
now.
looks like they think that is a 4 Tiny, right? Banning the Void Spirit.
Yeah. They know that they also need some catch on Team Spirit right now. They don't exactly have a amazing way to kill the Storm other than full to zeroing him with the toss combo. Which at some point isn't going to work.
Yeah,
you know?
it's not. Especially with an Oracle. If he's in the right position, he doesn't even have to commit ulti some of the time. Just an Edict will be very effective.
I wonder how good Oracle players eventually have to become at using hero portraits.
Yes.
That's something I've never really done, but people talk, I'm like, how do you save people against a Tiny? The guy's off my screen. He's literally flying.
Lately, I've actually been catching myself doing it so much more when I have, because Solar Crest is built like every game, right, as 4 position. I just sometimes there's like these illusions and all that. I'm just like, portrait's actually just super effective for it. But yeah, definitely can be a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it's just something I immediately think of when you say save them from the toss combo as Oracle.
They're going to ban out the Razor. It's more of a semi-carry counter. Good versus Tide in lane, good versus Troll later on. I like Spirit's carry bans look pretty appropriate. I do like them quite a bit.
Yeah, it looks like they ran out of tough heroes to gank, so they decided to get rid of the best individual matchup against Troll, probably.
Yeah.
The Razor. Because they really do have a solo core lineup on Team Spirit thus far. Like, you are putting all of your late game eggs in the Troll basket. Tiny Tide. They enable, but they ain't going to carry if that is a mid-tiny.
They're still targeting Tokyo. They're thinking he's going to pick something really active. But as we thought, it's going to be the Mirana.
It's weird that they would target that just because Tiny Tide is such a weak lane. I think the only way Tide can work right now in the laning stage is the Gush being a threat, which means he has to have a right-clicking ranged hero in the 4, maybe a Tusk as another right-clicker. But I think Lina Mirana are the 2 best ones. Like, if they had banned those 2, I would have been much happier with those bans.
Same. I think Mirana just fits so well with the draft. Even like little things, right? Like Ice Vortex making the Starstorm stronger. You stack easier for your Tide. You can back up, even use some leap charges to get the stacks online. You're going to be able to scout runes also for your mid laner.
This is the best Yules game. And you said he's a natural Yules builder, Armano.
Exactly.
Please buy Yules. You don't have
Yules.
great setup for Storm, and you also have the disruption of the Axe Call.
Yep. And disruption of False Promise Heal as well.
That's true.
Yep. It's very nice. And not okay.
Sorry.
The Luna.
This is my least. This is my least favorite hero of DPC. I think in lane, if they give it the ET, it might do a better job. So if they do some lane swap shenanigans where the Oracle's playing as a 5 in the off lane, that could be good for them. But Luna is so predictable in her movements when it comes to being on the map. At some point, they're going to get a Blink Dagger on Toronto, Tokyo. They're going to smoke a couple times, and I have no idea what their plan is to save this Luna. Like, you can't just be behind him all the time on Oracle. You have to be enabling your Storm to be aggressive. And I've seen these Lunas, man. They're gonna hit triangle. You know exactly where they are. All you got to do is find them with the proper heroes, and they've got the right heroes to do it. So I think Team Spirit's got the execution.
I agree. they've got great ways to get into triangle, right? Moonlight Shadow, it's one of my favorite ones right now. You don't have to always commit a smoke to be able to get in there to disrupt these stacks, and they do have a lot of heroes that do want to farm jungle. Storm, Axe, and Luna. At some point, they do want to back up and go there. So if the lanes do get a little problematic for Unique, I'm really concerned for them. Because I don't know how they're going to catch back up. I think they're going to get hunted down from Team Spirit.
What would you say the problems of Luna is as a carry, Brian?
It's just the lack of independence as a farming hero. There's a lot of farming carries from like 8 to 15, but like if you have a Jug, a Faceless Void, a Terrorblade, you don't have to worry about protecting these guys while they're doing that. But with Luna, she's like a liability for 7 to 10 minutes, but she's also your highest net worth hero.
All right, well, let's see whether or not Team Unique is able to play around that Luna in a hard matchup against Team Spirit. We've got our casters, though. It's going to be Moxie and Purge.
I think the only time I have actually seen a Luna be successful was actually Team Bald in the lower division over in the Western European region. We have not seen a very successful go with Luna, though, so far in some of these other regions. What do you think about this, Purge?
Yeah, Luna has issues sometimes, unfortunately. So that can make some issues, but yeah, her laning stage is okay. She has kill potential, I guess, because Lucent Beam is a good ability. Lunar Blessing certainly makes her allies a bit stronger too. But yeah, in the mid game, she's very gankable. People can get on top of her. She's definitely going to be vulnerable to heroes like AA who hit her with an Ice Blast. So if team fights go well, yeah, Oracle can cover her and protect her a bit. But I just feel like she's going to get picked off a lot, especially against a really good aggressive hero like Tiny.
Definitely something you have to watch out for. And again, when we did see it over in the Western European lower, they ran it more as a magical sort of thing where they took that talent to be able to have the extra hits coming off of the lunar beam coming down. But I think this time around, when you've got something like a Storm in the mid lane, you definitely want to have that right-click damage.
It's like they're going to invade.
They are indeed. Arrow coming through, lands over onto the Elder Titan. And they'll go, turn back around. Get a couple more hits, though. Bignum just smacking away over here at Collapse. It is going to be the first blood going over to the side of Unique. And Mira now running for life. Is getting another route into place. Another stun, uses the Fairy Fire even, and is still going to fall anyways.
Nice net worth advantage there. Burning his Fairy Fire. Good kills, though. 2 kills. Good start.
Makes you wonder, should she have just held on to that? Do you think Mira really, you know, it was still curtains either way. Was it worth it?
I mean, if he's going to die for sure, it's not worth, obviously. But he probably expected to survive or thought it would be close enough that he could make it. In fact, he's got a 5-stick. What probably happened was he popped Fairy Fire, but didn't pop Magic Stick in time, and therefore died.
So if he had both of them, it was more likely the chance of survival.
Yeah, exactly. He probably would have lived. I mean, 5-stick is a lot. That's another Fairy Fire, basically.
All right, well, you know, we always complain about how Eastern Europe has been a little bit slower recently. We got a nice, very busy start here for the side of Team Spirit versus Unique. And my other question, too, is the draft. It felt like they were really targeting Toronto-Tokyo a lot. Is this something that they just need to play their own game? Are they getting a little bit too much inside their own heads?
I mean, Toronto-Tokyo has been playing really well lately, so I think he's definitely worth pressuring if possible, but he's been pretty consistently having good games, so I expect that to be the same. If you can gank him, it'd be great, but they don't have great supports for it. It's Elder Titan and Oracle, so I don't really see how either of those heroes pressure Tiny very well, at least until Storm gets a decent amount of levels or Axe gets a Blink Dagger.
Well, it felt like they considered that the Tiny was going to be, you know, just a support, not necessarily mid, so perhaps they just drafted themselves into a bit of a corner there?
Could be it, yeah, but I mean, Tiny's been played sometimes as support lately, but he's certainly been more popular as mid lately. So could just be something they're comfortable with to get the supports to win lanes and have a strong mid game.
I got excited because I saw that Mirana and I was like, oh, we saw the Iceberg Mirana mid. It did a lot of work that time, but turns out it is just going to be Mira. Root into place down here, Ghost Stick. It's a couple nice spins here. Not going to be able to quite punish Miposhka just yet. Although that Battle Hunger is very annoying.
Yeah, it's nice to have Oracle down here just because A's been such a strong lane killer lately, but Fortune's End can just dispel the Cold Feet, so it should make getting kills a little bit less likely, moderately less likely. He'll still be able to do damage, but it should be fine.
That was a good snipe here coming out from Mira. They got the boots. Bignum is throwing his weight around quite a bit, and he was punishing Mira for having that arrow level 1, but Now, of course, it is going to be a little harder to chase after that Mirana without the boots.
Perhaps lost his range creep, but it's okay. We'll come back to him. Lane's going pretty good so far. Tiny losing pretty bad mid, actually. 8-4 versus a 16-7 coming from FN. So that's going to hurt. Oh, and he glyphs the wave too. Waste some mana. It's going to try to contest on these denies. Oh no.
FN's playing this very, very well, and Toronto Tokyo a little bit having some difficulties here. And did he have the rune? Oh, perfect timing too from
so
FN.
Cool.
Good efficiency, and they also had that ward over there, so he knew that the bounty rune was still there. Just a nice, efficient rotation.
I love that. And he planned it so far ahead too, right? He had to push the wave out, then he got the glyph to play aggressive on the other side. And he's going to take some damage here, but he should be okay.
I mean, Tokyo is pretty much out of mana right now. He can't do anything more than just give a couple clicks, so I think if you're FN, you're fine with it.
Stealing the bounty it makes it worth for sure. And especially because Unique protect the other one. Extra courier snipe, basically.
This is really nice too. They're leaving the other bounty rune, I believe, there for FN, so he can continue to be just as annoying as possible. Bottom lane here, you can see Ghostic is already trying to, you know, just do some creep manipulation here. Does have to be careful though. Miposhka could potentially get this kill. Go with cold feet. They need one more hit. Oh, they have the fairy fire, but sitting down at 40-something hit points. Ghostic is still alive, and Yatro's courier gets slain by Slayer. Ghostic's gonna make it out.
Tries to throw the last attack, but does not make it. But either way, he had to run to the left there because Troll was moving over, so that's why it got a little hairy. But stays alive. It's going to stack up the creep wave as well, so that'll push towards him. And he's still a ways away from finishing his Vanguard. About, what, 1,000 now? 900 gold. But once he gets that, he'll be a lot more strong in this lane, especially if Oracle backs him up. So he'll be safe.
Now, is this a situation where we're going to be seeing the Axe Shard build with that Manta style? Because they already have the initiation coming out from, you know, you've got an Elder Titan Stomp, you've also got the Storm Spirit who can zip in, or do you think they're going to go more traditional?
It's very likely. I think that he does go for Shard later, but it just kind of depends on the game state. If they're losing, it ends up feeling a little bit iffy, and it'll probably depend on what his Blink Dagger timing is.
Miposhka, he's coming back from the river, and he runs immediately into some friends and will fall here. Yatro, though, might be able to go get himself a kill over on Slayer. So he is just going to chop away at him a couple times here with these axes. It's a slow death, but one more hit. Down goes Slayer.
He's just trying to buy as much time as possible to make Troll waste time being out of the lane, which is pretty good because it's going to give Ghostic a lot of uncontested farm and push him towards that Vanguard. And once he gets Vanguard, then he's lane independent, and that's going to allow the Oracle to do basically whatever he wants on the map, more or less. Tiny still a little bit behind mid lane by about 10 last hits. It's not the end of the world because he's still got pretty good levels, but you can see contest here.
Test here for the 6-minute rune. Was actually top. It was an arcane arrow coming in here. Toronto Tokyo, they're still alive. The zip forward. They have the burst damage.
This could be bad for Mirana too. Does he have Fortune's End?
I can see arcane rune at the very least. Does have a leap charge left, so looks like they're not willing to chase.
Well, either way, great rotation from Oracle, anticipating the water rune contest there. Oracle is decent at rotating these like earlier stages of the game where roots are fantastic and these nukes are pretty serious. Ooh, Axe maybe in trouble bottom though.
Yeah, to get the call off, you can see the teleports are coming in. You can see Tiny wanting to be a part of the action here. Toronto Tokyo going to try to pincer over here onto Ghostic, slow him down a bit. Avalanche toss up into the air, and it's a kill.
Great pickup. And then Troll TPs to get his creep wave. Even though he did miss some of it, this is still going pretty solid for him. Yatoro's net worth is pretty much at the top at the moment. He's got a little bit more than Luna, a hero that I have not looked at enough this game. But Luna's last hitting pretty good. Tide's doing a little bit better though.
I mean, I feel like it's just been Mira and Collapse just fighting with this Elder Titan the entire time. Like, they really haven't put too much pressure on the Luna, which is nice. But I'm still a bit concerned here. Although, as I say that, Palantimos does take some harass.
It'll get a little scarier once Tide hits 6, because then they can do Ravage into arrow combos potentially. But Luna is going the classic Luna build, the Max Lucent Beam. She's not going for this farm build, which is kind of it's a big argument, arguably, with how you play Luna. Do you go for Lucent Beams that your lane is better and that your level 6 kill potential is better? Or do you go more farming build and you leave the lane earlier to jungle? Here comes that gank.
That's exactly what we're talking about. The Ravage into the arrow, the leap forward from Mira. And there is a rotation, though, coming out from FN. They don't quite manage to land the stomp, though. Collapse, though, he needs some help, and it's just too much damage. So down will go the Tidehunter. Mira hiding in the corner here is going to be able to teleport out. I don't believe they have any way to catch her. So Mirana makes it out, and a good rotation coming out here from FN.
Yep, he's sitting on power treads of strength for Luna. Had a magic stick ready to go. He ends up staying alive, and then with a nice rotation and the Eclipse, it's plenty of damage and very able to kill Tide. Even though Tide does have a lot of survivability, he didn't have his hood finished yet. Not surprising, it's pretty early into the game. And as a result, that amplified magic damage with Elder Titan in that lane means that you just do a lot more damage there with the Eclipse. So nice kill to get Luna ahead. This is like classically how you make her good. She does pretty good in the lane, she gets kills with Eclipse, and then she groups with their team and pushes towers. So if they can make that work, we'll see. It'll be cool, but I still don't have a huge amount of faith for it, just because that playstyle generally tends to be a little bit weak. There's reasons that players don't usually do it. And now he'll pick up Moonglaives, and he's going to go spend some time jungling, which is a great thing to do if Eclipse is down, because he can't defend himself anymore.
Well, I guess the thing that is a bit spooky, though, is the fact that you do have a Mirana over on Team Spirit, and I believe our panel was discussing this, saying how, you know, it's nice. You can go and, oh, nice pick off on Ghostix Courier there. The fact that, you know, you can gank. You know where this Luna's going to be. When she picks up those glaives, you know exactly that she's going to be over in her jungle. So if you can get up vision, if you can start, you know, really pressuring her, it's going to be very difficult, because she's not one of those heroes like a Lifestealer, a Jug, who can survive ganks and have that extra time, you know, before her team can show up.
But she is doing some things to try to nullify that worry. She buys an infused raindrops here. That way, if she gets ganked, she doesn't have to worry as much about being bursted. Because if that procs twice, it's effectively like 180 extra HP, which is insane at this point in the game. That's a lot of survivability. And in the meantime, Big Num's just going to lane against the Tide, which isn't like perfect for him, but he'll get more levels. And they just want to make sure that they have vision as well. They've got great wards right now, spotting potential rotations in the jungle. And I guess until AA hits 6 as well, there's not that much worry. I guess Tiny Blink or AA6 is where things get scary. So those are the times that Luna has to be careful about. But it's just so important that she got that kill on Tide. It makes a really big difference, genuinely, towards her net worth advantage. So
I mean,
should be okay on Unique.
I'm pretty sure the fact that once this AA gets his 6, I think we're going to see Tiny and AA just start moving together, get these ganks off. Seems to be the popular combination. So perhaps that's why Unique is opting to look at more of a style where they're going to be moving as 5 with this traditional Luna build. But do have a smoke coming out from the side of Unique. And they know that Miposhka is all by his lonesome down here. So perhaps they can get a quick pick.
It is not often you see 2 cores and a support gank, a 5-position hero, but this one is worth it.
Gotta delay that Ice
killed.
Blast.
Exactly.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo does spot out Slayer. They have that sentry, though, so he is going to back off.
I didn't see who got the tome on the Radiant side, but the fact that he's still not 6 here, 11 minutes in, is delaying this game for him. Let's getting a kill in any of these heroes is going to feel a lot harder without the Ice Blast and Vortex. And he can come here, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's teleporting down. Again, they do have the vision. They know that there was a Tiny that was sitting in this. I'm not sure they know if Mira's here, though. I don't believe they had that vision when she moved over, so.
It could anticipate it. Tiny does have a base aura on him right now, so they should know that A is here.
Arrow won't connect on Ghostic. Will take down the Cardi. And again, they have the vision. So Spirit has to be careful they don't get lulled into a false sense of comfort, as Tidehunter is teleporting in. Follow up, the toss up with the Luna right into the Ravage. They just blow up Pelentimos. So he is out of here, and the Ice Blast is online now, Purge. So they'll go throw that out, Slayer to fall. The rest of Team Spirit, they're hunting, trying to slow down just a little bit. The arrow comes in over here onto Ghostic. The stomp comes off as well, but it doesn't save him.
That was so cool how they did that. I mean, unlucky for Unique that Toronto Tokyo had the invis, because despite him not having Blink Dagger yet, not that it couldn't be possible at this point in time, he's able to toss the Luna back. That provides separation between the Oracle and the Luna. The Oracle is supposed to ulti Luna, and he did run in to try to land it on him, but then he gets caught in the Ravage as well. So one of the really nice things about Tidehunter Ravage right there is that you can stun the guy you want to, but also hit that backline support as well. Here's the replay once again. I'm sorry, it wasn't Invis. It was the Murano ulti, actually. So something they should have anticipated. The sentry was maybe a little bit too far back, but either way, great Ravage. That sets things up. Palantimos dies while getting his ulti off. Then they hit 6 from the Ice Blast, and then it's just a chase down from there.
I was surprised that they lingered for so long. They had 2 sentries off to the side, so they saw that there was the Invis rune, and then they also saw, you know, once the Moonlight Shadow came in.
I don't know if they did see the Moonlight Shadow get used at first. Tiny kind of lingered a little bit in the front before he committed to it. They do still take the tower, but that's not what Unique wanted, how they wanted things to go. They wanted that to be like a convincing tower take, or they take a team fight, back Luna up, and get a lot of trades. Instead, they just lost some heroes. On the bright side, they do get to finish the tower now, and they're going to move to the next objective because Ravage is on cooldown for a bit longer. But yeah, that's not where Luna wants to be perfectly. They're trying to shore up Luna's weaknesses with Oracle, and it did not work in that fight.
Well, they're going to have their own forms of initiation, though, now, as Ghostic has opted to go and grab the Blink Dagger as his next item. So we'll have more forms of initiation coming out from the side of Unique, and with Ravage being down, perhaps they can find a good engagement here.
Yeah, they definitely have kill potential. They could slap Earth Splitter down on whoever Ghostic goes on, followed up with an Eclipse as Luna runs in. There's lots of good options. Luna's very tanky right now. Got Ogre Axe moving towards the old Dragon Lance, and yeah, here comes the pressure. Pipe, Ravage in 15. Is Moonlight Shadow, do they have sentries?
They have 1 sentry off to the side, but I don't... Oh yeah, they have both of them. They're on the edges here, but they don't necessarily have that vision.
Ooh, this is cool. They smoke, they retreat, and now they're drawing on the map. They drew right towards where the Troll is. They're like, well, let's just go kill Troll, because he's not going to be by their team. This is so cool. And in the meantime, Spirit's like poking around, waiting for the initiation to come on the mid lane, but very smart of Unique to do this. They are going to spot the Troll now. Let's see if they get him. Oh, he's running.
Oh, you got the blink on Ghostic. Can he get there fast enough? No.
No.
That was potentially going to be an excellent play, but clearly...
What a read.
Yatoro realized something's up. They haven't made any movements. We don't see them on the map, so... They just back up, and now they put the pressure on the tower.
Yeah, now they're going to have to reset here, but they're a little bit late to it, so it'll be a little dangerous, but... That was so big. That's like game changer right there. They kill Troll while Luna's farming. Then they go push out top, maybe take the tier 1 tower. But instead, now they're going to be on the back foot for a bit.
So it's not to be. And you've also got the fact that Ravage is back up here on Collapse, so it's very scary for them to go into any of these engagements.
Tower is under attack.
So a bit of a lull here as they try to figure out their next moves over on the side of Unique. And Spirit is very happy to just continue to have their Troll farm.
Yeah, they're going to feel good about Troll going into the late game. It's just going to match up better against Luna. I just can't help but think that if they just spent a couple seconds, like literally 1 second faster, half a second faster to get to that point, they would have caught Troll. Maybe if this Observer Ward that they put in their jungle was a little higher, might have spotted Troll in the jungle, they might have gotten there quicker or run straight at him, for example. There's a lot of little things that could have completely changed that moment and delayed Troll's item timing. He is going Sanj immediately after his Yasha here. I thought maybe he'd go for a BKB to be safe, but he's probably comfortable going for BKB later on into the game. He's not too concerned right now. There aren't a huge amount of disables on the enemy team, so should be okay.
Call out, followed up with the arrow, though, immediately. They'll go for a stomp, slowed down that Tidehunter just a little bit. The toss back, though, from Toronto Tokyo right over here with Ghostic. This is one of their main forms of initiation. They get off the false promise over to Ghostic, but they just have so much damage. I don't think it's going to be enough here. They wait around patiently. Just enough to keep him alive. But the tower, of course, is taking the damage. It will go down.
Yeah, not too bad. They don't have to commit Ravage for it either, so still should be fine for them. Unique keeps hitting creeps. They're 2k gold behind right now. Luna's still pretty far from BKB. That's usually the point where Luna feels really comfortable because they don't have to worry about Ravage, but here comes the engagement. They're gonna grab Big Num.
Big Num, toss right up into Arrow. And that is a dud Elder Titan. Do they continue?
Defend Luna here.
There's a zip in, though, coming out from FN. Slayer's nearby with a follow-up here from Ghostic, but there's a big Ice Blast tossed in as well. Might be able to take down Toronto Tokyo here. The Ravage coming out, though. They'll be able to protect him, and Ghostic will go down now. Toss up into the air here over onto Palantimos. They just shred him to pieces, and now the hunt is on. They would love to get their hands on FN, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to. There is no arrow available over on the Marana, so Team Spirit will just turn their attention now back to the creep waves and potentially take another tower.
I mean, it looked okay for Unique at the start. They jumped on Tiny, they got the great Axe double call, but the problem was that they needed to move in with follow-up damage immediately. They didn't get the chop off on Tiny. Tiny gets an Ava toss up, which helps guarantee that Axe dies, and then Luna didn't have backup from Oracle because Oracle used his ulti on the Axe to save him earlier. If the ulti was available there, Luna gets an ulti off, maybe they kill one more person, but instead
Then did he get
it
too
just ends
greedy?
up...
Ice Blast comes in. This is gonna be a. They got the kill on
he got him.
Toronto Tokyo, but they end up losing FN as well.
Worth 600 gold, 700 gold almost. And he's getting towards BKB. Very, very important, clearly, from that clip.
Clearly.
Okay, and Unique has to just keep farming, get the BKB on Luna. That's where you feel safe. But it's just so hard getting to BKB on Luna without feeling like you have to help your team, or without dying in the meantime. It's just very difficult. Your farm speed is good, not like insane, but it just takes a long time to get there. And if you rush BKB a little bit too fast, then your intermediate items feel weak. I don't know. It's a hard hero to play to make work.
She's just in a weird spot right now, right?
Kind of, yeah. I don't know. She's fun. Patch overall, DPC only. It's not good. 39% win rate. It's like just a strat, one of those strats that you can crush if you know what to do against it. Kind of. You just have to like make sure that her first like 1 or 2 fights don't go really successfully. So it just comes down to initiating well and making sure that your team's grouped up and ready for it.
Is she a bit too much like a snowbally hero where, like, you know, similar to a Clinks or like a Storm sort of thing that, you know, she's got to have that momentum or else it just starts to feel very, I won't say worthless, but very difficult.
It reminds me more like Drow Ranger. Not the Drow Ranger that Thompson played mid, but more like Drow Ranger from safe lane, where your laning stage can go a bit iffy. And yeah, you can jungle pretty fast, but like when you go to push towers, you're vulnerable to a lot of like gap closers, and you're good at hitting buildings, but it isn't like until BKB that you feel really safe. And even once you get BKB, your ulti can be pretty hit or miss. Is the other issue.
That's true.
So she just has some struggles, but maybe it'll work out. They will have a really nice night vision advantage. It's one of the best things she does provide. Lots of night vision for your allies, so starting fights should be easier. Like they see Team Spirit and Spirit does not see them right now, for example.
Well, they're gonna see Toronto Tokyo creeping his way over here, but they're spread out pretty nicely over here on the side of Team Spirit. In fact, Toronto Tokyo have a toss right back here. Oh, the arrow just a little bit off the mark as he does get the taunt up, but it's too much damage. Ghostic will immediately fall, and Slayer's not looking too healthy himself as Collapse jumps forward, and Yatoro finds himself the kill.
If they go in, tossing them back once again. Axe is still pretty vulnerable, and if you don't go in first, they're gonna eventually take a fight on you. So it just feels like Unique's not able to find the grabs that they want because Team Spirit is positioned very well, and eventually they're gonna jump on you and they're gonna use their disables and burst you down. Here he comes, killing the creep wave. Ava tosses him back. The Ice Blast is gonna whiff a little bit, but it does put the debuff on Axe at least. Does not pop the Essence Ring, but either way, Slayer tries to get there in time, is not successful. He gets cleaned up too. Yeah, it's a struggle here for your Team Unique. 7k disadvantage now.
Definitely not the way that they wanted this draft to play, for sure. No, definitely. FN doing the best that he can here, has to be so careful. Did finish up the BKB, though, so we do have that for the next engagement. But it all comes down to the initiation, and unfortunately, you know, Ghostic is the big tanky boy in front right now, and he is the one who is just getting shredded by all the damage coming out from Unique, or sorry, from Spirit.
Yeah. I mean, there is some hope for Luna later. The shard is kind of good if you get to later stages of the game here, but when the whole team runs at you, I don't know about this one. And they're running right toward Luna. She's so close to BKB, but...
Oh, the initiation that forgot to keep whiffs off to the side. They immediately find Palantimos, and the arrow coming in hot. Nah, it doesn't even matter. Down goes Palantimos. The Ravage to follow up here from Collapse. Yatoro just breaks FN into pieces. Ghostic is now running for his life as he is getting chased after here. Gush coming out, couple more hits, and down goes the Axe.
Very rough one. It just feels like Unique doesn't feel comfortable fighting because they know they're behind, so they're saying, well, we just gotta wait for BKB, guys. But unfortunately, Luna's not finding the space, and they're getting invaded on, and yeah. Dead before BKB comes out, and now the net worth disadvantage is going to continue.
I mean, this was what I was saying. You know, the problem, you have this BKB over on Storm, but he just never gets the chance to actually go and pop it because the initiation coming out from Team Spirit is just too fast.
I didn't quite see how he got caught there, but yeah, he got ravaged before he popped BKB. I don't think it was a big deal because I don't think they're going to win that fight anyways with Luna dead. It was just a circumstance where he really didn't need to die. It was not helpful, clearly. But it just feels like Unique is hitting some issues, finding opportunities, finding engagements, and part of that has got to be their support duo potentially, because everything is pretty much on Axe to initiate, and that means that Axe can only be one place at all times, and if he is not the guy initiating, then you're gonna have a bad time. And here's the other issue: both of their supports are not good at pushing, both Oracle and Elder Titan. So you basically have a guy like Axe who feels the need to push lanes, but he also has to be the initiator. And even though the supports work out for the overall concept of the game a little bit, it's like if you don't have a net worth advantage, then your squishy carry like Luna, who's easy to kill, is gonna feel vulnerable all the time, and then also won't feel comfortable like pushing out side lanes like somebody like a PA would, for example, because at least you have blur. So it's like they kind of need to play near their squishy cores until they get BKB. The supports can't gank, they can't push lanes very well, so it just leaves all of these other normal tasks that are needed to do too much by like Storm and Axe, which makes it harder.
Well, they have the BKB online for Luna now, so perhaps they can make something happen. Palantimos is going to be the bait. Ghostic is in the position to get the jump, but it's going to be tricky here. Another arrow tossed out, just trying to get a little scouting. They are smoked. So they start for the wraparound play over on the side of Unique.
A BKB on Troll here too. So Eclipse doesn't matter anymore, guys.
The Moonlight Shadow, they have to have the detection available. They drop a sentry, hoping that perhaps they're going to come up over into this triangle area. No one's home, though. No one's taking the bait. Collapse.
About to end. They might spot Collapse. They don't know where they are. Just they see the courier, so that they can guess general position. Just gonna wait. They want to hope that that Spirit walks up high ground into them, but Team Spirit not too concerned. They're just gonna invade the enemy jungle, get more ward vision here. They have not spotted their opponents in a bit, but
I mean,
Bro's gonna hit the top creep wave.
This is what you want, right? If you're the side of Team Unique, you need to be the ones initiating. You need to have them fall into your trap here.
Luna.
But
they just TP to from trees.
yeah, they need to be able to activate these BKBs so that way they aren't pinned down. They can get out that damage. Smira, collapse, blink, Ice Blast does connect over to Ghostic. And look at it, they immediately are like, nope, I don't want to be here anymore, but they're not going to be able to teleport out this Axe. Unfortunately, Ghostic, he is just the unlucky member of Team Unique, and he will be the sacrifice to Team Spirit.
It's one of those surprising Ice Blasts where you blink away from the guy you just saw, and then the Ice Blast still hits you.
Yep.
But I mean, they're fishing. They're looking for kill possibilities. They're hoping that Team Spirit makes a mistake and runs into them, but they aren't yet. Now that they have a kill, Team Spirit goes into Roche Pit. They do not feel worried about fighting, at least while Axe is dead, so that'll give them an Aegis, making the next fight even harder for Team Unique.
And I mean, this is the problem too, is you've got this fantastic, you've got an Elder Titan, one of the best heroes to be able to disrupt Roche, but you don't have the follow-up here. So,
yeah,
Roche will fall.
You just can't do it.
Troll will get himself that Aegis. Tokyo not quite managing to land that Avalanche, but I'm sure Unique is ready to just back off and not want to fight without their Axe here.
So now they just sit really far behind Troll Warlord while Troll Warlord takes buildings. Has a lot of tools in his disposal. Very survivable here. It's got his Basher finish. That'll be really good against Storm, against Luna. Just needs to like pop his ulti on somebody in melee range and should be able to lock them down.
Basher completed now for the Troll. The leap forward immediately. Ghostic was just stepping outside his base, into the arrow, into the Ice Blast, into the Gush, and the Anchor Smash. Bye-bye, Ghostic. The tips come out too. Ghostic laughs. He's like, all right, I'll give you a little tip back. But that opens the doors here because they just don't have a solid form of initiation with the Axe being down.
Same problem as before. Dead heroes means you're pushing. And Yatoro's hitting buildings. They're going to try to kill the creep wave, and they'll be mostly successful, but
Cardi
got the catapult alive. So no backdoor for a while, and the pressure continues. They got to try to like harass him down, but ugh.
I don't know how you approach this because you have to be so afraid of that Axe, the Tidehunter Ravage.
How do you approach this safely? Because you have to be really fast with the finger. You have to decide, you know, all right, is it time to pop the BKB? Is it not? Am I going to waste it? Because I could just back off again.
They will force them back just out of safety. Team Spirit doesn't want to give them any chance to win a team fight here, so they'll just back up while Axe is alive, knowing that if they do chain stun, they could definitely burst somebody down with Eclipse on the back of that. So that's what they got to be worried about. So they'll just play it really safe. Troll's going to be the one that hits the buildings. They're going to go for a tier 3 now.
Toronto Tokyo wasn't in that like skirmish top at all, by the way. He was busy finishing up his BKB. So they weren't even able to make something happen without Toronto Tokyo being there. And that's pretty scary.
Trying to finish Bloodstone on Storm here, but it'll be helpful. Lots of mana. It'll make it easier for him to like push out lanes with Ball Lightning potentially, but there's a Blink Dagger on Oracle as well. If you are careful, what you can do is if Tide Blink Ravages right on top of somebody, you can blink on top of where it came.
BKB here from FN. He's just going to have to TP out.
And the best part is that was just like a bluff. That was just Mirana. Like they had an Ice Blast coming, but that was not going to be enough damage to kill Storm. But he has to pop BKB there because he hasn't seen the enemy team in forever. He thought there was going to be like 3 heroes there jumping on him. So now BKB's down, gives him another opportunity to push. Team Spirit's just playing with their food.
They've got an Aegis still on that Troll. I'm sure they're more than happy to try to find that opening since they know that BKB is not going to be available for the Storm for a little bit longer here. It's a constant shoving in of waves here over on Team Spirit. They're not even worried about the bottom lane. Look at that. They still have the tier 1 down there and they're like, it's fine. We don't need it. We want this last building here.
He's going to put this ward down really deep and then they're going to see everything. And now they look for an initiation. See who Toronto Tokyo chooses. Could be Ghost Stick, could be someone else.
Palantino's just trying to throw out any sort of harass, trying to get them off of the buildings. They have to be so careful here. And look at the way the Palantino's is playing, though. It feels like they almost suspect that there's going to be a tiny hiding in the woods.
Yeah, they know it's not safe to be up there.
God, look at that building.
So they're just sitting back as far as possible. It's tough to play Luna with Lucent Beam as well right now. Like you get more stun duration, but they remove the cast range talent from the hero, so you can't even like safely beam people anymore. You have to go within normal cast range, so very easy to get counter initiated on. And Storm is going to go try to make a play with Elder Titan. They're hoping that maybe somebody will show up bottom, and then these two together would be able to get a kill. Nothing happened, so Big Nem's going to run back now, but it's fine that they take these small moments where they might be able to find somebody solo and get some pressure in.
Well, they need to also just get out of their base so they can actually farm up and get anything here. It's pretty difficult. Now there's a double damage online for Toronto Tokyo, so he's out for blood. Anyone who comes across this place is going to immediately regret it. Do have the butterfly completed, though, for Luna now.
Okay. That's a buyout. But not surprising at all. Disassembled this Mask of Madness as well, but Evasion's gonna be good. Troll does have a Maelstrom, which is about 40% of the true strike that an MKB gives, so it won't be the end of the world if he gets gone on, but, you know, could help.
Magnum hiding over in the tree line. He's looking for an initiation. Does have to be careful, though. Even if he gets a great stomp, the follow-up immediately after from Collapse could be very, very bad. Still smoked up on the side of Unique. It feels like they wanted to make a play, but perhaps they're just a little bit too late now.
Aegis is gone. This is the moment if they do want to go on him. Yeah, and they will.
Okay, there's the call. Immediately following up. Nice arrow, though, coming out from Mira as they go for the Ravage. And they'll follow up the Luna. He sits out the damage, but Ghost Stick, he is going to fall. Slayer also falling onto the back lines now. Mira hopping away. Yatoro just beating away over here onto Palantinos. They have so much damage as they're just trying to burst her down. Good stop, though, coming out from Big Them. Buys just a little bit more time. Can they get the kill onto Collapse? Because they won't be able to. Palantimos will fall. Another arrow tossed out. FN is still spotted here by Yatoro. He doesn't have much mana at all. The bash has come out, and that is a dead FN.
I mean, they had a good idea there. They call GG. They go for the call. They do a long duration Ball Lightning to get some nice damage in with it in the spell amp, but they couldn't quite get him. It was really close with the disable follow-up, but they just didn't have that much to chain stun with, so their draft just didn't quite hit. Like, their laning stage was fine, but the mid-game, not much happened. Luna died like once or twice in engagements. BKB got delayed. And then it just felt like their lineup didn't do much to catch up. It was so difficult with their heroes to get a chain disable, to get a pick off. Even their push was taken apart by Team Spirit with nice play. So hard game for Team Unique.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the Luna just not paying off for them this time around. And still, we've had yet to see, I think it's still like a 30-something% win rate in the DPC so far. But, you know, they tried. You know, I definitely saw some of those items come out. Unfortunately, those BKBs were never able to be used really offensively, it seemed. It was always in some sort of reaction. And Team Spirit, they continue to just play very, very fast and very, very clean. But it's going to be Team Spirit taking game number 1, and we will see you again after game 2.
Hello. Hi. And that's it for game 1 between Team Spirit and Team Unique, and we'll be talking about what happened during that game and more after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh, I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh, I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh, I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh, dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, side note here, very quickly. For any Americans who are watching right now, it is Mother's Day, so be sure to give a message to your mother or your grandmother. That's what I was doing earlier. Very important things. But for this Team Spirit versus Team Unique matchup, it was fairly one-sided, and I have to say, I was very impressed. That was some beautiful Dota put on by Team Spirit.
It was, and I love watching teams that have a clear understanding, especially when they know how to play a hero so well, like the Oracle, the way they took fights. I love these small little toss-back repositionings. Oracle runs in to try to false promise like 2 or 3 times, and you get pulled so far out of position, get hit by a Ravage. Excellent teamfight execution coming out from Spirit. Loved it.
Yeah, I think the most impressive one was won by the Tier 1 safe lane tower. They toss back, get the kill. Ancient Apparition gets level 6 off of that, immediately throws an Ice Blast. I mean, that was just beautiful coordination, Brian.
Yeah, the superior team play overall. And I think I told Fogged off panel I was going to ask him a question. I was going to ask you, if you're thinking of like how Luna scales as a carry, like what's her late game team fight plan? You know, like 25 minutes. How does she win a team fight?
Versus this lineup, I don't know.
I'm saying you stand still with the Satanic and you hit people, right? That's like the only way Luna ever scales. You're against Troll AA. You can't stand your ground and heal because you're against AA, and you're against a carry that's just going to be up in your face, bashing you and just running you into the ground. So we see the superior teamfight play come out in the early to mid game with just execution, but you can see the vision of the game, the Tiny against the Oracle, the like carry to carry matchup, like the whole thing just looks easier because they drafted it to be easier.
Yeah. I feel like they just gave themselves so many opportunities in the game with the way they set up these drafts. These non-committal heroes. That's why I really like the Tiny AA combo. You don't need to just like force it all out. You know, you go, they force false promise. Okay, we just committed a 10-second combo versus your minute and a half. Like, it's beautiful. Back up smoke, take the fights. Great stuff.
Now, look good for the team fight in the mid game, but there was another problem. That Troll Ancient Apparition were giving that Axe hell to pay, and Robson's here to be able to break that down for us. Robson.
Hello. Yes, so we have Ghostic playing the Axe, and I think Team Spirit played a beautiful game in unlocking the Troll to have a completely free time. Ghostic was at the brunt of laning into an AA and a Troll, and this is why AA is so strong right now in the meta, because these heroes that like to skip behind towers, they're always going to be poked and prodded and bullied out of the lane. You see here, 4 minutes, 30 seconds, he's TPing all the way back to base. A really difficult position. You flip forward, 40 seconds, he had to run all the way back down. He might get an AA kill, but then instantly you have the Troll coming in to apply some pressure. Another clip here, 6 minutes in, Yotaro. This is the key thing. When you're playing against Axe, you want to have carries that can also go behind tower and apply that pressure, be it a Gyrocopter, be it a Slark, be it, a Troll Warlord, for example. And here, Ghostic once again being pressured. This time Toronto Tokyo comes in. This Axe does not have a game. At minute 7:20, he's off farming, a triple stack. He does not have a Vanguard at all. A really difficult time for him. And this is where Team Unique, they tried to recover the game here with a smoke. Their Storm Spirits had a really good time, and he's moving into the bot lane, but he's then smoking into killing an AA. The key thing here is the Troll's left the lane already. He's already pieced out. Bye, sorry, you're not gonna kill me. Fast forward a little bit longer, this is where Team Spirit completely dismantled Team Unique. It was their ability to play as 4 without the Troll involved. Here, there's a Moonlight Shadow. You can see a sentry here from Team Unique, where Ghostic, he's not really respecting the vision of which it gives. Kind of like this range here. If I clear that off. And then the Luna as well, she comes in, and once again, look at that. This is the sentry range, not respecting it at all, because when they come in, they're playing on the edge of the sentry range. Big team fight, big turnaround, they kill them all. We see on the panel here, getting the level 6 on AA. It's devastating. The Axe dies, the Luna dies, they're trying utilizing the catapult. Fundamentally, this is what Luna wants in a game, didn't get any of it. Meanwhile, look at the mini-map. You've got the Troll on the other side of the map, completely free farming. And yeah, this clip here, Yotaro, he gets the tower meanwhile. I think this is the one here. It's absolutely beautiful stuff from Yotaro. If we actually just focus on the mini-map here, they see the heroes go mid, they're smoked, but he's off map for quite some time. This scan is actually a dire scan, not radiant. So Yotaro has no information about this move. And meanwhile, he senses, wait, they've not shown mid, they're not pressuring this tower. Where are they? Normally, carry players, where they'd be a little bit greedy here, they'd actually go for the kill. But No, he's dodging the smoke. He doesn't go for that final CS over here. I'm a bit too short, can't reach that far over the screen. And because of these small moves from Yutaro in laning phase and the early game, he gets a quick BKB, quick SMY, and he completely carries his team with active teamfight presence and just a beautiful entry to the game, not dying at all.
Wonderful stuff, T-Governor, and as you said, Team Spirit, they totally dismantled Team Unique. Let's see if they can do it again in the second game. We got the draft coming up right after this.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Team Spirit looking very top tier in their matchup against Team Unique. Of course, it was helped along. Not only did they play incredibly well around each other, but their draft held a lot of synergy around each other as well. Just amplified their play even further to the next dimension. And it doesn't really seem like Unique is going to be much of a problem for them at all. I mean, judging by that first game anyway.
No, they've got to completely change the whole way that they did draft it up, because they also they didn't get the read, right? They banning out the mid heroes in those last 2 bans. They just easy picked the Mirana that they've been loving so much. That was super effective. Moonlight Shadow, incredibly effective that game. The Yule's Builder 2 versus Axe. It seemed like it ticked all the boxes for the last hero that Spirit didn't need.
Just in case the viewers either forgot or missed it, we talked about how good that 10 to 15 minute execution from Team Spirit was. They fed 2 kills. They had no mana on Troll, and they had to have Tiny TP to his own lane at the very start of the game.
Yeah.
So their first 1 minute was about as atrocious as it could have possibly been, and they still manhandled Unique that hard. So I'm just concerned that we've seen what happens when Team Spirit gathers the momentum. In last game, I thought they were geared up to not be able to do that, and they still did. So I'm concerned even more so moving into game 2.
Definitely impressive stuff. And already, I'm liking, Unique, they do get the Enchantress, very strong hero, as we've said before, but I actually like the approach from Spirit. They completely changed the way that they're drafting, never going for the same 2 heroes. They like to pick they like picking heroes with what they see already. So Puck, you're elusive, you can dodge any ganks, very strong hero. Witch Doctor also deals with the Enchantress in lane decently.
I'm digging the Witch Doctor. I actually have been thinking to myself, man, if the opponent picked 4 position Enchantress, what would I ever pick? Assuming it's 4, it could be 5. But it's not only... There's actually a bajillion things about Witch Doctor that are great against Enchantress. First, theoretically, you have the cast against the creep. I'd say that's probably the worst, least effective out of all these things. Secondly, Enchantress's entire lane is about pelting your carry with the impetus. You have Voodoo Restoration. If you pick a carry that can maybe bring down the Enchantress, you can max out that Maledict. And then in the mid game, you have physical damage that goes through untouchable.
Yep.
So... You know what? I love games like this because I'm like, God, I can't figure out how to deal with this Enchantress support thing. And Witch Doctor on paper seems great because, the CMs and the Miranas, man, you kill the creep, but then the Enchantress just pelts you with impetus and you can't win anyway, so.
Yeah.
Very often it's paired with a big tanky boy, right? Big tanky offlaner boy. That Maledict is going to be effective against him as well.
There's always an answer in Dota, man. There's very few broken ideas that never get figured out or are just so broken you can't figure them out, right? And Enchantress 4, we're going to see it more and more. If it may start falling off if people learn how to play against it better, but so far it's been a monster.
Adorable. What is he eating?
I don't know. He's pounding him, though.
He's got blitz level posture
bit by bit.
Is that a pomegranate? Wait, what kind of?
Oh yeah, it's
looks like some sort of fruit.
Some sort of fruit.
I couldn't tell. It looked like pomegranate.
My best guess would be a pomegranate.
So they take the Tiny, good burstable heroes that they do see, always good versus that Puck in lane and in game for the instant combos.
We saw Sumail wreck 9 yesterday with that in the mid lane. I do think that was a Sumail thing though. I think Tiny's slightly favored in lane, but more so favored in game because you can lead off with the toss avalanche almost instantly. You do have to toss right away as opposed to in the past where avalanche you can now phase shift it, but it's still almost always enough damage to bring down the Puck, whose often first item is either a Witchblade or a Yule's or something like that provides no raw HP.
I forgot that was a thing, that avalanche was a constant stun.
Yeah.
As opposed to now where it's jittery.
Most matchups for Tiny are actually better because of that, but specifically Puck, Juggernaut, Lifestealer are way worse now because you can use your abilities defensively through the avalanche. Most spells like blinks and stuff have a long enough cast animation like the PAs and the Rickies and all these other elusive heroes, anti-mage. That anti-mage matchup's way better now for Tiny than it used to be.
I like this. I like the stagger stun. It just feels
I like it too. It's a cool mechanic to have in the game too. Unique interactions. That's what Dota's all about, right? And having to remember them all is the fun part.
And which ones sometimes just don't make sense.
Yeah.
Which ones don't make sense? Which one is old knowledge versus new knowledge?
Something that interacts with something else specifically differently. The Oracle ulti and A ulti kind of thing.
See, this concerns me. When a team just loses to something and then they immediately just ban it out. There's no you could see particularly part of a reason, of course, for the troll because of that lane, especially versus Enchantress and with Witch Doctor, but
I think Enchantress is incredibly good versus Tide.
Yeah, I was going to say, we just watched that, right?
Yeah, we've seen this before where the Tide's all about you poke the bear before he ravages,
and you don't want to commit onto them. And Enchantress is like the perfect support for doing that.
That's why I don't like it. I don't like the I don't
it's
really
fear,
like
right? You're like,
fear.
I don't want, yeah.
They just got so scared from those last 2 picks. And Spirit did utilize them like in perfection, so.
Or Witch Doctor Troll is a scary lane.
It is.
I was surprised Troll wasn't picked more at the beginning of the DPC. I think as a carry player, when you just spent the entire last patch building Battle Fury SNY Abyssal, and those 3 items all got nerfed, it just makes you not want to play a hero. Even if it's still good. You're like, but it's not as good as it was last patch. But I still think the hero has its place. I think any strong laner against these currently very greedy offlaners that proceed to take over the game will have value. And Troll is definitely the best laning carry, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, because he's a ranged hero that doesn't have the downfalls of a ranged hero.
Yeah,
right?
he's a ranged hero that's tanky.
Yeah.
And eventually moves fast, too.
It's very unfair.
Yeah, Troll's a nice hero. I like Troll.
Very balanced axes, 60% miss rate at all levels for some. For
Yeah, why does that not
reason.
scale?
Why does it not scale?
I was
always
so
ask
mad
myself that.
Yesterday playing a pub, and I missed
that.
every single Wild Axes hit, and I was just like, why doesn't this scale?
I don't know. That's always the biggest thing I thought when I saw him. Like, this is one of the they always add scaling things, especially to carries to slow them
He'll
down.
get the 30, 40, 50, 60.
Right, that's what I
at some
think so
point.
too.
That's what he'll get.
Okay,
They did it to Batrider, man. They'll do it to Troll.
Phoenix. So I love this Phoenix picks because when you pick Tiny versus Puck, most of the time that Tiny's going to be mid. Tiny core detests playing versus Phoenix.
It's
throughout the stage of the
miserable.
game, absolutely miserable. You're super tanky. Sunray's super effective. You don't do anything to egg. Fire Spirits own you. It's really, really nice.
And the best part about it is when you combo the Phoenix, he lives with 50 HP and pushes egg.
And then you're just miserable as you burn.
A lot of supports, you do like combo them and they barely live, but then you just like right click them one more time. But Phoenix absolutely hates, or it absolutely sucks to play small, like quick instances of damage against Phoenix. That's what I was thinking. Like small amount of instances, large amount of damage against Phoenix. It really sucks.
And they pick the snap to kind of counteract that Phoenix
And
in a way,
Ursa.
and then bam, they take the axe to protect it. So at least they will have double solution for the egg. So the axe shouldn't, in theory, be able to cover both.
Is this the Diffusal Ursa that is running rampant in China right now?
I hope so.
Looks like a nice Diffusal game.
Love
they
it
don't have
versus
the
Axe.
best way to deal with Puck still. Like, yes, Tiny's okay, but I wouldn't say pick Tiny now we don't have to consider Puck at all in the enemy draft. Like, I'm just a bit concerned they don't have like a Lion or a Shaman or a Rubik or something like that. If he plays it correctly, Toronto Tokyo gets that one small tanky item in the mid game, even gets to that Eon Disc 30 minutes in, I feel like he's unkillable.
Yeah, I definitely
after
agree.
that combo, right?
Yeah, and we're already seeing massive team fight dominant from Spirit, so I think Unique, even, no matter what they pick last, the team fight will be an advantage for Spirit, even though they've got this way to kill the egg.
Yeah, it's
There's
just
so
all
many
in one
disruptive
guy.
ways.
That's like the one issue with Unique's lineup.
Yeah.
Enchantress single target, Tiny single target. Honestly, Snapfire, other than Kisses, is single target, and Ursa's all single target. And with this Cask, even,
I was about to say the
super annoying.
I was about to say the same thing. Ursa, great versus those long duration stuns, but
I
constant
hate Ursa
frequent
and the Witch
stuns,
Doctor,
you just get the
man.
cask bouncing on
That's
you.
such an. It seems on paper that it'd be fine, but it's actually a super annoying matchup.
Yep. I'm very concerned. I'm not sure what the last pick is to round it all together for Unique because it's the offlane. So what's your offlaner that's just going to bring everything
Witch
together?
Doctor plus a blind pick. What do you pick offlane, Kev?
Yeah.
So I was thinking about more about what makes Ursa work this patch, and you said Battle Fury sucks.
Yep.
So we're going to Fusel Blade now. Can you still do Mag with some of these heroes? Does Mag fill the
Mag
the void
into
of Battle
Axe
Fury,
Phoenix seems
or-
really rough.
Yeah.
I would think like an Underlord could be nice. Like a teamfight enabler, gives you that AoE root. Pretty annoying for these guys. Like, I think Mag Ursa can work, but right now, I don't want to all in with my... I want my offlaner to be a little bit of pokey damage so that we can look for the right opportunity. Because if you have like a bunch of chances to wait for the right opportunity, it's not as obvious when you're going to go. And when it's not as obvious when you're going to go, it's much more difficult for the counter initiators to execute on the opponent's side. But like right now, I think Team Spirit will constantly be on edge, ready for them to just waiting for them basically to go.
Yeah, I feel like if they I like the Mag Ursa in some games. I've seen China actually do it sometimes with it because of the Fusel, but I think you're playing into Spirit's hands then.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they'll be happy. They have so much counter initiation.
They have the answer to Mag already.
Yeah, definitely agreed.
I think that's the only reason Mag's not picked up more, is just that Axe being so prevalent is one of the best offlaners versus it.
Yep. Oh boy.
Yeah.
And they gotta show it first, so Yatoro's got the pick of the litter.
I really want them to go like I said, poke damage. Something that can non-committally start the fight, and if it works, you go with it. If it doesn't, you reset and look for another opportunity. Because once they see the opening, Team Unique's draft will annihilate one guy.
It's a Ghostic hero. I'm trying to think off the Ghostic heroes, but he's been pretty banned out.
Pango.
Okay, that fits the description of what I was looking for in team fights. I'm just concerned about the lane, though.
It gives you a possibility of locking down the puck as well.
Yep.
That's ambitious.
This lane looks really challenging, though. Like, he doesn't even know what carry he's up against, so Yatoro, he gets to just choose with a Witch Doctor at his back.
Getting ourselves a Bloodseeker.
Looks very nice for a Bloodseeker, definitely. Great with the coil, synergizing
Very
with
few
the team.
stuns.
Great versus Pango Ursa. Yeah, that looks good if they'd want to go for it.
I mean, it's obviously like the... Oh! I don't know how I feel about that. It's nice in lane. It's really nice in lane. This gives them the body. Okay, what I like about that is that you don't have a dangler so far on Team Spirit. You don't have the guy that sets up for all this Axe, Phoenix counter initiation, puck coil. So because they have tiny Ursa, very tanky cores, the way to deal with it is to more so protect one guy than it is to reliably jump Unique. And I think Morphling's probably the best bait carry to go on in the entire game. He can build purely defensive, and the rest of his team will be able to do the damage once he's got initiated onto. So I can see what they're going for. He should have a strong lane. He should set up their execution for counter initiation. I once again like Team Spirit's draft, but I think they have a better shot in Game 2 than they did in Game 1 for Unique.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Unique can actually perhaps do something because this Morphling is a bit more greedy on the side. And they do... The thing is that Spirit does scale very hard, and... Oh, man.
The Voodoo Restoration plus
good.
Morph, though.
Yeah, the lane is just going to
value.
be so good. I feel like this Pango is not going to get off the floor to be able to actually do the impact that I feel like he needs to do in this game for Unique.
All right, is there anything they can switch up laning-wise to make this look a little bit better for them? Because it sounds like they're not going to outscale them, and the lanes aren't looking good, and that just entirely leaves mid-game execution.
You have to leave the Ursa against the Axe, because you have to like not let the Axe just free cut. So I don't think they have... They just have to make it happen with what they got.
All right, well, that means they got to dominate that Axe matchup. Let's see if they can pull it out. TBD. It's a hard Game 2 against Team Spirit. Over to Moxie and Purge.
All right, we have a Game 2, and from what our panel says, this one is hopefully going to be a little bit more evenly matched, but it seems like there's a lot of things that Team Unique is going to have to do perfectly here.
Yeah, win your lanes ideally, get the mid-game pressure in, especially with a hero like Enchantress. It is a lane dominator. Almost always Enchantress wins the laning stage and transitions to a nice place where you kind of like tank ganks and be the guy in the front while your allies back you up. But you know, if they make some of those mistakes, that they lose the laning stage, it's going to be a very different picture. And having a Witch Doctor against an Enchantress is pretty good. Your Cask is going to stun the creeps for 5 seconds. You have a damage amplifier with Maledict, so they absolutely can kill Enchant in the laning stage. And if that hero gets behind, it's going to feel a little bit worse for Unique when it comes to team fighting later.
I think that's so wild that a lot of this is just, you know, focusing over on Bignum. Of course, the position 4 definitely doesn't feel super hopeful for the side of Unique when we focus on that. But, you know, on the bright side, too, Team Spirit going a little bit greedier than usual. They've got a lineup that might not necessarily play that fast, although knowing the way that they like to play, it's possible that we will see a very active Morphling.
Yeah, depending. You usually spend a lot of time hitting creeps consistently, but I just really like Morphling this game in the hero matchups. Like, you can play around Ursa with your burst damage. You can basically try to force him to engage. If he goes on you can usually waveform away. It just feels like Morphling has a lot more outs and pretty consistently is one of those carries that you pick really late into the draft. And it just feels like a gotcha pick. We saw Team Liquid use the same thing the other day with Sumail playing in a couple of matches. It just feels like a good hero to have in some situations late game. So if he can have a decent game and have decent net worth, he matches up well against the enemies outside of like the burst damage thing.
I think the big part of this too is just trying to ensure that Unique has a good off-lane game here at the start during laning, because if Yatoro gets any sort of advantage, he will of course capitalize on it. This is a team that doesn't try, like, they don't really offer many opportunities of mistakes for you to take advantage of.
I mean, that's the reason they've only lost like 1 game so far, so they're doing really good. It makes it a really tough game for Unique here. So far, Mira doing a great job zoning out Palantimos. The Battle Hunger plus the Fire Spirits is making it tough for him to get last hits. He does have Earth Shock for it to help get some of them at least. But yeah, for now, Snapfire's not going to feel like the best 5-position hero. In some ways, I wonder if he should have just gotten Scatter Blast level 1 instead, just to help guarantee some of those range creeps while Ursa is struggling. But he went for a little Shredder. It's going to trade better for sure against Phoenix. That's one good thing about it. But, you know, levels are a big deal too. Team Spirit hits level 2 here up on the top lane, and maybe they can get a kill or some pressure in.
Collapse is really just having the time of his life up here for the most part, though, being able to just freely hit the creeps. He's got the backup, like you said, of that Phoenix. And right now, Unique, that top lane, not going the worst, but definitely could be going better.
And doing great in the mid lane, though. 11-2 versus the 5-0 Puck. So winning his matchup for now. Not terrible for him.
Nope, pretty normal stuff there with the Tiny matching up against Puck. But of course, you do have to wait until, you know, you go around to the point. Yeah, just get that denial off over there on the ward.
We got an Urn of Shadows on Collapse. The Axe is going Vanguard, but he's buying this first. It's going to give him a lot of mana regen. It's the nicest thing about the item. A little bit of armor is great too. Some stats, Palantimos getting pressured here.
Dive. I don't think it's quite enough to get this kill just yet, but definitely enough to make him scared.
I do love harassing with Icarus Dive, the 40 magic damage. Pretty sure he did more damage to himself.
You get excited. You think you can make something happen. I don't know about this player. Cookie hop forward, though. They need a little bit more damage. They don't have the Flame Spirits, but it's still going to be Mira who gets that first blood. And now Palantimos.
That's such a big kill.
Oh, they even have the Urn charge now over on Palantimos.
Yes. I mean, that actually just gave them like 2 200 damage nukes or 2 400 each. Like, it's either 2 salves or 2 200 damage nukes that he got for getting that kill. It was so big, actually.
Another Icarus dive here.
See that? They interrupt the salve. That was Slayer coming back, salving him out. I think that was probably why he dove before. So he was looking to delay the salve being used or to potentially break it if they went for it. So, wow. They're just keeping him so low. And now Palantimos is just screwed. He's got tangos. No couriers moving yet. Just not going to be able to contest this at all.
Yeah, he can't go anywhere near this. I mean, that was a cheeky play, but now he's got the Battle Hunger on him. And you know that Mira is going to be plonking away. Yeah.
Mira's got skills in about 14 seconds here, so if Palantimos is going to die, it's going to be in about 8 seconds. Observers just calling that one out for you.
8 seconds. I kind of want to count down now, just to see if, you know. Bottom lane, though, they do find the kill on Miposhka. Top lane, though, there's that Icarus dive like we talked about. He's going to try to use some of those stick charges. It's going to be really, really close. 30-something hit points. Does not
this is
been
almost
an easy
better.
lane.
Honestly, it's almost better just to leave him a little. Oh, look at that snipe there. Mira just getting him with that last Fire Spirit. These poor guys. Just they're offsetting the Battle Hunger, but they've zoned 2 heroes effectively. And this fast Urn pickup was pretty cool, honestly. Yeah. I mean, a lot of axes will buy a Ring of Protection anyway, so you're spending like 600 gold to get this like free harasser. And look at this pressure. Slayer's going to die.
Can he kill Mira first? No. Oh, that was a close one.
Instantly earns Mira as well, keeping him in the lane. That's going to allow Mira to bring out Tranquil Boots. Here's more pressure. Level 2 Battle Hunger. The Slack's way. Here it is. Goodbye, Palantimos. It's about time you died.
It's Mira with the double kill. But at least he's coming back to lane with full health and mana, right? It's not great.
Yes.
Gotta look on some sort of bright side. Miposhka, though, again, looks like he is going to fall at the hands of Team Unique. Some to big no.
As long as Miposhka doesn't die 18 times in the safe lane, I think this is all going to be okay for Team Spirit. Because right now, the Ursa is having a atrocious time. His last hits are not that significantly behind the axes, but I'm sure the net worth is going to translate in a big way. Yeah, he's a little bit behind. It's not the end of the world, but maybe it's just more pressure than it looks like. But They'll be happy on the Team Spirit side. Consumable gold spent, yeah, a lot spent by the Witch Doctor. Not that much spent on the Unique side. It's not the worst, but Axe is about to hit his Vanguard timing anyways in about 500, 600 gold here. So at that point, he's just going to back wave, and Ursa's going to have to do what he can to catch up.
Definitely doesn't feel good if you're this Ursa, but keep in mind we do have a Tiny. Tiny's been doing very well. His net worth is 2.7k, so perhaps he can make some sort of rotations with a +1, and perhaps they can try to get this bear back on track.
He's got 3 points in Battle Hunger. I just did the calculation. It's 384 magical damage that he does with this skill. That's on a 10-second cooldown. And now with the Urn as well. If Ursa does not get last hits, he is going to have a bad time, as will Slayer here. Never mind.
No, Slayer was in the perfect position here. Sees himself a bird diving in, knows that there's no Icarus dive available, and he was sitting very low.
Loads up with Birdshot and takes him down. There's no extra armor on Phoenix as well, so part of the thing making him a little squishy. Collapse could be in trouble here, though.
Got the cookie hop. They can turn this back around. I think they have it.
Nicely done.
No
okay,
bird
they've
tap
got
to
the
worry
burst
about.
damage, but no Vanguard yet, so he can't actually survive these little engagements. And Lil Shredder does make him vulnerable to physical damage, and eventually Ursa will kill.
All right, FN making a rotation now to this bottom lane. This is rough. They have to probably get their hands on Maposhka, which he's presenting himself quite nicely here. FN's going to cut around the avalanche, a toss up into the air, Ghost Stick is there, and that's a dead Witch Doctor.
Nicely done. Game's pretty even at the moment. Still significantly more last hits for FN on the mid lane, 51. A little pressure on Slayer now.
Ooh, there's no Icarus dive
He
from Mira.
seems dead.
Slayer is dead as well, but I'm sure this bear is very happy to get another kill. And
He tried to use dive earlier to break salve, and that punishes him there as a result.
yeah, just a little bit too aggressive coming out from this Phoenix. It's hard though when you're up with an Axe, right? Because Axe always wants to kind of be aggressive. He's getting very, oh yeah, he's got the Vanguard finished up. A little bit slower than average this time around, but still going to be very, very powerful.
Yeah, and he bought Urn first, that's why it's slower. So spent money on other stuff instead. Still doing a great job harassing so far. Ursa does have the power of Enrage now, so he could dispel Battle Hunger and Urn if they're used in conjunction, for example, but probably want to say that for crucial moments when they go for kills. And here's a smoke. FN, this is great. This is a perfect time to keep punishing Axe. If they kill him like 1 or 2 more times here, he's going to really struggle. And the Sentry's going to spot the Observer Ward on the way back, so this is perfect. They don't know that they're coming. And there's like almost nothing Collapse can do here, I feel like.
Unless he's got his dancing shoes on, but the Avalanche immediately connecting. Cookie Hop 4 from FN. They've got the little Shredder, and they have the burst damage. So Team Unique making all the right moves over here to try to, you know, get this Ursa back on track and try to punish him for being very aggressive.
They bought a lot of time, really. They were so low for so long, but they didn't die that much. And as a result, once they finally did start getting kills, it really offsets a lot of that advantage that they got in the initial laning stage. So now Axe and Ursa have the same net worth. And he's picked up a Morbid Mask as well, so that he can help offset any harassment against Axe. If he doesn't get a Morbid Mask and Axe stays in his lane, there's no way that he has the ability to like offset this harassment. So this will allow him to stay in the lane a little bit better and not have to just go AFK jungle where he's going to be disadvantaged.
They guessed at the right spot here as they managed to cancel out the TP, and Ghost Stick just accepts his fate.
Ooh,
Did go for the roll up too. Yeah. Huh.
Was that the perfect voice line or what? Like,
It was.
I think he's here. I think he's here.
Ooh, and Mira is forced to use the Icarus dive. Oh, big num. Right place, right time with that impetus.
Great. All right, so everything's going great for Unique. We've got kill advantage. Tiny is doing a little bit better in the mid lane. Higher last hits. Puck is rotating, and Toronto Tokyo's getting stuff done here, but so far looking decent. Slayer grabs a courier kill. A little pressure on Collapse.
Yeah, pressure indeed. Does have the call though. Is going to try to drag the Ursa over. The teleports are coming out again, but just going to back off here.
He's still pretty vulnerable with the medallion. Of course, Vanguard does block a lot of damage, but the times that it doesn't block, yeah, he's taking huge hits from Ursa and other heroes.
My question, though, is Yatro is pretty much being allowed to do what he likes over here, although do you get that haste rune picked up now here from by FN?
He is, but his net worth isn't like super incredible actually. Like he hasn't got any kills yet. I think Ghostic actually has a huge amount of denies. He's got 10, so it's not like he isn't being negated at least slightly here.
Right.
Well, yeah, him dying in this lane extremely unlikely against a Pango plus an Enchantress. Like he's not going to get full free farm, but he's certainly not going to die, and that should buy him time to become a threat to heroes like Ursa as the game continues.
There's a bit of trading down here in this bottom lane. They do have the Hellbear. So they're going to make their way to the top lane, try to put some pressure down on the tower. We do have the Phoenix Egg available. Slayer is teleporting out, and so is Palantimos.
FN rotates down here, doesn't spot anybody, but clears the creep wave. They don't have a catapult here, but I'm sorry, they do. It's actually in the jungle, but unfortunately got aggroed to another catapult, so now they have to put a lot of effort into killing this catapult so that the catapult can hit the building. Okay, here we go. Now they're good. This is going to be some nice, easy push. They got little Shredder here. They got Medallion to elongate this, to make the little Shredder last a long time. Good. Glyph is going to buy them a moment here, but I don't really see Spirit defending this, not with their heroes, so that's a fast tier 1 tower. Then they're going to start pressuring mid immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trade, right? Not even a full trade, right? Because the top tower is being pressured. Toronto Tokyo has been here in the middle lane. They get the Icarus dive over here on Palantimos just to scare them a bit. And the TPs are coming out. We'll force that fortification. But they managed to get, you know, a lot done, even though they lost the bottom tower.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage on the tower here. And it does look like Ursa's going for the Diffusal build, all right. Still Morbid Mass that he can jungle and Ancient well, but yeah, that's the build.
Seeing the popularity over in China, especially with the amount of Diffusal being built on pretty much every core.
It's just, it feels like it's really beneficial to have carries that get online faster. Like, you can still play like late game farming carries, but it just feels like the game is faster. So having Diffusal Blade, it's one of the best items to make carries have utility and damage at a really good timing. So it's really effective. Mana drain is another thing that's necessary to continue these like early engagements. If you get completely mana drained, you have to go back and heal, and that's going to make it so your team can't play as fast for that next like 30 seconds or 45 seconds. So does a lot of good things. Ooh, FN in trouble though.
They started with the cast. They had the Maledict. They go with the Dream Coil and easy peasy. Although, they have to be careful though. These Snapfire Kisses raining Hellfire down. But Maposhka, he's got his dance. She's no, last one will connect over on the Witch Doctor, and Slayer will get himself a nice kill here. Toronto Tokyo, though, has a double damage. He would love to find Slayer over here. No vision currently. Wander. Oh, he starts going there, finds him, but they don't have anything to cancel out this TP. Not quite enough damage. It's so close.
That was so much damage, actually. Yeah, not enough. Double damage Witchblade, just not quite enough. Either way, mid tower is defended for Team Spirit. They got a small gold advantage. That was a big kill, picking up the Tiny, who's got Blink Dagger. But can he get some return kills? That's a big question. Axe got Vanguard. He's got Raindrop. He's very survivable here. He'll offset this push.
Itemizing pretty well here for what he has to deal with. So FN not going to be able to quite find the pickoffs just yet, but do have a smoke over on the side of Team Unique. And they're making their way over to the triangle. I have a feeling they would like to grab this Morphling if possible. No, they actually just go right on into the pit. They do have that negative armor from Lil Shredder, and they've got the Medallion online, so.
He's waiting to use it until the period where Ursa's doing way more damage, which makes sense. Amplify his damage at the peak of his damage, right? And with the Lifestealers, no way they couldn't jungle this anyways, but they bring the creep just to be safe. Really fast Aegis here. And some nice gold advantage for the team. Oh, they're going to catch them, though.
Free, tossed out over here to Collapse. They get a nice Dream Coil off over onto 3 here. Toronto Tokyo just leashing everybody into place. Jumps forward, started to keep poking. You get the egg over on the side. Slayer ticking down to that Battle Hunger's Collapse is dragging right over here, closer to the egg. They want to make sure that it pops off, and over on the side, the toss up. FN just gets obliterated. Ghost Stick forced to use the Rolling Thunder. They're still hot on the heels of Unique. Collapse getting into position here. He knows what he wants. He blinks forward. He manages to go, and he grabs up the Ursa. That is going to be the Aegis that gets taken out, as now they'll chase after Big Num. They've got plenty of damage, and by God, they should have enough damage to take down Palantimos a second time.
Very surprising initiation from the Tiny there. I mean, when they all got Dream Coiled, I didn't blame him for not going in, but jumping in when he did with the egg exploding, I don't know if he just didn't realize. Maybe the sound was different because of the egg being on the high ground where they didn't have vision. I'm not sure, but that was a pretty throwy moment there for Team Unique. I'm a little surprised they didn't just try to disengage, but yeah, a great team fight from Spirit. They punished despite the Aegis being on the ground. So watch it again here. They jump out. Puck grabs the arcane room. He's like, hey, 3 heroes. I got a dream coil. And it looked great. Do a lot of damage there to the Snapfire. He gets no spells off. Great axe call on 2. He tries to drag them into the egg. And then he jumps forward going for the avalanche. I don't know what was going on. There's no hero right there. What happened? I'm not sure. Made the fight a little bit worse.
There's a lot of Bible thumps in chat for Team Unique after that engagement. So that was a rough one. Also, the value cask, too, bouncing around the entire time. Is there anything more annoying than when you're just like, oh my god, just keep getting donked by that?
I think it's tough because it's like very subtle, right? You don't always see cask getting thrown out. So all of a sudden, when you're getting hit by it, you're like, oh no.
Yeah, all 3 of you tied together on that Dream Coil leash. Although the jump forward here, collapse. Over on the back lines, they do end up losing Maposhka. Couple hits here. Snapfire kisses are getting tossed down. Bignum actually ticking down during all of this, too.
He lives.
Just barely.
That was close.
Hey, stream picked up now by FN.
Battle Hunger and Urn, and man, he takes a bunch of damage. A little spin. Not terrible, though. No one goes down particularly. Ursa does have his Diffusal Blades. He's going to want to get active here. Mana Burning Morphling is another really nice thing to have. Ooh, stun's going to prevent that, though. Didn't quite know where it was exactly, otherwise that could have been dangerous.
Yeah, they had that ward over there on the side, too. They knew that Yatro was in the jungle, but they just can't seem to do much to him, it seems.
It's just reading the map really well. Very similar to last game.
Enchantress doesn't know. Collapse. Gonna walk away here. She is approaching the creep wave, though.
Yeah, he's very killable. He does skill Nature's Attendance. We'll see if Yayu uses it.
Sorry, I got excited. I thought that something was gonna happen there. But nope, just back to farming.
It's fine for Team Spare for the game to slow down. Kind of similar to last game. They're confident about their hero matchups as the game continues, so they'll just play it safe. Collapse is hanging out by Bignum. Oh, he's got a big creep wave.
All the creep waves, all the spins, baby. Where is it? Where's that last little bit of damage for the duck? And there it is. And a creep wave to boot.
Oh, so many spins. He's got a lot of levels too. Level 13 instantly TPs towards the mid lane. They're going to see it, though. He didn't clear the wave first, so I don't think anybody will get caught, but he'll get on the map a bit quicker. He's going for a Blade Mail this game. Don't see it every game on Axe these days, but against somebody like Tiny, really good.
God, Collapse is everywhere that this team wants to be. A Dream Coil, the Snap Cookie. Oh no, FN, he's got to go down for this dunking coming out here from Collapse. Palantimos, he is here though, but they have the taunt. They've got the egg. They need to keep him in the general vicinity. Maposhka getting a couple of these nice bounces here. The egg goes off. It will stun up that and over on the back lines. The follow from Yatro. They've got plenty of damage as they chase after Slayer. Do manage to go and interrupt that Sunray, but it's not going to be enough. As Palantimos gets chased down by Yatro and Bignum. Is he going to be able to get burst down? Yatro turning himself into his own Pangolier here is just going to back off.
Okay, great fight there. Jumping on the Tiny. He ends up spotting him. They had I don't know if that Observer Ward was up before the fight or not, but gets the Arcane Rune as well. Basically pulls Tiny out of position. A little unfortunate that the egg happened to hit the same time as the Dream Coil. Then otherwise Tiny would have been completely fine. But getting hit with that stun and then a full duration Sunray plus the Veil, just way too much damage. Tiny is certainly vulnerable this game because of Maledict and Sunray.
Yet again, Collapse is here with Maposhka. They're going to put out some damage over onto Ghost Stick, but I guess they've decided, there's a creep wave here. We'll let him walk away instead.
It was too hard to chase at that point. He jumped away. They didn't quite get the burst, so. But either way, the fact that they keep pressuring heroes like this on Unique, it just means that Unique's going to have to play more and more careful. And usually when this happens, you get ganked a couple times, you start playing more scared and you take less risks. And then as a result, you just get less kills on the map. So even though they have great heroes for killing, they got to make sure that they don't restrict themselves too much because they do have to make space. They're getting behind more and more so now. The next big moment is going to be Roche, though. We know that Unique can take it very rapidly. We haven't really seen Ursa get into the game much with the Diffusal Blade so far, but they're definitely going to want to get a pick off and then take Roche if possible.
They know Palantimos is here. They've got the vision. Jump forward immediately. Here from Collapse with the Blade Mail. Ghost Stick, though, following up with Lucky Shot. It doesn't matter. They have too much damage as now Ghost Stick forced to roll away.
lasts
Slayer
pretty
and
long
Yatoro
these
just
days.
sitting next to each other up here in the top lane. Does spot out Slayer. But nope, he's going to just back off
Big
here.
numbers. Koshka slows it down in the mid lane. Doesn't want that tower to get pressured in the meantime. Yeah, they have overall main advantage all over the place now. Their gank squads feel stronger. Once they get Ags on Puck, then they're going to feel a lot more limited on the unique side. I mean, Ursa doesn't have to worry as much about it because he can always ulti and break the tether, like so that the duration doesn't stun him that much. But like, it's going to hurt Pango big time. Pango's going to get stunned if he tries to break out of the tether. So things are just looking up for Team Spirit.
Gets force fed a cookie by Slayer, you know, sometimes these things happen.
Yeah, it's just accidental breaking the tether on your ally at a bad time. It happens.
It happens. I feel like Unique is going to have nightmares of just Collapse bursting through walls now, because every time they go anywhere near a creep wave, it feels like there's just an axe all of a sudden just going in with that call. And they do have this vision over here. They realize that Mira and Maposhka, FN going to take advantage of this. He doesn't quite have enough burst damage, though, although following up here with Slayer will be able to ensure they have it. And Toronto Tokyo, though, he's got FN all leashed up. They get a nice egg off. Is it going to be enough damage, though? They've disarmed the puck over the back lines. This egg is not going to survive, though. Does get taken down. Yatoro still looking to clean up. They have to be careful. There's no mana left, though, over here. Follow up with a good call here from Collapse, just dragging this bear away. Slayer going down the back lines. Oh, Yatoro, he needs a little bit of help here. Toronto Tokyo poking around, though, over on the back lines. Gets the waning rift off. Has to be careful. There's an avalanche toss here coming up from FN. They do manage to take down Toronto Tokyo.
Okay, good fight for Team Unique. Claps running right before that fight started. Claps almost went on Axe bottom. Axe approached a creep, or the Ursa approached a creep wave, and he popped Blade Mail to blink call, but he accidentally pressed his buttons before he blinked. So that whole fight could have been completely different had Ursa not been able to show up into that engagement. So kind of a crucial mistake there by Claps, making the first of his game, but ultimately a great fight by Team Unique, really separating everybody on Team Spirit and getting a bunch of kills. So here's the initial fight. Here he is, accidentally messes up the initiation. The Blade Mill would have been really scary there. He had him in a creep wave. He definitely could have reflected a lot of damage in that fight.
Definitely a good blunder, a happy little accident, so to speak. But we have to give Collapse a lot of props here. The way that he has been playing this Axe, he's been playing very, very patient. He's always trying to, even though he had that blunder there, just waiting for that creep wave to just build up and then get the jump onto his unsuspecting victim.
That a great game so far, for sure. And the pressure doesn't end here. They're going Scotty next on Morphling. That's going to give them incredibly good control against Team Unique. Morphling's already difficult to kill. If you have to deal with the slows that he's constantly applying, even through BKB, game feels hard.
Ooh, Collapse.
Some pressure on Enchantress.
All right, there's the taunt. They even go for the Witch Doctor ulti. The dunk comes through. And now the hunt is on. They do have the Dream Coil. Collapse getting into position here. They've got the leash up. They've got the Sunray. They've got the Maledict. And they've got the Fists of Axe.
So many chops. And all these kills are helping Axe a lot right now. Because now he's almost got BKB. He's the guy that goes in. And once you get Magic Immunity, the only thing you have to fear is either being bursted before BKB or Ursa. And even Ursa's not that scary for Axe right now with this nice gold advantage that he's got. It's towards the top of the net worth chart, and that's a great place to be on Axe because he is very much like a bit of a snowball type core. And Centaur, it doesn't matter as much if you're not top net worth, but if Axe struggles, he has a really bad time because his ganks are just going to be less effective. It'll require more and more of his allies to be effective, but Centaur is pretty much always good. So for the Vanguard cores right now, Collapse is in the perfect place with Axe.
Are you at all surprised that he didn't go for the Mount a Shard build this time around?
It just seems like some teams like it, other teams don't. I like his items this game. It's better for what he needs to do, I think.
Got the initiation from the Phoenix here, spooking them a little bit. He'll have the roll here. Collapse jumping forward, though. Should get a full duration egg off, but Ghostic's already just running away. Let's jump forward again here from Mir. They've got the silence over onto FN. Can they cake him out? Yes, they will. Yeah, throw hunting over on the back lines. Would love to get his hands over here onto Ghostic. He does manage to find him over here, but he doesn't have the stun available, so Ghostic will be able to leave. Courier, though, will fall.
Nicely played there. Tiny, once again, is just kind of looking like an ineffective hero. It's really hard to play in this game. Like, there's not a lot of burstable targets that are simple to kill. The only major one is probably Maposhka, but Maposhka's position is classically very good. He's always in a safe position, doesn't get spotted, doesn't let his opponents see him. He lets the rest of his team play up in the front line, whether it's Phoenix or Morphling or Puck or Axe. And it just makes it so much harder to play Tiny, because if he doesn't get kills or help assist in a kill at the start of the fight, then he just instantly gets dealt with. He gets battle hungered, he gets sun raid, and then he just doesn't feel squishy, or he feels squishy despite like his normal tanky self.
Yeah, I mean, the value of the Witch Doctor, especially with that Maledict, is just so incredibly good. We've been seeing it, you know, against these tankier offlaners like Centaur and whatnot, but especially, you know, with this Tiny having that percentage base really helps out. And look at this, the way that the Phoenix just zips on in.
Protects
and the
ward, too.
follow-up immediately, too. See Collapse jumping out. But everybody's just forced to run away from this engagement. They don't want to be underneath the egg. Front to Tokyo hopping into the back line. They've got the Sunray, again, percentage-based damage. And now the Roche is up.
All right. Yep, live game. They're right. They smoked briefly and they went into it. I don't think they realize it's over.
I don't think so either.
They're starting to move forward, but it's too late.
Too late.
It's a lot of things he's got to pick up. He's got them all. He got the shard.
Oh, he's just a little bit off the mark there with that call as Ghost Stick deciding he wants to roll in. Perhaps
Possibly
thinking there were
just
more
safety
people there. Yeah, that's what I would assume.
It's not that bad. I mean, they already stole the Aegis, they stole the shard. Effectively, not stole, took it for themselves. So now Ursa gets these free enrage buffs, which will be really nice. If Axe ever calls him during enrage, it's not going to feel nearly as strong. So
Oh, they'll focus someone else down instead. They've got plenty of damage to take out Ghost Stick.
they really do have a huge amount of damage escape.
Oh god, yeah. They even went with the Witch Doctor ultimate on top of that.
Yeah, and this is another nice thing about Witch Doctor versus Enchantress too. Never mind.
Yatro, man fighting here with that Fen, does have the Witch Doctor, and like we said, that Maledict is just so nice against him.
Yeah, that's a great hero to turn into as well. You just waveform in, turn it into Tiny, Avatos him back basically, and your right clicks are going to be too strong. Lots of magic damage too.
Ratatoki has found himself a Slayer. Cookie hop forward, Waning Rift, Yatro and Collapse easily making their way over now. I don't even think he needs the help though.
They're just pressuring the map so well. It's like they get one kill and then their cores instantly run to like the slightly dangerous parts of the map. And because he got there in time, that's right when the Snapfire realized like, oh, I need to get wards down. They're gonna play in this area, but they plan ahead. They get there in time and they get these like free pickoffs, which just elongates the time they have to pressure the map.
Palantimos is very far forward here. They have to be careful again, like we talked about. With those counter initiations, they even have a nice ward over in the lane so they can see what's approaching. But
looking for more pickoffs. Just fishing to see if somebody continues pressuring. Doesn't end up happening. Got tier 3 items now coming up. See if there's anything that'll change the fate of Unique, but with Axe at these item positions, oh, they got a Titan Sliver on Morphling. It's like the perfect item on that hero. But he doesn't want it, actually. He wants Mindbreaker instead. Okay, interesting. He wants the silence to get some kills, I guess.
I mean, they're playing at such a fast tempo. Bignum immediately getting spotted out. The drag back here. Phoenix throwing out that Icarus dive. They'll take down Bignum. Oh, this is not looking good for Palantimos. The bounce back they go, and they get a nice Dream Coil off over on the two sides here. Ghost Stick trying to buy a little bit more time, but they've got the damage. The egg does get dropped over here on the back line. They get the dunk off over onto Ghost Stick. Now Palantimos just focusing down this egg, and he's not able to do it fast enough as Collapse is here. They've got this follow-up. Mira needs to be careful. FN falling on the other side of the map. They get the call off. That's going to be the first life here of Palantimos, and he's coming right back up again into a world of hurt. Look at them. Even the puck just says, yeah, I know you guys got this. You're good. Oh my goodness. Collapse waiting just patiently, waiting for the call to come back up, and Maboshka is going to be the slayer of Palantimos this time around.
The MVP of that fight was definitely the Mindbreaker neutral item. It is like the counter to Ursa in that small skirmish there. He rolls in, he silences him, and Ursa does not want to pop BKB there because he's like, I'm just silenced. Like, this is kind of silly, right? But he took a lot of damage before the silence ran out. He couldn't get an Earth Shock off to get an easy Enrage. He didn't want to use Enrage, or he couldn't at least because he was silenced. So it just put him in this position where, like, even though there was a fight happening, it didn't feel right to fully commit there. So pays off big time, and now they get a huge team fight, and now they're just pressuring high ground. Is that playback? Jumps in, he gets maledicted, I believe. Yep, he's silenced there. He could pop BKB now, but he's already lost half HP. He's like half engaged, half not engaged. He just wastes a lot of time. And by the time he comes down to this Yules, that was really cool itemization by Mira here to protect himself. Yules and then instantly used Egg to buy himself 2 seconds. It's allowed him to bait him effectively under the tower because he had nowhere else to go. And at that point, that's the worst place to die with me. Just right by an enemy tower. Good luck.
With all of it, like I said, even Toronto Tokyo's like, you guys got this. I'll see you later.
Wait, it's like, I'm gonna go hit creeps.
Yeah. Feels bad, man. Do have a haste rune available at this top spot. And 15k net worth lead now at about 30 minutes in here for Team Spirit.
Pretty good advantage.
Oh man, we keep losing you to the Shadow Realm, my friend.
Sorry?
It's Demonic Purge. Not regular Purge. Bring back regular Purge. I don't like Demonic Purge. He's scary. No, you're still breaking up on me, dude. Hopefully we get that situated, though. As you can see, Unique, they're trying to make almost like a desperation play here. They're smoked up, but of course, Spirit playing very tight.
Beep boop.
Beep boop. Hi, welcome back.
Beep boop.
Nope, goodbye again. Oh, look at the position of Toronto Tokyo here. He breaks the smoke. They drop the ward immediately. He's gonna have to orb away. Blade collapse going forward, gets the dunk off immediately. Now Palantimus, he's so far back, but you do get those Snapfire kisses out, so they should be able to take down Mapochka. Egg over on the back line. They need to be able to protect this, and they don't have any way to do it, so they're gonna end up losing Mira. As Slayer does fall in the back line, these BKBs are coming into play. Toronto Tokyo, the collapse, jumping forward here. He has his hands over here onto this Baron Yatoro. Just throwing out as much damage as possible. That silence coming in again. FN teleporting out. Can they take down Palantimus? Yes, they can with a big dunk, and Ghost Stick is now forced to run away. The rest of the Team Spirit, though, they are just hot on his heels. They need one more hit, and Yatoro is dominating.
It's a little bit rough. That's just owning every single movement. 13, 2, and 12. Can you understand my robot voice at least?
I hear you now. I hear you now. Before it was definitely Demonic Purge.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, that's not your fault, dude. Oh, I lost him again. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Sometimes you're clear and sometimes you go. Alright. Well, Team Spirit, they're feeling very powerful, especially as Yatoro just waveforms forward and destroys Bignum. Easy peasy. And they do have buyback on the Ursa. He's going to be up in about 11 seconds. BKB is now completed for Yatoro. And he's just all by himself over here in this base. He has no fear at all. He's just going to finish off these racks by himself. Let's get disarmed. Just going to waveform out. Hello?
Normal?
No.
Oh.
Now you sound like you're underwater. Man, Purge is just taking the tour of the world here. Your best Morphling impersonation. I like it.
They're all washed up.
I heard just the clip of that. Oh dear. Keep trying, dude. Keep trying. I think we've lost him again. All right, the smoke is up here on the side of Team Spirit. They're looking for anyone who dares to step foot outside of the base. Collapse. Leading the charge. I'm actually going for a wraparound play, and it is smoke on smoke action. Collapse, waiting patiently. Goes around the corner, has Toronto Tokyo with him so they can open up and get their hands on as many heroes as possible, but no one's home. So, Yatoro says, that's fine. No one's home. I'm just going to smack away over here on these racks. Got that backdoor protection, but it's doing so much damage. I don't know. Do you need to fetch creep with Ghost Stick? Oh, immediately going to be able to go and stun up the puck. They might be able to just take him out of this fight completely. Yes, Toronto Tokyo will go down. And the side of Collapse now, the side of Team Spirit will run for their lives. Do bounce the Morphling down to Logar. Collapse still, he's got the spider legs, hoping maybe he can grab someone. Does manage to go and grab up this Ghost Stick as they just slam dunk over on the side. Palantimus, he's so split up from the rest of his team, he doesn't have anybody here to help him. And does get a nice bash off here. Bignum trying, but they've got the BKB and they've got the egg, and he's just so separated. He immediately gets a dunk. The greetings coming out from Toronto Tokyo. Even though he's dead, he's just being sassy as Bignum next to fall. Yatoro, good toss up into the air. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Collapse is just finding everyone and getting his hands on all of them. FN now, he's just held into place, tries to teleport away because he knows that it's just too dangerous. And just like that, they back off. We've got the Ags online now for the Ags. This game is the collapse show. I'm pretty sure of it. Looks like Purge, unfortunately, is struggling here. He got disrupted. And you're stuck with me for now, guys, but the action has been non-stop. So, Slayer is going to try to go and get that outpost back to himself. Maposhka has to be careful. Does have that Glimmer Cape, though, in the follow-up here from Yatro. They just blow up FN. He is not allowed to even exist in this game. My God. Team Spirit. Still looking and combing through the area. Want to make sure that they can control this triangle. They find Big Num. Didn't quite manage to get the Yules off here on Mira this time, but we'll continue to put the pressure down, continue to push out these waves, and just effectively try to lock Unique in their base. Do have the Ursa trying to get out there with the Snapfire, but do have to come home. A couple of these Lucky Shot procs do buy them a bit more time. They've got 2 Cardies, though. Jump forward, Toronto Toki, they just blow up Big Num. How dare you, as they're trying to go for this Roche. I'm not sure what this is going to do for them, though. They might be able to get it. In fact, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to get it because no one is contesting them, but I just think perhaps Palantimos will die twice. You got a big old tsunami knocking on your door, friends. You need to get home, and you need to get home fast because you're not going to have any buildings left soon. Yeah, look at this. They even tip Palantimos. They're like, that's nice. You got Roche. Good job. Slow clap. Take down the tower. Ghostic, he's tried everything he can. They do pop the Manta, of course, get rid of that Lucky Shot. And the BKB does get popped here. It's a bit early. Rolling Thunder coming through with Ghostic, and he has to be careful because they've got so much damage. They just leash him up, immediately collapse, waiting patiently in the position, gets the dunk off, doesn't even need the call. That is a dead Pangolier, and Big Num, of course, still dead. Oh, the jump forward again from Collapse. They find FN. They just have too much magic damage. They blow him up immediately, and now they're going to try to take down this egg. It looks like, no, they aren't going to be able to do it in time. This BKB over here on Palantimos, it doesn't even matter. The GG gets called. Again, Aegis for what? Just trying to find anything that he can do on the map without being tied into the base. Collapse doesn't even want the dunk. And yeah, that is going to be it for this game. You know, we saw some really clean play coming out from the side of Team Spirit. We saw some very nice positioning. We saw the power of, you know, just having the ability to amplify that magical damage against the Tiny. You know, Unique, they put up a good fight. It felt like at times that they, you know, during the laning phase, it wasn't looking so bad in some of the other spots, but it was definitely, you know, a very uphill struggle for Unique. So, oh gosh, we do. Oh, hi! I thought it was frozen on the background too. Give us the wrap-up, Purge. No one wants to hear me talk about it.
Team Spirit crushed the mid game. Collapse had like an epic performance on Axe. Palantimos bought Diffusal Blade and they got fast Aegis, but they had that rough fight near the Roche pit, and then from there it just felt like they didn't have the tools to take a win. They just kind of got like taken apart by the itemization, by the gold advantage, by the gameplay. I mean, Morphling didn't even die that game, so how are you supposed to win a game if you can't kill the enemy carry, you know? It's hard.
I mean, that's the question Unique had for themselves too. How on earth are we going to win this? And unfortunately for them, they are going to lose the series 0-2, and Team Spirit is going to take this series.
That's right. Total series time just over an hour. Team Spirits, it took a little bit longer in that second game, but it was just a similarly dominant performance by them, definitely proving that they deserve to be top of the board. We'll talk more about Team Spirits and all the things they did right after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we would hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
As we're going to go through these highlights, you're going to see very similar performance out of Team Spirit as they saw in Game 1, including an incredibly dominant top lane at the very start. Now, Unique was able to pull it back after a little bit due to what some of my analysts referred to as maybe a little bit too much fun from Team Spirit, a little bit too much cheese going on in that top lane. But either way, even if Unique was able to bring back the laning phase, it still didn't change the fact that they just looked outclassed when it came to the mid game.
Outclassed, outdrafted, outfought, everything. Like these battles, pretty much every single one of the team fights were just a shellacking. Just Spirit dominating them, the Phoenix positioning, time and time again living with like one hit. Even though Unique, they got Roche control. I think they got all 3 Roches. Didn't matter. They still weren't able to bring the fights. Just a clean draft Spirit, and also just enabling this Morphling. Never died.
Now, I know this may surprise you, but I've had my fair share of experience in competitive where it feels like the other team is like a move or two ahead of us at all times. And what tends to happen is if you overthink it, you start to be like, wow, this game's a disaster, panic, gotta get something done. And I swear that's exactly what went through FN's mind this game.
Yes.
He made so many like forced plays that someone of his caliber just wouldn't make under like a level-headed thinking like logically of the game, where you just see him blink into a Phoenix egg, you see him like farm right underneath the tier 2 tower and basically get soloed by a witch doctor with a TP in. That's just the kind of stuff where you can tell they're a bit flustered.
Team Spirit had not only the strategical edge, but also the composure edge as well.
Yeah, and that's something that wasn't just FN and his mid lane that didn't have the performance it was supposed to. It was most of Team Unique's heroes, and we've got Robson to tell us more about that.
Unique entered this game with a little bit of a reactionary draft. You see, obviously, Team Spirit picking the puck instantly, go for the tiny response, and then once again, Snapfire countering the Phoenix with the egg, the little shredder, and then Ursa, one of the heroes that could potentially in lane, be able to deal with the axe. So 3 picks in a row, all reacting to the side of Team Spirit. We then get into the laning phase, and I think the way that Team Spirit played this lane, Axe normally, we've seen him just play behind the lane. You know, you start skipping, you start just grabbing that creep wave and being a nuisance, but no. When you have Axe, when you have Phoenix, non-stop chip. You have the Battle Hunger, you have the Spirits, the Phoenix diving, and this game for Unique was all about just getting regen out to the lane and just trying to survive. This didn't happen too well, because of course, you know, Slayer, he did give first blood out of position a little bit. Under the amount of aggression, you can respect that. He brings in a salve. As soon as the salve comes in, boom, cancelled once again. And it's this pressure that Team Spirit applied. It was devastating for Unique. If we fast forward here, again, Battle Hungers, lots of pressure. They're now AFK behind the tower, the two of them. They can't do anything. It is like just not a lane. In a second, we're going to see a couple Kur as well. They're bringing out 2 salves, another salve. Slayer tries to get a kill, but again, this is just not how you really want to play the start of this game. Just non-stop pressure. Eventually, though, this is where Team Spirit makes a mistake, Collapse does die, and it gets Ursa back into the game. And now you're going to be going, okay, so the game isn't as bad as it's meant to seem, because Mira as well, he's just playing it for fun. He's having a little bit too much fun here. He uses dive in, trying to cancel salve, misses it, and because of these small kind of quirky plays, or, you know, bad, Ursa gets back into the game pretty quickly. But now, this is where I spoke about reactionary draft. Snapfire into Phoenix, Ursa into Axe, Tiny into Puck. The Tiny has to have a good game here. He's crushing the mid lane right now, but he TPs bottom into nothing. Because if you look at the mini-map, look who's already about to TP out. You've got the Morphling reacting to this TP, bam, straight away into the top lane. FN's pretty much done nothing there in that engagement. We now have Ursa after a really terrible lane. We've seen how he got dumpstered. Gets an Aegis. But look at FN in a second. Here you go. This is the fight that the panel was mentioning. FN, he is one of the highest net worths on the team, and his contribution to this fight, he wasted a TP bottom. He enters this fight. 3, 2, 1. Wait! Nothing. Literally nothing. And this is where Team Unique, 2 games in a row now, they've had a troublesome laning phase, but how they group up at that first objective. In the game 1, it was a Luna pressuring a tier 1. In game 2, it was FN having failed rotations and Ursa not able to capitalize on his Diffusal Blade. No, this was Pangolier, Blink Dagger was on Courier. Ursa, Diffusal Blade was in base. And they're taking this fight, and FN's missing his combination. This leads to the rest of the game being them just dying to an egg, dying to Team Spirit having just much better coordination. Unfortunately, Unique losing this one 2-0.
And of course, a big part of that was their draft, particularly in game 1. We thought their draft was very good. An instrumental part of that is their captain, Maposhka, who I believe is joining us now for an interview. Maposhka, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, good to see you again, my friend. Actually, speaking of draft, do you how much control do you have over the draft? Is it more democratic, or do you lead all of it?
I guess second. We feel comfortable. We was pretty confident in our heroes and our draft, and we feel comfortable in also like in draft stages. Like every hour pick felt good for us, and also game was also fine. But it's all about draft.
All right. So I was curious. How did you guys get together as a team when you're on Yellow Submarine? How did you find, was it you? Did you find Toronto Tokyo and Yotaro, or were some of these guys already playing together? How'd you put this team together?
No, actually, it's every one of us. It's found Corbin. He's our manager right now, and he make us as a team. But there was 4 players. It was Toronto, So Bad, Yotaro, and Collapse, and there was another position 5 player, but they invited me, but I was relaxing, chilling.
Yeah.
And after I repair, I joined their team, and we start to play together.
Now, when So Bad was replaced, you guys had Miroslav. Was that Collapse's suggestion? since he played with him previously?
Not remember. We played Clan Wars against his team, where Miroslav played, and we like understand that he played good at Task, as I remember, and we like just decide to try to play with him. Also, Subet was our team captain when he played with us, but we understand that he not good enough. I don't know, and we tried to find a new captain, and we decided that I can try.
Okay, and how do you feel that's going for you? I mean, your results are fantastic, so.
Thank you. Feeling good right now. I always feel good when we're winning. That's also, I think that what I'm doing is right, and hope it will be.
Is there a reason you didn't want a captain? Were you not confident in your own calls, or why didn't you captain before?
I'm not like really captain or leader, but I always every team where I played, I felt that we lack a team captain, and but I always said that I don't want to be team captain. I feel not comfortable everything like this. But in this team, I decided that okay, I need to stop being lazy and need just to start work and everything like this.
Hey Miposhka, I just have a question. How did you guys? So you guys looked pretty good last season. What did you guys do to make yourselves look so much better and so much more kind of consistent this season? Because everybody I'm seeing is just playing that much better this time around. Was it anything special, or do you think the patch kind of just suits you a little bit better?
First of all, it's about patch. When patch comes out, I guess that we was the first team which found really good heroes. That Grimstroke, who was Mars. We didn't. We thought that Beastmaster is not strong enough, and we found Storm against him just because of these water runes. So it's first thing. Second, I think we just feel comfortable to play with each other, and we believing in our teammates. Also in each other, so it's just comfortable to play, and that's why. Also, we playing a lot of Clan Wars, trying to find some heroes, strategies. Also, we're just doing some work.
Quick question is, do you feel like, so we saw this series and we all thought that they were reacting to your draft a lot rather than drafting for themselves on the side of Team Nuke. Ever since you guys have had like a better record this season, do you feel like more teams are reacting to you while you're kind of doing your own thing?
I think it's been strike, and we think that they're stealing some heroes from our drafts. They a little bit like a copy of us, in my opinion. But they have team. They probably have some more heroes which uncomfortable to play against for us. So, but it's not much teams. Some right now, some teams keep trying to find their heroes, and they understand that some heroes which we already picked in first hour games at DPC, they understand that heroes is really strong. For example, that Grimstroke, Puck, and everything. Actually, a lot of heroes, they still strong even after patch. For example, that Puck, which you still can keep picking on in first pick. I guess just some people, they thought that okay, there's a lot of changes in that patch, need to find some good heroes. But if we see that, for example, that Puck, he wasn't. There was little changes for him, so he's still strong. Something like this.
All right, well, very insightful. Thank you so much, Miposhka. We really appreciate you coming on and doing an interview in English for us. It means a lot.
Thank you a lot.
Absolutely. All right. Good luck further to Miposhka, and we got to get going. We got our next series coming up. It is going to be Virtus Pro versus Extremum first place of last season against the team that just barely scraped by for the first season. See if Extremum can cause the upset against the top dogs of Eastern Europe.
I've been so anti yeah, you're a bad chick and you know that. Eyes roll back every time you throw that. Love letter on your bed, I wrote that. I need you and I'm not afraid to show that. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. My world falls down when you pick me up. I came up from a small town, no one hit me up. Now they wanna be my friend. Everybody play pretend. But now I'm pulling up in a Bentley. There really ain't shit you can tell me. What? I just wish somebody would help me. This lifestyle is not healthy. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. She's a goth girl, welcome to my goth world. Fell in love with the diamonds and pearls. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. Sex fifth with the new Saint Laurent. Party too lit, get kicked out. All alone, that's the only way to live now. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. I'ma get you anything that you want. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Yeah, I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small?
Now, there's no other way to describe it. We got to give you the facts, and the fact of this matchup is it's a bit of an outclass. Extremum have not been faring so hot in the second season. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro look in relative top form as always. Maybe not quite as dominant as they were last season, but it's a new patch after all, and you got to give them some leeway. You got to make some mistakes, right?
No. No mistakes can be made.
No, Virtus Pro is not going to allow any mistakes whatsoever.
Well, I mean, I'm going to apologize to Fogs. I know he's going to want to mention this during the cast, but
wow, stealing his thunder.
I mean, we have to say it on the pre-show. GPK, the last 5 games, he has not died, right? Like, he's literally been, like, 0 deaths. He's had, like, 5 kills, 9 assists. Like, he's popping off in all these games. You know, like, he has not made any mistakes. And that's because VP are, after their first series against Gambit, where they drop a game, since then they've kind of picked themselves up and gone, wait, why are we losing games? We are meant to be the best team in this region, and they have just looked very, very strong since then.
So you're saying that they're not playing necessarily to beat Extremum, but they're playing to beat Extremum and be able to get GPK the record breaking of playing the most games without any deaths in a row.
Yeah, I just hope they've had the team discussion, which is like, okay, well, we're going to draft against Extremum, and GPK's like, shh,
Medusa.
I'm not going to die. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm going to play my mid, you're going to come to my lane, help me not die.
Let's take a look at the standings real quick as a brief refresher of where everybody is. Of course, Virtus Pro at the top, Extremum at the bottom. That's really all you need to focus on right now. Of course, this would put Virtus Pro at 5-0 tied with Team Spirit, which just makes that final matchup between the two all the more exciting. So, focusing on VP, do you guys feel like this team, we understand why they didn't actually perform at the major because they had a little bit of an illness, couldn't actually scrim and all that sort of jazz. But do you think that looking at this team in the second season that they are going to be one of those like potential top 3 contenders for the major?
Absolutely, but VP historically, whether it's the same roster or not, has not done too well at the big events. Yes, the other roster did win a decent amount of majors, but you know, I'm not going to be happy unless they're top 3. These guys are insanely good. I gave like a little bit of doubt towards them last week, and then they just like dumpstered all over Na'Vi like they were a tier 3 team. They outclassed them by a large margin, and I want to see that level of play at an actual international event.
Yeah, there's a reason why we keep on talking about this team as the next generation of Eastern European players and the next generation of VP, and Nightfall is big representation of that.
Serpent Ward. BKB gets popped up eligible as well. So Sasha, the first one to go down. They'll turn their attention now over to the to the Bristleback, and he's too tanky. They find the kill on stage. You already going down.
My past nickname, no one really forced me to change it. I just disliked it myself, so I decided to change it when I have time and when I could do it. I mean, I couldn't really do it back then to Virtus Pro Prodigy, because I can only change it when season ends and it's a new season.
And they found themselves on top of the puck, and they're trying their best to burst him down. They won't be able to do so here with the Earth Splitters. They take him out. Raw comes out from GPK onto Dream. Nightfall's able to continue to go to work, beating down the IO.
I reached top in Dota for like small time, because I just did start playing competitive only in Virtus Pro like a year and a half ago. People might think it's random that I reach the top of Dota that fast, but I don't think so. I put all my free time into Dota and was really trying hard. Can't even name a lot of people who put that much time into Dota, same as me. I'm still doing it right now to reach the best achievements. I think we're able to compete with higher experienced players because we're just all young and talents, and we're putting a lot of time into Dota and really hard working there.
It's always scary hearing some of these new players talk about it. Just the raw determination that you can hear from somebody like that. Of just like, I made it to the top for a reason, and I'm gonna keep at it. I think we heard Samael in a similar interview with that same kind of determination. It's scary, right?
Yeah, there's one game I actually want to talk about him from a pub, because I was playing 4 position, and that's like my worst position.
Okay.
And I had no idea what I was doing. And he was like ranked 25. I didn't know who he was, but it was his Smurf account, first off, ranked EU 25 EU Smurf account. And he was offlane. So he's obviously their carry player. And needless to say, I was clueless throughout that entire game. He straight up microed the entire team, microed me. Like, he literally said, go here, do this. We need to push this lane, smoke here. And he's off lane. And I'm like, dude, this guy's taking over the game. Who the hell is this? And someone's like, oh, that's EpiKid's Smurf account. And all I wanted to say about that entire example was this guy doesn't matter what position he's playing, but like, people talk about how they want their carry players to be vocal. He is the type of player, I only had to play with him once to know he will take over the game in play and in comms, and that's amazing to see out of someone with such limited experience in competitive.
And on Extreme side of the thing, it's hard to see that same kind of determination, because we've heard some of the interviews. It feels like a lot more like, hey, we're just trying to see if this works. We're just playing it game by game. It doesn't really feel like this is a team that's shooting for the stars, and the results is showing as such.
Yeah, I feel like when you just hear VP and it's like the whole story of like they've got the passion of playing so many pubs, the enthusiasm, and then they bring it to the game. Extreme's the type of team where they've been in this kind of caliber of the scene for so long, they've never made it work. And they haven't had like the roster change, which will elevate their kind of outlook on the game. So they're always kind of capped to what their captain really brings to them. So I feel like Extreme, they're a very solid mid-table team for the region, but they just lack kind of the flair to really go, okay, look at us now and look how we bring to the game. Like Season 1 maybe, but Season 2 not so much.
And their captain is a very important part of this team. G goes a very long ways back, and of course there's going to be a lot of knowledge that comes with all that experience.
See if they do try to, if they get away with it, it's going to be pretty huge. But there's the jump. They're in straight away on to Zephyr with the arena's down, looking at the front of the Shasha commits with the BKB. The battle trance comes out, but this link is there. Dracho, he was Lotus though, so at the moment effectively not losing too much damage at all.
I just feel like there were like a lot of Dota generations already.
Hex control out to Nefrit. The false pro is coming out rather early onto Dracho, keeping him safe.
Like starting like from Dota 1, like every few years, like new stars happen. People with like a new mindset, and you just like need to keep going with them. You can't just like oh, I'm super experienced, it worked that way like 5 years ago. It doesn't matter right now. Like nobody cares what happened like 5 years ago. Nobody cares what even happened like 1 year ago. Like when the generation come, they are making their own rules. They're not thinking about what like happened before or what is right and what is wrong. They just like they feel the game right now. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, time shows that Dota can be incredibly different. If we keep ourselves together, like get rid of this like nonsense choking, we'll be performing really good. You will be like asking why they are 0-3.
Dota is very much a game of what have you done for me lately, and well, I take a lot of acceptance in the fact that G is out there saying, okay, we're not going to choke anymore. We're actually going to show you guys we are a legit team, and you're going to wonder why we are very bottom of the totem pole right now. Let's see if they can do it against Virtus Pro, the toughest opponent they've yet to face, right after this.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard, ayy? What about too hard, ayy? About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my ladder. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard, ayy? What about too hard, ayy? About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things. up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
Well, you can promise things. Let's see if G and the rest of Extremum can actually hold up their end of the bargain. Even just being able to take a game or make a competitive series would be a series step up for Extremum, who have been looking pretty bad in all of these officials when it came to the DPC. G's answer to it is the fact that they have just been choking. We'll see if that's actually true, though.
I disagree,
Robson.
Cap.
Okay.
You know, I don't appreciate your glass half empty approach. I think Extremum's opponents have looked incredibly good.
Okay. But they still are losing and losing badly. They're saying they're choking. That is glass half full. They're saying they're a better team than they've actually been showing.
I need to quote the teams that Extreme have played as well.
Okay.
This is Unique, PuckChamp, Windstrike, and of course then Na'Vi. So all these teams look extremely good, Brian.
Yes. Against Extremum.
All right. Well.
I will say though, for VP though, in this season and even the previous season, maybe why they potentially fell short at the major is their drafting formula is always the same. It's like position 4 and an offlane pick. So far in this DPC, they have not had a single draft where their offlane wasn't first phased.
Am I missing something where Enchantress 4 would like dumpster Bane?
No, it does, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So why are you picking Bane? Bane's always struggled against creep heroes.
Yep.
Any heroes with summons, Bane's only good against one guy. That's what he does. A lot of people are running Enchantress 4. I believe Virtus Pro's run it multiple times, have they not?
Yeah, correct.
Counterpoint, Virtus Pro have 0 stuns right now.
That is true.
And
so
I'm really not
super good.
But the Centaur, the Ench takes the Centaur and the Centaur runs on in.
That's totally RNG at that point in time, all right?
That's pretty good RNG.
0
all the camps.
stuns available until they draft the rest
They
of
have
their
the
heroes.
double. They are utilizing the jungle for their stuns. Doom eats the Centaur, Ench creates or takes over a Centaur. Stuns galore. Camp stuns galore.
Now, you know what they need to round off this draft? Is they need to unban Centaur and pick Centaur.
And then it's like the stomp, stomp, stomp.
Yes.
Get Chen more stomps, and every
Yes.
single person's got to stomp, Morphlink, and then become.
You know
get allied
what?
with a
I've
stomp.
been like
Bam.
in my head, you know, a lot of Twitch viewers at home like to think of these like meme drafts with like the spirits and stuff. I've never thought of the stomp draft.
But then also there's like the variations, which is like the bonk draft. Or the bash
bonk draft.
Or like all spells that have the bonk sounds.
Oh,
like the
like
gyro rocket.
Okay.
Bonk.
That is
Yeah.
the quintessential bonk.
That
right
is
there.
that's S tier bonk. Then you got like a slaughter bash, it's like a bonk.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And then you kill a single man. You smoke, you go, and it's bonk, bonk, bonk.
Do you
bonk,
need
bonk.
axe in this? Like for the
Yeah, no, that's like just below gyrocopter rocket. That is the axe.
Okay,
so he's
okay.
the finisher.
Okay.
You start with the rocket, you end with the axe. Oh,
Yeah.
bang.
Wait, so what else is there for this? We need Chen, Enchantress, Doom, Centaur. Who would be the 5th?
Just Helmet Dominator.
Crush used to be. I mean, Crush was essentially Centaur Stomp.
No,
back in Dota 1.
time out.
Yeah,
You're a
yeah.
noob. You actually need Elder Titan.
Yeah, sure. ET, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Elder Titan. So that's what I'm looking out for.
Okay.
Moving forward is all
I mean,
these are
that's
available.
That's
except
4.
for
Where's your
Centaur.
5th?
Well, that's when you get the helmet. Of the
Yeah, then you can go
I'm the
for the
Lycan.
Dominator,
Yeah.
Why can't the 5th hero just be Slardar?
I just feel like it's a bit naff. Like,
It's like you're trying.
Okay, then draft another hero.
No, because like
give me a better
like
fifth.
a clean foot
Give
down.
me a better fifth right
You
now.
can't stomp a trident, okay? That tridents don't get stomped. Okay.
Oh, I already got it. It's Chen, actually.
Yeah, well, sure, yeah. But again, you want to have a real draft here, Cap. We're not memeing.
Yeah, seriously.
It's just disgusting. But yeah, back to your point though about the whole Bane Enchantress, for sure. Yes, Bane doesn't like playing into any hero with innate summons because you're meant to be 1v1ing the hero, playing with your brain sap.
Like, I saw the Witch Doctor last series be like a much better theoretical counter to the Enchantress, because you can either go on the offensive based on the matchup that inevitably gets picked between the two cores, or you can do the Voodoo Restoration defensive route. And this time around, like, as a carry, I'm not super excited about any hero against Enchantress Doom with a Bane 5.
I guess another variation though for Save, at least in Enchantress, he doesn't play it like Tiger does, for example, on Liquid. He loves buying the Dragon Lance and being all about his damage rather than his tankiness. Because some Enchantresses, they look towards like a Solar Crest, a Pipe, just innate kind of, I will be the front line. But when you have the Doom, that's somewhat covered for you. He has pretty decent armor, quickly buys Phase Drum, and is in the middle of the fight. So I expect to see another Dragon Lance on the Enchantress and just applying that pressure.
So it's like, you have Witch Doctor Puck last series, right? Two heroes, you put them together, kill Enchantress. May seem like it's just a support, but how many times have we seen Enchantress teams win games because the Enchantress just like walks into the triangle, pushing heal, and you can't kill her? And I hate the fact that you pick two heroes in the first round, and your only information from the opponent's lineup, you have absolutely no way of threatening this Enchantress. And you're also like heavily ganking-based heroes where if Enchantress is consistently breaking your smokes, how do you execute the game plan? It just frustrates me because I feel like Extremum would have picked Bane and Axe no matter what they first picked on Virtus Pro.
Again, we need to, now let's look away from Bane Enchantress and more, now that they first phased the Axe, we just saw in a series how Axe was shut down because of an aggressive 5-in-1 combo. I think when you have the ability to still pick a good 4 to enable the Axe, that's where Extremum can somewhat recover this. And also, we've spent a lot of time talking about Bane laning into Enchantress. What happens if they just swap up the lanes depending on 2-3 more picks so they have that option presented? Again,
I mean, Bane Axe as a lane doesn't exactly sound like, wow.
I mean, Bane goes elsewhere, Axe goes into the other lane. Again, we're 2 picks in, so there's a lot of variations occurring here.
Hey man, I've lost many a drafts in the first round.
I agree. I'm just trying to keep it a little bit, you know. Actually, no, let's change the narrative.
Just be honest.
VP's already won, Brian.
No. Let's be honest with me. Are you disappointed by Bane Axe as an opening towards Enchantress like I am, or do you think it's okay?
I'm on the side of upset, for sure.
Okay.
And okay, they pick a Mirana. This does recover things, for sure.
Bane Mirana, good combo. Axe Mirana,
here we
good
go,
combo.
Brian. So now the scenario is, we saw how Tundra run Axe before. You enable him for a couple minutes. The Axe then gets to play independent with the Vanguard behind tower. Mirana can move into the Bane lane, recovering the kind of advantage that Enchantress has.
Okay.
So right now, Extremum, the weird opening, but now they at least have a way to recover the difficulties that a Bane into Enchantress will have because of the Mirana coming in, arrowing the creep, and getting kind of that double threat.
Dude, what if they just go like ET troll or something like that, you know? Like ET...
I'd love to see like Abba troll, honestly.
Okay, yeah, like melee plus beefy strength,
dude,
or beefy safe laner, and you just say, exactly shut down that game plan, right? Because if they allow Axe to be independent, which then lets Mirana do her own thing, if they pick like some pseudo setup in the mid lane for the arrow, and then you have the Bane Nightmare in the safe lane for the arrow, then I could see Extremum kind of taking momentum this game. But Virtus Pro, they're better than that. I expect this pick to be, bad and sounds really nice. Just immediate shutdown to that entire strategy.
Okay, I don't mind that at all.
Oh, that's a long-range cancel of the Bane.
Has a really good attack range.
It actually trades really well with Mirana in lane. I forgot about that matchup. It's a very nice lane matchup, support to support.
Yeah, the main reason there is because Disruptor has good attack range, and also Thunderstrike kind of offsets the amount of damage Mirana has. Mirana relies just on right clicks, because you can't really rely on arrow being the damage.
Oh, they pick up Baden anyways. Is that a carry of Baden?
Yeah, I was going to say, is this going to be the carry of Baden?
Carry of Baden. I don't know, but we'll see.
Well, I guess for VP, they have a little bit of flexibility where Doom can still technically be mid.
Mid Doom, off lane of Baden?
Exactly.
Or off lane Enchant.
I'd love to see off lane Doom carry a Baden with just a super active Spirit-esque mid.
It's interesting because Virtus Pro told us that they weren't really going to be revealing anything until maybe the Team Spirit series. They said maybe we'll reveal something there, but otherwise it was just pick strong heroes.
Yeah, I feel right now they're not revealing anything because they're still doing their draft formula, right? Off lane +4. Oops, let's pick a hero later on that kind of works for us, right? Like, I think against Spirit, maybe going into the major, they're not going to be going Timber +1 or Centaur +1. That's maybe where the surprise could occur. But an Abaddon carry, we've seen them run it before, so it's not like the biggest surprise, so to speak. But
I don't love it by any means if they are to do carry Abaddon, but it only really struggles in carry-to-carry matchup against like Slarks, anti-mages, these like super mobile, passive guys that like that don't promote you to like take a long drawn-out fight, utilize your ultimate, because either you have no mana or they've stolen your stats. But Medusa doesn't really seem to be a problem for Abaddon. Abaddon would present this whole 5-man run-at-you plan for the first 20 minutes.
The main thing here is, though, the Ench in the lane of Medusa will be threatened. The Abba into a Axemoron lane will have a pretty chill, not threatened. Yes. And then it's that group timing of Doom plus the Abaddon running at Extremum. They have no heroes that mitigate this pressure, right? You don't have like a Tide Hunter to defend your towers or some wave clear.
Axe is going to chill top. Medusa is going to chill bottom. So
mid
laner needs to not be chill. They think it's off lane Abaddon mid Doom with that anti-mage ban.
I respect that too. Like we kind of gravitated towards carry Abaddon, but I respect bans going towards carries because it's much easier to ban a good carry than to try and work out what like this janky last pick flex type hero would be. Just get away the good heroes.
You know, hero looks nice as Bat Rider for VP.
DM is doing a lot of talking here, so maybe.
You know what's funny? The last time they drafted Abaddon.
Yep.
Carry Abaddon, right?
Yep.
3 months ago.
Yep.
It's against no techies.
Against Solo.
Yeah.
And
they have Medusa.
They bullied them all the way to second to last in the lower.
So once again, they're
out,
matched up against the presumably worst team
in
the group stage, and they're going to draft Abaddon.
They're going to say, we can't possibly lose with a hero that won't feed.
Or maybe they're giving it to GPK so he has the second life, so he doesn't die in the series, Brian.
True.
Dang.
I love the Invoker pick, actually. It's so good against Medusa Axe Horse. You have pretty good protection around it. You have a bunch of guys that just run in. Even Enchantress as support's going to run in. You didn't really have like the punish if they were to overcommit on Extremum. You also didn't really have the best poke damage. So now that I look at this Invoker pick seals their game plan so well.
They have to have a mid hero that can at least stand in front of towers and buy some time, because for Extremum, unless their lanes go well, and I'm worried that Medusa won't have a good time with a Bane support into an Enchantress, this VP lineup will overwhelm them. Brian, you just mentioned the idea of Invoker for sure. You have the Quas Wex build. Now, if Medusa has a decent time...
Mid-axe or what?
Potentially so, yeah.
I would much rather see a mid-axe than a mid-legion.
It is a mid-axe. Okay.
Okay.
So it's a max.
I'm down. Manta Shard Axe. You know what? Maybe that's how they're going to take this game. You ever seen a Doom get Manta Shard called? He will die full to 0. I'm down. I don't like it still, but I'm down more so than I was when I thought it was offlane Axe. Let's go. Extremum. Take the series 2-0.
One axe pick. It's already up. No, I think VP, they've got the key thing is they've got the punishment for the Medusa. So even if this quirky mid axe is going to have an okay time, the rest of the kind of side lane pressure will overwhelm what axe wants. You want a slightly slower game to get Vanguard, to get Manta. And even when you get Manta, there's an Enchantress that's still the illusion, so you can't always skip every wave. And yeah, I think just the idea of VP is pace and pressure. And yeah, Extreme don't have that rebuttal to deal with.
Absolute hater.
Very important part of the panel. Give me your predictions.
VP.
Not those predictions.
The time of the game?
No. Is GPK gonna die or not?
No.
That's the important part of this game.
No,
nah,
GPK
mate.
Is
nah, he's not gonna die.
That's why they drafted Carry Abaddon. That's why.
All right. Yep. Let's see if GPK can set a record here and tie himself for winning the most games without dying. Maybe it's just playing the most games. Who knows? Either way, GPK about to set history here in Dota if he can go through, beat Extremum, and not die in this series. Let's see what happens. We've got Fogged and Moxie.
Well, I think our casting panel has fully cursed GPK at this point with the amount of things they just said. But it's interesting, right? I feel like I'm back at home in the South American region. We have a carry.
Carry Abaddon. Oh, yeah. And we have a very bizarre draft, honestly, from Extremum. They go for their Medusa, which they love. They're big fans of this, but Axe and Legion Commander on the same team, 2 heroes that kind of do the same purpose. I don't know. It's looking really weird to me. I don't really feel like they have a good synergy with all their heroes together. You can see where the Legion Commander fits in to buff up that Medusa, but I feel like this Axe is just put into a role that I don't know what he's supposed to really do. So I'm looking forward to hopefully being impressed by Melojewel, but VP, they've got a comfortable draft. They've got a way to buff up a Carrier Baton, and they've got Quaswex Invoker versus Medusa. It's devastating almost the entire game. Sure, Snake is going to always be effective if he ever connects it against this Invoker, but I mean, the EMP is going to be extremely strong at all stages. All 5 of these heroes actually get owned pretty hard from that EMP.
I'm very, very concerned with the fact that you just have this timing as well, you know. The way that VP plays is very, very fast, and especially with this particular kind of a lineup. This is a lineup that can skirmish constantly, and it is not going to give them the breathing room. It's not going to allow Nefrit the time to, you know, get all these items that are so incredibly necessary. And yes, you know, you do have, you know, Melojewel who's going to probably go for, you know, we talked about the Shard build with the Manta, but it's going to take him a while to get there too.
He's got to get there. That's kind of the thing that I was looking at, and we got to be honest. It's VP. They have very comfortable heroes. They've done this before. They've done the Abaddon before. Extremum. It's all in on Medusa. That's really just hoping for the best that this Medusa can carry him, and it's not looking the easiest. Arrow will connect onto DM, but they can't even claim the room. They will be able to at least get one.
But G, he snuck around. He's like, all right, they're going to be all there. So
yeah,
doesn't matter though because it is a 2-2 split here for both of these teams, and Sasha is just gonna, you know, dance around a little bit following Nightfall. Can't do a whole heck of a lot here just yet.
Do get themselves a nice D ward, and let's see if they're just gonna go for. Okay, I thought maybe they just go for like an immediate first blood on bottom with just a sleep into an arrow or something just to secure lane for Nefrit, but not gonna be the case. Mirana wants a lane versus the Enchantress, wants to get these blocks going on the hard camp. All right, yeah, I'm gonna watch mid. I really don't think this is gonna be even a fun lane. I think this is a pretty awful lane for Axe. You just get poked. Invoker never gets pressured at all, and thing about Invoker in early laning phase, especially when you're Quaswex, you have to take advantage of a weak laning phase. Axe doesn't take advantage of it whatsoever. You don't care about getting battle hungered. You're never gonna get hit by any of the spins unless you make some huge mistake, as GPK pretty much never does. So free lane for GPK to just run rampant, and he's versus a Medusa in the later stages where EMP is just going to be amazing.
It also just feels a little bit odd, right? Because you have this Axe, and usually, you know, after a certain point, you want to see Axe try to do like some wave cutting and things like that, some creep manipulation. And now that we do have these extra paths and whatnot, you can make those things happen in the mid lane, but it feels very unlikely he's going to. So the value of this Axe, again, I'm struggling to find. I guess, you know, once he gets those items, he can, like they said, you know, blow up a Doom, right? But again, it's how does he get to that point? Because you can't have him farming. He's got to be super active early on. And it just feels like VP, they have so many ways of just, you know, counter-initiating.
Yep. And they're it's always going to be the form of, like, even if Melojewel gets like Vanguard and Blink Dagger, there's a Quaswex Invoker. So he Tornado combos right on top of the Axe initiation most of the times. That's like always the counter versus Axe, either Yules or Invoker, Tornado, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm going to be mostly just watching mid lane because I really think that this is just, you're playing into an Invoker's hands. And yeah, just, I mean, it's a mid-axe, something you don't see very often for a reason.
Is this something where you're just seeing, you know, how does Melojewel try to compensate for the fact that he is at a very large lane disadvantage here?
Yeah, I just want to see if he does anything clever, like stacking some camps, like trying to cut and pull the enemy wave into the small camp and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like you just get poked, like GPK. You just literally keep hitting him, and then you're at risk of dying from high magic damages. Melojewel.
That EMP is going to make him very sad, and he's sitting very low, 40-something hit points. Is forced to use that very far
so he
can approach the lane, and I'm not sure you want to go back in on this. And look at this. There's the Tornado from GPK, and not quite enough damage when you do have that extra armor from Cole, but
he's forced. Oh, he's forced. Okay, he does have his bottle, thank God. Whew. Does have that one picked up at GPK, uses his most of his mana pool, and will be able to claim Water Rune. Nice efficiency, too. Drops his Null and his Circlet while he picks it up. Extra little bit of increase.
Always nice to see these little plays. I would love to see some creep manipulation actually in that middle lane because it is something that is just started to, you know, become a little bit more popular as people are figuring out the pathing and whatnot. But the poke is definitely a huge problem.
Yeah, just keep getting poked. I think we've seen all, at least for me, I think I've seen all I need to see in the mid lane as Invoker winning the lane in the first 3 levels is usually a pretty big tell that he's going to continue to do very well in that matchup, even though these Water Runes are annoying for Quaswex. So I'm going to start looking at these other ones, because I always want to see what Carrier Battens do. He is into a decently strong lane of the Legion Commander.
It's a silence off there, the Curse of Avernus. Yeah, but I mean, this is something that we see frequently in South America. Ector are kind of making this very, very popular.
Yeah.
Generally, we see something like, you know, maybe we see an early Belt of Strength or something, depending on how he wants to kind of play around with it, but it's usually a Radiance into Manta, and then just going from there. It looks a bit similar going out here for Nightfall. I'm not sure if he's going to be exactly the same, but seems like that's the plan.
Yeah, he's going to follow the same route. It's also a very valuable Halberd game, so we'll see that later on, too, because he is playing versus Medusa. So I think, yeah, FaZe, maybe a Gloves of Haste casual. He's queuing that up. Gloves of Haste are very value. Just the item themselves, and yeah, Radiance, Halberd. Looks pretty straightforward there for Nightfall, at least with his item choices. Joshua is starting to get forced out of lane a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm concerned too. Going in for, I mean, you've got these heroes, right? They want to get the jump in. They want to be able to, you know, initiate and start snowballing. You've got Meloju, of course, on the Axe. You've got, you know, Sashlo over there on the Legion Commander. But they have so many ways of interrupting or following up with just some sort of counter initiation play. I'm not sure how they make things happen. Mid lane? This is looking possibly like a dead Meloju. He's going to try to go for the call. They have the EMP, another couple clicks, and boom. Down goes the Axe.
Ooh, right on the edge of it, right on the cusp. It does catch him. Very nicely done for GPK. Kind of as expected, putting that just constant harassment and just it's so much magic damage too, as now he's able to get both water runes very likely too. Does get the kill right after that 4-minute mark.
Sashlo is going to be careful here. He's been playing very, very low. And luckily, you know, or rather, he knows the fact that the Enchantress is not there, but the damage that she can output is very, very problematic. Still be able to take down the Enchanted Creep, though. Nice play here from Chu. So trying to make the best here and trying to harass right back.
Yeah, they're doing okay. Shashlo just, does he have any regen coming? He needs like some type of extra regen, but he's actually not bringing any. So that's a little concerning for me for Shashlo as well. As he's going to be low constantly topping. I mean, this is just constant harassment, GPK. He's already got his null finished up. He's almost got the urn coming out too. He does have the urn with his boots. And he's already up to a high level 6. He's going to have such fast early levels. It's going to open up the rotation so much to put pressure onto this greedy Medusa pick, who's already starting to suffer a bit in the laning phase just from the harassment. Is still getting good farm, but they're having to spend some good amount on regen down there.
Medusa, you know, getting decent farm, but you have to keep in mind you've got other heroes on the side of VP that are going to come online faster. They're going to be able to put that pressure down. And like, look at the, just watching Save being able to put out the amount of harass that he has. And then you've also got, you know, that Wild Wing, giving it the aura. You've got the Tornado to be really annoying. And Meloju, he's forced back all the way again. Good arrow, though, coming in top here. Chu should be able to find themselves a kill. They need a little bit more damage on the leap forward. Did he go too far, though? The shield coming out here to protect Save.
He's down.
She got 2. Oh, Chu, you just got way too greedy, my friend. Too excited.
And I actually like this move from GPK quite a bit. He forces the Axe out. He goes and steals his hard camp. The 2 creeps were very low. Now they're even doing a rotation onto Meloju as soon as he returns.
They've got so much magic damage, too, to help deal with this. They have enough click damage, though, is the question. He's going to bottle through, Chu, making his own rotation, but there's not too much they can do other than possibly refill that bottle.
Nice. At least he's able to do that. A deep aggressive ward, too. GPK, he did, when he made that invasion play toward the hard camp, he puts a ward down, because he knows Meloju's going to have to utilize jungle at some point because he's getting smashed so hard in the mid lane right now.
I don't even think they have stacks going, though, for him right now, do they?
Don't. No, they've had no time to get those up and ready. Lanes are just all going quite problematic, at least up top in particular.
Meloju forced to just go off the side, and they're going a little bit for a deep dive here over after Shashlo.
They're trying to keep their catapult away. They have triple range creep, too. They want to make sure Shashlo is zoned away from getting any last hits up here. They're going to arrow. Try to arrow the catapult, but Nightfall actually catches the arrow up top. You see he's standing still there. So they keep the catapult live even longer. And Nefrit forced to use the Stone Gaze from the first rotation of GPK.
That's scary, though. Oh, Nightfall creeping his way over here. Finds himself Meloju.
He has to dunk the creep.
Got Save right there, too. Look at this. That damage. Arrow comes in hot, but you know what? Save. Not still gonna be Nightfall who takes out Meloju, and they're gonna take some of these juicy stacks here.
And they're just watching him. And
oh, Nefrit. Oh, no, Nefrit. No mana left to speak of. You can see Kingslayer over here on the side. It's just a pincering movement over on Medusa because they know there's no Stone Gaze. So GPK finding a kill, and Sashlo actually teleporting in on this. That might be a huge mistake, but looks like VP, they're gonna be focused, they're gonna be disciplined, and they're just gonna go for the tower.
Can Extreme even push them off this tower? Nightfall being here is really problematic. Shashlo does have max nuke. So if he hits like 3 heroes with the creep wave, it will be pretty effective. See if he gets the connection.
Does he want to go anywhere
He
near
tries.
that?
Bottom.
Oh, the Doom was used over on Bane. Okay.
And the tower dies mid. Shashlo, he'll be able to run away, but loses his entire mana pool. And
that feels so bad.
Moxie, it's looking like it might just be a stomping. VP already just completely taking advantage of everything. Axe and Shashlo have no game. You're two off laners in a way.
Yeah.
To be able to set up your Medusa for a good game are going to have a really slow start. And I'm already seeing these wards, these invasion plays from VP. They're starting to collapse anyway. That's the second time Meloju has to just dunk a neutral camp to get some type of farm.
They're really just bodying him here. They've taken over a large portion of the map. And what's crazy about it is that, the middle tower has gone down, but they still have the other towers, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like they've just closed the map so much that Extreme Bomb can't do anything here. I mean, like, also, when you have a Doom in this bottom lane who just chases down, the position 5 and just dooms him, like, you know that they're feeling very, very comfortable. Look at the save. He's hunting.
They're just chasing. Like, they're just swinging from tower to tower. They know that they're playing versus such a greedy lineup. Like, this Medusa can never turn up to the fights. Axe has been smashed in his lane. Legion Commander as well has been smashed. They can't show up to defending these. And when you're playing with Medusa, you lose these early towers, especially that mid one. You have nowhere to farm. Like, Medusa right now trying to work on some stacks, but
all I can think of is the... Oh. Do you see in the corner? It looked like he was almost starting to go for an attack here. Oh,
G
the
got a courier,
though. But G is probably going to pay for this with his life because the rest of the team is indeed here. And they're hot on pursuit. You cannot escape GPK. Baron Sap buys you a little bit more time, but one little boop, and it's actually Kingslayer who gets the final hit.
all right, we got Axe Vanguard. And he's actually going to be the one who has to take the Ancients away because his Medusa's not really at form to be able to farm them yet. So they have multiple heroes that do kind of just rely on going back to the jungle on Extremum when they are under this pressures. VP, it's not going to slow down. Immediate smoke from bottom, swinging toward this Ancient side to get some vision.
Again, Safe is a predator and is just glimpsing right back here where Kingslayer is. They're going to teleport out, but they have means of just canceling it out. And it's a nice Vanguard. It's nice and shiny, but it's not going to do you any good.
No, not for all this magic. He gets a D ward. He does get that ward instantly, so some small levels of money, at least on his side.
Sure.
But VP just, look at this. Immediately, they're like, oh, I see a hero on the map. They're swinging toward top. We just want to kill everybody.
It's a tornado, you get in their way, and they're just going to destroy you as they make their way over. Axe is not amused.
No, Axe this game, the fourth slowest, and it's not even your offlane Axe. It's a mid Axe, who you'd think would get a faster timing on it, if anything, but no, not the case. You can't cut waves, you can't do much of anything. And map is already quickly shrinking. Look at where Nefrit's farming. That says everything about this game. He has no safety in his own triangle, in his own jungle. Excellent ward coverage from VP. And Nefrit, he doesn't know where else to really go.
I mean, that seems like the safest place. It seems like, VP's not spending any time in their own jungle. They have to be careful, though, because they do have couriers going by, so they will spot him out. So I was going to look at this. Immediately, Nefrit says, oh, God, all right, I'm teleporting. I don't want to be here anymore. I know the gang squad is on its way.
Yeah, DM will just solo kill him. They'll just doom him, run him down with the Scorched Earth damage, and DM already has Blink Dagger. So this aggression, it's just going to keep picking up in pace from VP. They're getting all these items delivered out. The third tower, very quickly going to get brought down up top, and I mean, it's just an excellent game plan from VP as usual.
Look at the way they're sweeping here, G. Immediately throwing out the Nightmare. The arrow does connect, but Chu jumping in, and again, Nefrit is here. They're going to try to fight. They'll be able to go get a kill over onto Kingslayer. That is the Stone Gaze that they just used, though, and now it's going to be on cooldown.
They had to bring all 5 heroes to at least get some type of kill to relieve this pressure. But at least they do get 1 onto the board.
That would be much worse if they went and they committed that many things just to get absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's still just a 5 position, though. Yeah. At least they can now get some breathing room to at least stack an Ancient Camp, perhaps farm that one up for Melojewel as well. So small gains, as that's what they kind of need to play around with this game.
Yeah, look at this. All of these camps that are getting stacked over on the side of Extremum, but it feels like every time they go and try to farm them, there's always some sort of just invasion coming out from VP. VP's hasn't spent like hardly any time in their own jungle, I'm pretty sure.
They're just running. They're running at anybody they can see for a second. Nefrit shows under a ward for a second, too. Like, they want this Dusa. GPK is on top of him already, and he's doomed.
Yeah, that is going to be... Nefrit, there's absolutely no mana left. They've got the Stomp. They even go and use the Static Storm on top of that. And just like that, Sashlo can't do anything. He's just going to watch his Dusa die. He's going to try to juke around here. He's got the Moonlight Shadow. They do have the Sentry, but he's a little bit outside of it.
But the Moonlight's ending.
Oh, the Moonlight is ending, and so is Sashlo's life. Couple more hits. The body blocks here coming out from DM. They does make him work for it a little bit, but he will eventually fall to DM.
there's no room. There's just no space for this poor Medusa. Axe, thankfully, Melojoul, he is getting a bit of space because of that, but his Medusa is just getting ran at. 4K advantage. Everything going VP's favor as Radiance, I believe, is already online for Epileptic Kid. It's coming out on the courier already. Oh my god, he is massive.
He is a big, scary man on a horse, and it's gonna burn you alive if you get anywhere near him.
Do you see the line that's drawn on the map?
Yes.
Like, look at that. That's just, he's just like, own this area of the map. You know what? Don't even care about top so much. Let's just own this whole bottom side. All this farm is ours, and I'm gonna accelerate so much faster than Medusa. That is such a fast Radiance.
That is.
He beat Hector's time by quite a lot, I do think, too. That
I think, well, I mean, when you look at you look at the way his laning went, I mean,
yeah.
And just the way that his team is playing, the fact that they were able to just shut down Melojoul so hard and he hasn't had any pressure. Like, normally your mid laner is the one who's creating tempo. It's GPK. Give Melojoul, he's trying to do anything he can here. Cold Snap coming into play. Get a couple of these impetus off it. You're going to be able to go and drop the EMP. The stomp here from DM. He wants to be a part of this action. It's a whole family get together here on the side of VP as they take out Axe. And they're already making their next moves.
They have such good vision. Look, the ward, it spots Nefrit for just like 1 second. Immediately they start TPing the support down to just hunt him. As Nefrit, he gets the snake off and he's like, oh god, I don't want to be here anymore. I think they're making moves on me, and he's right. He does actually have to TP out.
It feels like he's playing around the ability of his teleports and his stone gaze right now. Like, do I have an out? Can I show up anywhere on this map where I can be a little bit, you know, everywhere feels risky at this point, right? But like, especially, you know, those are the two things he has to keep in mind. So two, unfortunately, walking right into save, riding right into GPK. Kingslayer's gonna get in on this action. They've got the glimpse right back over into the loving arms of GPK, who will use the tornado and just obliterate him.
Yeah, Choose actually got a mech at a very good timing for the Miranda this game, but it doesn't matter. Even if it's going to be this good timing, it doesn't contribute much into what the fights are looking like when VP's just running at them. They can't make moves. Can't make any moves. G just has to now fully sit behind Nefrit, and I feel like we're going to get to that point soon where almost all of them just have to sit behind.
Oh dear.
It's Medusa's.
Stomp, the call, and everything in the kitchen sink over on poor Melojoul, and they're going to be able to go and catch up G as well. So they get a nice stomp off. Let's try to go and purge it off, but it is just sort of delaying the inevitable. Over here on the side, Nefrit, he doesn't have any mana left. The glimpse back. They have the Moonlight Shadow, but it doesn't matter. He's taking a bath in the middle of the storm.
I wouldn't be surprised if they call this one soon, I'll be honest. Even though they have this Medusa, they have no space. He can't farm anywhere. He can't even go farm like a hard camp on his side of the map with the way that VP's just completely overrunning them.
The lanes just got so stomped for the side of Extreme because, you know, they have these two heroes that were supposed to be, you know, moving around, making space with the Mirana, with the Bane. You know, you have that classic setup there. But because the lanes went so poorly, they can't do anything now. And so no breathing room for, you know, the heroes that are supposed to be tempo. And then there's no breathing room for the heroes to grow. And look at this. Kingslayer says, yeah, I'll just hold him into place over here. I'll let GPK show up. And over on the back lines, Doom getting a nice stomp off. Sashlo just getting chased down here by DM. Melojoul trying to run away, but they have that Spirit Vessel already online. Not quite enough damage, though, to quite take him down just yet. So they'll reset, but the Stone Gaze is down. And I don't think I've seen Sashlo be able to get any sort of a duel.
No, he's not even, that's not what his hero is even going to be used for this game. He's literally just oppressed the attack sitting behind his Medusa this game, and this is what happens when you get stuck in a position when you have these two offlaners in your game and neither of them have had a good game. You cannot do anything, and you are countered pretty hard because, you know, the whole Bane Mirana concept in the past used to be effective, but when they have all these lanes just go so poorly, they don't have any damage with these two combos.
Oh, gee. I think he knows he's dead. He just wants to get the D ward off at the very least here. As he's running, they get the glimpse back into the kinetic field, and they also have this axe over here. Looks like the Legion is trying to hunt, but I don't think you really want to fight into that.
Nope. Can't even run in. And also, we do have to give credit is when you're playing ahead, when you are this far ahead and you're playing with Disruptor, the game feels much easier.
True.
The constant glimpse backs is always going to be coming into play because everyone's just running away from you always. SG is able to at least survive for a second.
All right. Well, got a very big Abaddon over here. My God. Sitting at 10k net worth at 17 minutes into the game. Just your classic core Abaddon stuff here, guys.
14-1. There's just no breathing room at all for the side of Port Extreme. Look at those beautiful scores. 506, 302, 207, 201, and the one death, of course, on the Port Disruptor.
I'm scared about this, right? Because we have Melojul. He's getting close to that Blink Dagger. He's going to have it very, very soon. But can he do anything with it?
They need to just combo. I think that's going to be the biggest thing. It's like a call with the Stone Gaze, catch VP off guard is one of the only ways for them to come back in this game. And even that is going to be, you know, asking quite a lot. Because I don't think they even have damage if they do get those combinations of spells perfectly.
Oh god, and a double damage rune picked up here for GPK. They have to be careful over here. Melojul teleports out just in the nick of time. Sashlo and G, though, do show themselves here in this bottom area of the river.
VP just
look
swinging.
Look at the pincer.
Yeah, they're like, there's no one in there on their side of the map, so they're clearly farming our side of the map. Let's get them out of here.
They're TPing out as fast as possible. They do not want to have to deal with what VP is about to bring them.
So we nearly have that 20-minute mark too. So Legion Commander will be online to at least get that protection, which is kind of feels like the only reason they did draft her. Right. So that will be one counter to prevent perhaps like the EMP combo if he times it right. Get the press the attack onto the Medusa to dodge the mana burn. Will be at least something to protect her. But this really is starting to feel like like Manta Radiant or Manta Rapier territory for Medusa if they even get to that point.
Extreme trying their best to hang in there. Can see Melojul constantly just trying to find room. Same thing with Nefrit, though. They are trying to make these moves so that way they can hit creeps, do something. As you can see, they are rotating towards the top area.
They want to hit it, but they're so scared. They stand behind the tower. Though. Yeah, he's got the blink. So
perhaps they can make something on BKB finished off for DM as well.
Oh god.
Oh.
The only target that they may be able to catch with any of these combos is just going to turn Magic Immune. And look at how squishy this Medusa still is. 1,000 HP. Sure, you got 1,000 mana, but
that's going to go down the drain the second that GPK sees you.
Sure is. So. And GPK's also just still gone for Midas. He's just feeling very confident in this matchup. And when you do this build, you know, when you are Quas Wex, you want to always be able to get your level advantage too.
Right.
So Midas always super effective.
Look at how fast this tower's just melting,
the alacrity.
though.
Look at it go.
That Curse Furnace, all that fun stuff, and
I think they might actually challenge High Guard. Force them back to base. And, I mean, will they even be able to fight you at this point, too? With such an advantage on VP, I think they might just be able to force the issue here. Extreme, they have to come back, though.
They got the Blink, they've got a BKB over on DM. It's so scary. Manta is completed, of course, for Nightfall, too. They will push out the fortification.
Force the heroes back to base. Nefrit is being smart, though. He's staying on the opposite side of the map, still trying to finish up. It looks like he's still going to he's actually going to go Ags instead of finishing up the Manta first. Super effective. Everyone still really loves this. Ags is pretty broken, for sure. And he has actually gotten some decent net worth now. But versus his counterpart, not quite. 5k behind that Abaddon still. Abaddon, sorry.
It's all right. Everybody says it a little differently.
Yeah.
I like when the Korean voices do it.
Which one's that one? Nefrit? He's okay.
He's out. Very close, though.
How's the Korean one?
Oh, look at they're hoping that they can catch anyone else in this area. The Korean one is like a very deep voice, like, Abaddon.
Oh,
it's really fun. I like listening to the different language packs that they have.
People get really frustrated when you pronounce things wrong. Visage, Abaddon.
That's why you just have to start saying everything improperly and just drive them all crazy.
Just add R's to the ends of Lunas.
Yeah. Pronounce Navi wrong forever like that. Go into Nervy, Narvi. That's Navi, guys. I got it now. I got it. I practiced.
Chew?
Kingslayer sees himself a Chew. Does have the Guardian Greaves, though. Loses all 3 of those little hops, but... well,
he's under a ward.
The Glimpse right back again. Right into the Static Storm. Oh, GPK would love to add another kill here, although DM is going to just follow up and still going to go to GPK.
Cute little play there, the Greaves to dispel the Q from the Disruptor, but still can't actually get away as there's a ward to watch his only escape.
That seems such like a wild place to leave that, right? Is it just because they figure they're trying to get farm on? So
I think so. I think that's when they warded the whole enemy jungle, and they're like, they're not here, so they started warding their side of the map a little cleverly.
Oh man, Chew was definitely not expecting that at all, because there's not even an eye spot there anymore. All right. I always love fun little warding things like this as a support player.
You got to be clever with your wards right now. There's so many obvious spots that I think people are just utilizing always because they are, they have the eye placed on them, they're high ground, etc. Got to be more clever. VP continuing to do so. Just dominating. 15-1, 9k advantage. Extremum. They've got the Ags on the Medusa, so they at least have that one item, and they do have that shard, as we mentioned on the Legion from earlier.
Okay, this is DM. Is immediately the call, trying to get just enough damage. Glimpse back though, and they do go in for the duel. They'll finally be able to get some duel damage online here for Sashlo, but look at this. The rest of the team, they're here. They're gonna follow up. The call comes out, but Nightfall doesn't even care because he's got that Manta. And again, they'll be able to go use the Legion command to press the attack to get the axe out. Bit of the whip coming out too, and Save is just chasing after them, trying to slow down. They have the glimpse right back in again though here for Melojo. He's gonna try to go and drag over here onto Nightfall, but he doesn't, again, seem to care.
No, he does not. I'm surprised Extreme actually ran up the hill after getting the kill on the Doom. I think that was a very ambitious play. Okay, they're going to try to catch someone off guard onto VP, but VP's still ready.
They have to know that they're all in position, though. I guess they figure with DM being down, Sashlo revealing himself on the wave. Nightfall. Okay, Nightmare gets tossed out here by G. Cold Snap, though, slowing him down, followed up with that Tornado. Melojo jumping onto the back lines, but he's going to get caught in the Static Storm with the Disarm, and there's just too much damage. Now they're able to go and keep him alive thanks to that press the attack. Chi running now for his life. Nightfall looking to see who he can go and grab. Got a Sunstrike coming in hot, and that's a dead Chu. Whew. Look at Say. Do you see the way he's woo? The camera.
They're just cruising, honestly. They're all just having such a good time this game. It's 16-2. They're just trapping poor Extreme inside their base.
No, that looked like it was potentially like that call on the back lines, maybe, you know, trying to make the fights a little less
but he missed.
Organized.
He didn't hit anybody with it. He actually completely whiffed on one of the few calls he's actually been able to try to set up, and don't think it would have mattered anyway. As Sashlo.
Oh dear, you are just too far out of position, my friend. Silenced up. There's not going to be any save for you this time around.
Shredded.
It's over on the bottom lane. Nefrit just getting blown up here, and now Melojo. Oh, he's so slow with the Ice Wall. He has no Legion Commander to help him just purge it off, and they have the glimpse right back again into the arms of Nightfall. That is a dead axe.
This is so brutal. 2-19. This can't feel fun to play right now on the side of Extremum at all. As VP, GPK yet to die, and it really feels like this is going to be it. He's going to tie that record. 6 games without dying.
DM just jumping onto the back lines. They're just going to tidily clean up G and focus down the tower.
And the Raxon, I think this is going to be a GG at any moment now from the side of Extremum. VP looking as good as ever. No mercy this time either.
No, they did some things that were a little bit different this time around, but they definitely paid off. And they're just going to continue to push over here. They've got the Alacrity over here on Nightfall. He's just going to rip apart the tower. It's just so scary because they're so aggressive. The second that you show your face, DM usually just blink right on top of you. He has that War Stomp as well. You're just locked down. And Sashlo really kind of the... Hello, Jewel.
They can't do anything. Nightfall is just like, okay, come at me. I still got 50 seconds on Aegis, and you probably can't even bring me down the once.
Yeah, look at that.
They're scared of him. They're terrified.
Melojo timidly going up, poking him. Immediately, the follow-up. Go and use the press the attack, but he is stuck in the cage here. As the follow-up, they've got the Sunstrike, GPK coming in hot again. And they just don't know what to do here. They throw out another arrow.
They don't have a creep wave. They're just continuing to hit it. The catapult in mid isn't actually with them. As more items being delivered, VP GPK now also has his Aghanim, so we've got Cataclysm online at this point already.
I just love how timidly they approach Nightfall here. Okay, another arrow will land.
They can't do anything to him. Aegis is going to be going down soon. Are they going to try to time it?
5, 4.
They don't even try. Full heal.
And then he's going to have his borrow time back up again, too. I don't know. All right. I'll take a little nap. He's been working really hard, you know. G just wanted to make sure that, he could rest for a moment. They just can't seem to land the combo either.
No, they just woke him up. I think Save enchanted a creep and attacked him to wake him up from the Bane sleep, so can't even connect an hour. Wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Wouldn't have mattered. I don't know what you can do against him at this time.
There really is just no hope. This Medusa cannot carry this game, no matter how big she gets at this point. As Nightfall, he's got his halberd. He almost has an AC on top of Radiance, level 20 on top 2. This is, total beatdown right now.
Well, there's still a tier 2 up. Probably not for long.
Not for long. VP's like, all right, let's get some ward vision around here. If they try to defend this one, we'll kill absolutely all of them as we watch this Enchantress creep. Yeah! Wakes him up.
Gotta keep your creeps in line, guys.
Uh-oh. Oh, they're smoking. Okay, I mean, this is the last effort, right? This is the last try here for Extremum of a fight. But Nightfall, he's like, okay, I'll show my face.
They don't even want him. Look at it. They just walk up. They're like, I don't want to touch him. You touch him. No, it's too scary.
He will kill all of us. Please, no.
I don't know what the point of the smoke is then. Like, other than hoping maybe they get a quick pick off on Disruptor?
It's hoping that VP makes a mistake and just split up somehow.
Kingslayer?
But
Okay,
not the
all
case.
right. We talked about
one.
the Disruptor, but the immediate follow-up here from GPK will keep him alive a little bit longer. Drops all of his spells. He's going in place for the Doom. Not going to be able to quite get it off fast enough. So they're going to chase after Mellow Jewel here. And over on the back lines, though, they get the stomp off. They're going to just hold you into place. Arrow does get tossed out, but Safe deciding over it. Zephyr does fall. Over on the other lines, the chase down over here onto G. And there's a nice call here, but he's just going to die, I believe, during this. Does manage to take down Save, though. The hunt is on. Oh, gosh, well, the G's get dropped. It is just too hard of a game for Extremum. They put up a good fight, Fogged, but there's nothing that they could do at this point.
Did they put up a good fight, Fox? I don't think they could have done anything. I think VP just... The draft, I think, honestly fell apart super hard. And I think Extremum, they went for their comfort, right? That Medusa, but putting the Axe mid, I can see what they're trying to go for there, but you give GPK, that man right there, a absolutely free lane, free game to just run completely rampant. They take every tower, they take every fight. VP just on a completely different level, and you can tell the way that they just swooped the map, gave Extremum, yeah, literally no hope.
I mean, we knew that this was coming in. This was a David and Goliath kind of fight. But, you know, one of the things I do like, they did try to stick with something that they knew. They did try to stick with the Medusa. They didn't try to mix things up too hard. But you can't play that slow against VP. No. They will punish you so hard. And, you know, unfortunately for Extremum, they are going to drop this first match. But, you know, there is a second game coming up. Perhaps they can change up maybe just a little bit of their plans and put up a better fight this time.
Yes, that's true. Fairy tales and folk songs are full of these classic outmatches where the little guy does manage to get the victory, but in reality, rarely often ends that way. And for Extremum, at least in this game one, they do lose the matchup, and Virtus Pro looking very strong. We'll be right back after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? I left my demons in my past. I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Ooh, baby, I got nothing else to prove. You're talking about your best side of me. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? on my intention. Got no place I'd rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Now talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up.
An absolute stomping. That's what game one was anyway, with Virtus Pro leading the charge with Nightfall's Abaddon. Most of the time, they were just kind of running around the map, trying to catch out Extremum heroes. Part of the reason they could do that, though, was a bit of the laning phase, but also because the greedier nature of Extremum's draft, right?
Yeah, we talked about Axe being pretty stationary during the laning phase, Medusa being stationary during the laning phase. What does VP pick? One of the most active early game mid laners of all time. And the fact is, Invoker plus 2 heroes at that stage in the game against the lineup they were facing, you're gonna die. So GPK kind of just took over the entire game.
Yeah, this was just... It was painful to watch if you wanted a close series, because Virtus Pro, they had that early lead, but then they just methodically moved around the map, just slowly choking out their opponent. It's like, you want to farm here? We're going to kill you. And then eventually, 1 Aegis later, a couple racks down, then they close out the game. But yeah, this was a ruthless game of aggression and just forward momentum that they just never let go of.
It was a whack-a-mole game, you know? They were all stuck in their little cage, and they kept trying to stick their heads out, and VP was like, boom, no, boom.
And Virtus Pro certainly won a lot of tickets for that one. And let's go ahead and take our ticket to the Weatherman segment with Purge.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I wanted to focus on the Bane support. We don't get to see it very often, and I wanted to figure out what they were getting out of this hero and value. And the number one thing is that Bane is amazing at trading. You have really high base damage, your movement speed's pretty good, your armor's great, and they basically used Bane to trade effectively against the Disruptor. They started off the game by making sure that their opponents didn't get a sentry to block the small camp, and G was able to use these really good trade advantages to ensure that his camp spawned. He checked it visually there to make sure it was there. And then what was cool is that every time it was time to stack, he started by running at Disruptor. Disruptor has to run away knowing the trade disadvantage there. Then he stacks the camp while blocking the large camp. So without the use of any sentries, he was actually able to get quite a few stacked small camps off, which in a normal game, we basically never see because teams are so judicious about making sure that this doesn't end up happening. And then we got to see Enfeeble in action. Here it is. It was recently buffed. It does 45% less heal and regen and 45% less damage. So what he just did offensively was about limit 18.4 regen. Pretty incredible for 40 mana, right guys? No, it's not. It's a 28-second cooldown ability. However, when he uses it, when DM uses a Tango, it does about 44 pure damage. Pure because it's regen, which is effectively would be pure by offsetting. You get the gist. Not the best skill. He tried to make sure that there weren't denies and things like that, and I kind of saw some value in it, but really the value in Bane was, again, zoning the support, getting stacks off, and trying to ensure that the game was good for Dusa. Putting a lane ward in the safe lane as well was really good. They tried to get this kill on DM here. The TPs came in. Unfortunately for Nefrit, it was GPK coming with this cold snap. He's forced to pop ulti so he doesn't get killed. And then he TPs to the mid lane afterwards, thinking like, oh, this will be fine. I'll farm here instead. But then GPK was like, well, I'm going to go back and hit creeps mid. And what was really cool was this huge collapse by VP. Everybody was prepared for this because they knew that the one thing that was going to make taking mid hard was Medusa ulti. So because they forced it bottom, they instantly all ran mid. Nefret went there to farm or slow things down or whatever. But at that point, everybody on VP was ready. This was just such a cool move from VP that they planned out from that early kill. And then what happens? Doom gets a Bane kill bottom, so he's having a great time. And then we did see some redeeming qualities. The cool team fight from Extremum came. They destroyed this 4-position hero using all of their abilities. But what happens afterwards? Well, Medusa just gets ganked, not having ulti. She gets cleaned up, and it's just like, oh, there's a different cup domain. It's basically just like bad situation after bad situation because VP exploited their opponents so well. So even though the Bane laning stage was pretty cool, did not stabilize the game well enough for Medusa to take it.
Leave it to Purge to be able to open our eyes about certain mechanics, and I certainly did not think, I mean, to be fair, I haven't thought about Bane in a very long time period, but I hadn't thought about Enfeeble being used to stop regen of a Tango, which is kind of an interesting fact. Unfortunately, didn't actually prove to be that strong here.
Yeah, I've only really ever thought of Bane in my nightmares.
Brian is the bane of my existence here on this panel. Fortunately, I don't have to put up with him any longer because we're going to go to a break, and then we've got Virtus Pro versus Extremum Game 2.
Your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the tide was looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
The last 4 series, Virtus Pro have played PuckChamp, Team Unique, Na'Vi, and now in mid-series against Extrema. That last game was GPK's 6th at having 0 deaths. Can he make it 7th and break the record that he currently has tied with?
Himself.
Oh, what's the guy's name? Was it Yang? Wait. Yao. Yes, had to do
I
the
was
triple
going to
notes.
say, there's no way it's yet.
It was Yao. Yeah, no way an offlaner would ever have that record.
Yeah.
Jesus.
No, surprisingly, DM was on that list at 5.
But he did
tied with many people at 5. I'm like,
the
damn.
caveat to that was he did play in WSG, which was more of like a national tournament.
Okay.
Whilst other teams, of course, were playing at more prestigious events. But again, thanks to Noxel for getting that.
I'm gonna have to ask Tigov to find his stats afterwards. You talk about the most games in a row that he's won with no deaths. How about somebody in the league with the most games lost with 10 deaths in a row? What's the record for that?
That's true.
There's got to be a record out there somewhere.
Oh no, there would be. For sure.
He did put together the opposite.
Yes.
Yep.
Which is Roger.
Yep.
Okay.
Roger has played 422 games with at least 1 death.
Well, that's not the opposite.
But like,
it's not a streak, but
that's
that is
a
a lot
streak of
death
having
games.
deaths versus
Like-
a streak of not having
No, but the
deaths.
key
That
thing
is
here
the
is
opposite,
he's had
Brian.
like 400. Yeah, it technically is. But the main thing, you wanna up the factor a bit.
Maybe
you
it
wanna
wasn't
have
exactly what
you want
wanted, but
meatier
damn.
deaths. You know, 1 death you can pass by, but you want a meaty, hearty,
Like solid 10 deaths.
Yeah, you fed profusely.
Yes. We'll worry about that after the draft, as we happen to be 4 picks in, Tigov. Try to take this a little bit seriously, please. As Virtus Pro, really a big fan of the mag. I've been hyping this hero up for a while. I think it's specifically bad versus Axe. So you know when you pick it?
When do you pick it?
When they've already revealed their offlaner, Tigov.
Damn,
Thanks
son.
for following me up. Except Extremum's going to throw in that mid-Axe curveball.
I hope not. Okay, last time you hyped up Extremum, they just went and lost like the biggest, most one-sided game of the season. All right, so try and like maybe
That's
not be
the
so
caster bias.
Yeah,
It
stop
was a
trying to
very-
be overhyped for Extremum, and maybe we'll have a close series, Brian.
Okay, I'll hype up VP then.
There we go. But yeah, VP, they are not breaking away from their drafting philosophy, which is off lane +4. I think, of course, Save is probably one of the best lions in the world, arguably, maybe top 3 if you wanted to try and be a little bit nitpicky.
Who's the other 2? Why are you putting them in potentially 4th?
I mean,
3,
like,
I guess.
China's very, very strong on the line. So probably some like FY scenario.
Okay, I got you. We got the Bristleback ban, a hero that's been surprisingly prevalent in my EU pubs. This meta of fight 24/7 definitely fits Bristleback's description, so I'm wondering if we'll see that hero a little bit more. Obviously not this game, but the whole idea of Mag Lion, I would say it's pretty greedy. They have a lot of control, but they can't really deal with like a beefy guy right in front of their face. Like if they see the guy, they want the stuns to kill the guy, right? So the Medusa Bristle, even Kunkka to some extent. I like the methodology of the bans they're going for.
Yeah, so in Season 1 Extremum, they leaned heavily on being Dire side and having Medusa or Bristleback to utilize those stacks and apply pressure. I think when VP sees a Centralina opening, such a prominent offlane duo that doesn't need much help, it does unlock these greedier cores to then have access to the jungle. Because VP, they have to respond to the offlane threat, meaning they won't have to be able to deal with the jungle as well. And that's why they are kind of taking away the more jungle-orientated cores right now from the side of Extremum.
You know something I was thinking about this on panel the other day because you said orientated. So there was one, he's a Chinese streamer that his second language is English and he uses the word orientated. And I was incredibly annoyed hearing him say orientated. I was like, why does he keep saying orientated? Why does he keep saying orientated? And then I just decided, you know, I'm probably just uneducated, ignorant on the subject, so I'm gonna go look it up. And in British English, you guys say orientated. In American English, we say oriented. So I was really like, wow, this guy just doesn't know like his proper English. But no, he actually just learned the proper English, and I was the idiot. I just want to tell you guys, when you're watching
Was this your apology right now? Okay.
This is a moment of realization for me. That usually when you think somebody else is the idiot, and they keep making the same mistake over and over again, it seems to be it's usually you that's the idiot. That's the lesson I've learned.
You know, it's funny because I've watched a fair amount of BSJ's stream, and he very often thinks other people are idiots. So
that just tells you so much about everything. And now back to the draft, as we have had 2 picks since we last discussed it. Disruptor into the Wraith King, not exactly like
a hard counter that I would think of. It is good against the Centaur in the sense that, you know, it doesn't let you run away. But they pick Batrider into Disruptor, which I think is quite strange. It's decent against Tiny, but I like Disruptor as a 5 against the Batrider.
I don't mind it, but I think the main idea here is that Virtus.pro revealed that Tiny is their mid. Potentially could be some flex carry
let's see
situation.
some carry Tiny, yeah.
Exactly. But if it is going to be a mid Tiny, then it unlocks Bat to have a decent time mid. And I think when you get to bots BKB, no one on VP enjoys playing into this Batrider running at you. So it's kind of like a window of the game where Disruptor can do well, but Bat then does better.
Hear me out.
I'm listening.
They done goofed on Extremum, dude. You guys ready? They're going to put GPK on the side lane Tiny and last pick that mid Slark. Right into that freaking Batrider.
Or go Abaddon again. Why not?
I was going to say Abaddon, but then I was like, but something spicier than Abaddon. All the previous patch where Batrider was like the most prevalent mid of all time, Slark was a pretty common counter pick, and they've just left it in the pool saying they're going to pick Puck or Quap. No, man, they're going to pick either Abaddon, Slark, Legion, something like this.
One of the boys. Aren't they going to pick something that actually works with Empower?
Yeah, they've already got the catch. They've already got the catch from Disruptor and Lion. They don't need these Quaps and Pucks, Extremum. We have not liked the bans.
Okay, let me explain to you why Extremum hasn't goofed.
There we go. I was going to say.
Whole bunch of single target pick-off.
Okay.
Yep.
It's an anti-GPK strategy right there.
They are not letting him get to that.
And I think if GPK is playing this mid Tiny, he's got to blink into the fight to get the fight, right? He's going to have to die at some time. He can't have
he's
a
in an
flawless game.
unfavorable matchup against a whole bunch of single target burst damage.
He's not going to break the record.
This guy's not going to break the record.
He's not going to break the record, Brian.
They refuse. I actually respect that notion. And if GPK plays Slark, they could just give him Slark, because it is almost near impossible to die on Slark this game.
That's true. And then he hits the big number. What's the number, Brian?
17.
I wish there was a camera on us.
Couldn't see it on screen.
Oh my gosh.
Robson gave Brian the alley-oop and with his fingers pointed to 7, and Brian decided to have a goof of his own and
right,
make
Brian,
that
any
17.
education, right? When I do this,
that was
this is not a 10.
That was a great moment.
25.
That was a great moment. Very good. It's just we're not on camera, guys.
I know, but I feel like we were vibing right there.
That was visual comedy.
It's even better when you have to explain it, Cap. It makes it even funnier.
Well, I hope they record. Maybe we can get like the behind the scenes footage. Yeah, the true side of our panel. Lights are on. They mean business.
Okay. Just you wait. Here comes that last pick Slark for Virtus.pro.
They are stocked up in the background. You see that?
Is that a Coca-Cola?
Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Whole bunch of waters.
7 bottles of Coca-Cola.
Is Jenkins the coach of this team
or something?
Yes, why they're in the position. Hey. Okay, so they need to pick up most likely the 5. They go for the Dazzle. We saw that
just give
from
me
OG.
Slark. Let me feast that essence ship upon thee.
Yeah, I agree with Brian. Slark right now is just popping.
A good Slark game. All of a sudden, Brian goes all biblical on him.
Please.
He's salivating.
They're asking for it.
I shall smite thee.
This is like the best Diffusal Slark game ever. Like, literally ever.
Okay, anything else?
No.
There's only Slark.
Literally nothing.
It's all Slark from here, boys.
Dude,
well,
I'm disappointed. How do you
boys.
how do you pick Void into Wraith King Dazzle? I mean, they're gonna win anyway, but why'd you pick Void into Wraith King Dazzle?
The real question here is, GPK is on a hero that can't play on the backlines. He's gonna have to initiate. So of course, the memes and the fact that he has got the record tied now of 6 no deaths, that probably will not be broken. He won't get to 7, but yeah, VP. They've got the accelerant for the Void to find fun with the Magnus. They are such a scary team with this. And Extremum, they at least have some type of pacing to play around. I think the BKB on Batrider, and then the general pressure that you apply with Centaurina could go in their favor. But then it's the whole idea of the timing, the fact that you might fall off eventually to this overfarm Void.
Are you guys okay with the fact that they don't have none of their cores can pump damage into the
Tiny Ags?
I think that
Tiny Aghanim,
this is TI7, TI8 stuff.
Yeah, that was.
This Void is more of a kind of vision enabler, where he'll be the tanky one, kind of going in and out with like an SMY, unlocking the vision of the fight, and then you'll be having the RPs layered in, the tiny initiations, and when the fight's good, you might get a Chrono at the end. But we're not seeing the Chrono being the primary way in which heroes are dying in this game. He is again the one kind of scouting out the fight for Virtus.pro.
Okay.
I think they're on paper, if the teams are equal of skill, I think Virtus.pro would struggle in the lanes here. So I think it's quite possible that Extremum could get out to a lead, but I do think the execution at the end of the day, Virtus.pro win 1 or 2 team fights. They have the double circle skills with the RP and the chrono, and I think it'll be enough eventually.
Breaking the record?
No, I actually think they're going to all in him with Batrider at some point.
I'd like to see GPK at least get picked off once in this game, but I have a tingling, a little tingle that he might somehow not die in this game. Just a little one, so we'll see.
All the way from Legend of Zelda, tingle. We've got our very own Tingles here on the panel. That is, well, it looks like there's maybe pause during the draft, but it doesn't matter because I've already started my throw. So the casters are going to have to fill instead. It's Moxie and Fogged.
Well, T's got a little tingle, I guess, for this particular game. But, you know, we're seeing some of these hero picks over here for VP that are very comfortable, right? Yeah. We're seeing the Lion for save. We're seeing DM Magnus. But on the flip side of that, too, we're seeing Extremum playing a draft that's possibly going to be able to have a little bit more time to play it out and get their foot into the game.
Moxie, they can actually play Dota this time, I believe. They have stuns, they have heroes that actually work well together. Not too crazy about the way they're actually positioning the two supports. They're actually putting the Lina top and putting the Dazzle with the Centaur, which for me, I'm not too certain why they do that one, because I love Lina's Centaur lane. The double stun lane is very strong, especially versus a hero like Void, but this approach they are going to be taking, it is still a double stun lane top, but I feel like that does make Nefrit's lane quite a lot weaker. He's a Wraith King versus a Magnus. Magnus's base damage when he gets the Empower and just the right clicks that's going to be coming out from Lion. How does Lina help? I don't know if Lina's usually played in this role to assist so much, so I don't really like that kind of thing that they did with the switch up, but overall draft, it can actually do stuff, and the lanes, they do look pretty good, and you do see, you know, what they were talking about, Wraith King versus the Void and stuff like that. Extremum do have much better heroes, but this is VP we're talking about, so.
All right, so laid out for me here with Extremum, right? They've got a draft that's going to be able to make things happen. How do they need to maneuver this precisely? Because I know you're already not happy about the fact that Lina is being placed in position 5 instead of 4. Obviously, you know, some pressure is going to be placed over on the Centaur to, you know, start to really tank up, be that frontliner, but also the Bat. How do they play this Bat into this? They have so many ways to stun him and interrupt and everything.
He has to dominate the lane. I think that's going to be one thing I'm looking out for. Base damage, though, is not the advantage for Batrider. It's a kill lane. You have to just play around literally trying to kill the Tiny over and over again. Otherwise, you're just going to get smashed in the farm because you have such a disparity in that damage coming in from Tiny versus Melojul. So Melojul, I think you just got to be kind of a psycho with the way you play for these kills, play for just shutting down GPK as best as possible. Bottom lane, I think this lane actually doesn't look too bad. I think they can actually put a decent amount of pressure onto Nightfall if they had the Lina here. Fortunately, they do have the Dazzle, so I think that's going to make it a little bit easier for Nightfall to just farm up down here.
Already you can see those stacks of Sticky being dropped over here onto GPK. Doesn't start off with the stick, surprisingly, but I'm sure feeling fairly confident that he's able to just kind of back away should he get a little bit too close.
Yeah, he just wants to get his bottle out and he wants high base damage for the start of the lane because he knows he has that huge advantage over the Bat. Gee, he steps up too far.
Double stun too. Of course, he used a Fairy Fire, the Ray Fire Blast.
Oh, that gave me a bit of a heart attack. He stepped up so far to go for the stun onto save, almost actually just dies. Cannot give up a first blood like that in this lane. The Wraith King will start to just get pelted on from Lion and Magnus. But is forced to use the salve immediately on himself as this Lina.
Another stun up here in the top lane coming out from save, and really just right now feels like, guys, look at the stuns. They're just having their own separate battles on both sides of these trees.
Yeah, I do love Lina as a hero right now. At least always to go for these trades, but usually it's traditionally not played as this 5. So yeah, we'll see what G's able to do to protect Nefrit mid lane. Seeing right now, Melojul's actually doing pretty solid, at least in the start here. First 2 waves or so, he is relatively even versus GPK.
There's that bottle delivery though, like we talked about. Top lane, a lot of pressure being placed here over onto Nefrit.
Oh, nice
LSA
stun.
coming in over onto 2. Gia buy a bit more time, put out a little bit of damage.
Pretty nice, but they had to use the salve so early. G going for that trade in the initial now puts Nefrit in a position where he could die if he just oversteps his bounds as this Wraith King. They have no salve up here. They have a bunch of tangos, so he's going to slowly regen his way back up. His Chew?
The aggression on he's forced to go and use the Shallow Grave.
Forced to skill Grave it too.
That's not what you want to do.
No, most definitely not. You always want to have the Shadow Wave early on for sure.
Why was he so scared about that? Isn't that just a situation where you're like, okay, I'm going to have to probably die here, but you know, you don't just panic?
He can't give up first blood versus this lane. It'll be disastrous.
You say that about every lane though, Fog. Like, there's got to be some breathing room, no?
Yeah. He ends up living, so it's fine. Nightfall. Actually eating a lot of poison touch damage down here, but he'll be able to do it just fine. And not giving up first blood's fine. You know, skill in the grave, it's all fine if you live. That's fine. But now it's like, now your aggression in the lane.
You got going on over here, buddy.
The thing is now is in the lane pressure, you're not going to be able to apply nearly as much onto Nightfall. So the lane that you ideally want with this Centaur is to be able to slow down the Void's farm. Now it's like that's never going to happen because you don't have this early point of the heal to force the lane in. And just extra damage, really. It is quite a lot of damage if you do rack up good connection with it. Go here.
No, Chu's not going to be able to finish off here. They do have the kinetic field. They wanted to try to make a play over on Chu, but nah, they're just going to trade hits.
Dancing around the pole, both trying to get it off there. Chu trying to interrupt it.
They got the one there, so should be able to still.
What's Nightfall bringing out? I was wondering, because he started with some interesting items on this Void. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of cool. So Nightfall, he started with no regen. He started just with Circlet, Double Branch into Quelling Blade. He has the Morbid Mask already coming out.
Oh, he went very early on that.
Yeah, he just full out rushed it. Probably going for first item Mask of Madness so he can go for these solo kills. As they mentioned on panel, there's not a lot of things that they can actually throw into Chrono, so he just wants to have maximum damage for himself inside of that one early. And, of course, the sustain it gives in lane is going to be really effective versus these two, as they shouldn't surprise him with any, like, double stun combo. He's always going to be able to just, like, regen back up because he's versus a Dazzle, not a Lina.
It definitely feels like they've very, like, controlled this lane just by, you know, forcing the Dazzle too, right, to skill up the Shallow Grave instead of Shadow Wave. And then now, you know, they're just putting all this pressure down. And they're not going to be able to do too much Nightfall, which is very worrisome to me, honestly, because this is the guy that, you know, if he gets that uninterrupted farm, is going to become an absolute menace. Because GPK, of course, is able to, you know, find his own opportunities, be able to pull off ganks and whatnot. But obviously, you know, Void, if he starts accelerating, it's very, very scary.
Yeah, if Void's not getting pressured in lane, it is usually pretty devastating. That's usually why the hero is a bit greedier, because you can't actually pressure him in the lane a lot of the times. But yeah, this Void's going to have full free farm. We see Magnus, full free farm, and we see that Tiny already coming out quite a bit ahead versus that Bat Rider. So VP, some effective lanes coming into play.
Be careful here. Arthur Spike, DM, putting pressure over here on G. Gonna not go for that full-on committal, though. Does get stunned up. Couple clicks here coming out from G. Shockwave just pulling him over. Have a couple of these Skelly boys have to watch out for, but save is, of course, nearby.
G is doing a pretty good job of at least soaking the pressure. So we see the Wraith King's last hits. His farm is not too shabby up there.
Nice cheeky little play there, too, drawing the aggro of those Skelly boys over to the camp. And can just go and grab these other creeps eventually.
See what Save's going to do with his next time. Look, he's just going to sit around, get some stacks started, as they've already done a pretty good job in the top lane, and I don't think that they can actually pressure the Wraith King as much as they want to anymore. So Nefrit, he'll get to breathe this game. Actually going to be able to get some farm, as we said. A much better draft this time from Extremum. And already seeing this coming into play here these first 6 minutes. But not slowing down Nightfall, so that's always going to be the concern, as I think Mask of Madness is pretty much done if he'd like to bring it out already.
This Faceless is actually, like, the fact that he hasn't been so heavily just pressured during this phase, and also you have to keep in mind they do have a Magnus too.
They do.
He is gonna, like, if they start stacking, which Save is definitely going to be doing, it's gonna be pretty scary when he just starts to. Oh, and they've got double bounties over here too. They just leaving money laying around here. Come on, VP.
GPK will go back and get it later. He's got a regen though, so he doesn't really need it right now, but eventually.
The richer keep getting richer here, fuck.
Yeah,
what is
they
this?
do.
What is this nonsense?
That's the way it is in the world.
Feels bad, man. But yeah, we do have, you know, still some movement going on. I'd be interested to see if they are going to make any sort of, like, rotations here with this Tiny. It is fairly early, but if G is out of position, they definitely could get a quick pick off there.
I wouldn't be surprised. GPK does like being incredibly active when he does play this here, and he already has a good head start. He's already got the max avalanche too, so does pose quite good kill threat onto everybody except for Wraith King when he gets 6s. DM, they are looking for the stun. Secondary one, but yeah, he is just a bit too tanky. Perhaps his courier? No, can't even get that one. Shashlo, though, we see he's the winner of the lane anyway. Even though he has the Dazzle behind him, not a Lina. He's not able to pressure the Void as much, but he's able to at least secure his farm nicely. So Vanguard is finished up, also level 6. So Stampede's available. So it is actually quite a lot harder for them to actually set up those ganks in the side lanes if GPK does make a rotation.
I mean,
And-
that's one of the values, right, about the fact of having a Centaur is that he is just so strong. Once he gets Vanguard online, too, he becomes nigh unkillable unless you have, the appropriate magic damage to kind of deal with it.
But now they make the move, right? They're like, okay, well, Void's not pressured. Centaur's not going to kill a Void who has Mask of Madness at this point. Let's bring the line to the mid, or the Disruptor to the mid lane. Let's start making rotations.
Oh,
and this
boy.
is before he's 6 on Wraith King, just before he hits it, actually.
They're not done yet, too. They want G. They want this blood. The kinetic field is just a little bit too slow, but there's so many heroes chasing after this Lena LSA. Nope, sidestep here from GPK. Save is here, and they're going to let GPK just finish up the kill. 4 heroes now rotating here. Oh, never mind. 4. I meant to say 5 heroes up in this top lane. The pressure is on, and if you thought Nightfall was going to be sitting back, relaxing, and farming, you'd be wrong here.
I think he was expecting a fight to come there, so he's like, okay, I gotta join my team. I think Bat Rider and the Centaur might come up here, but doesn't be the case until now. Now when they do show up, Nightfall is just like, okay, I'm just gonna pop Mask of Madness and get some farm on.
Give me that Empower, baby. Let's go.
These moves they're all really clever with the information that they're given on the map, right? So they see the Dazzle goes mid to soak experience because Bat Rider starts to jungle. So that's when VP just instantly make the move to hit. They see this information on the map and they utilize it at its best. So they make this big pressure play. They get the kills. They don't stick around for the tower because they see the rotations. Then they go back to their lanes. Now they go back to just efficient Dota. Save takes the mid lane. They start farming jungle with Nightfall and continue to get those stacks around at least the Ancient Camp for now, to enable that Void later on with that Empower.
And like you said in the other lane, Sashlo, he was having a nice time. He's able to hit creeps and whatnot, but you're starting to see here with GPK and Nightfall here, they're just starting to creep up in terms of that farming net worth. And especially when you have that Empower, you have that Mask of Madness online for a Void, you're going to start farming a lot faster than this Wraith King when he doesn't have Radiance or anything like that. Over in the mid lane, though, they're trying to cancel it. They're trying to ruin GPK. Can they get the kill?
Got him.
They finally do. So Extremo will be able to add that to their resume. But Mellow Joel, he's super fast. He's going to be able to clean up on save as well. So G, the GPK Slayer.
Finally, GPK, after 6 games of not dying, he does go down. The Haste Rune and the Lasso pulling him under tower, overplaying his hand just a bit. It's Extremum able to punch back in this game, punch back in this series finally.
They're oddly well behaved about it, though. I'm surprised they didn't do anything cheeky. Any voice lines, any question marks,
where the
pause
tips
the game.
They probably don't even know that streak is happening, let's be honest.
Oh man, but that's such a bragging right.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm G, I'm being like, ooh, I did it. I got him.
Look at
But they
Nightfall.
still have to win the game. Yeah, look at him.
He's just cutting waves with this Empower. DM,
Got DM
Invis
here.
near him.
Got nothing to fear.
Shashlo is TPing in, though.
He can TP in. 2 got a kill on Kingslayer, but they'll go immediately. They're mad that they got that kill, so G is going to immediately die for his sins thanks to the RP. The Hex comes out over into Sashlo. They're going to try to take some of that mana, and it does look like VP are backing off. They're respecting it here. Melojo also teleporting in, and they're just going to go back to farming.
Nightfall definitely has to respect the chip vest and that, of course, cheeky retaliate that is coming through early on. It is really strong. He pops Mask of Madness, and he's actually taking more damage than he's doing, so it does have to give the respect to Shashlo.
Bottom tower will go, and here in the bottom lane, you can see Chu. That little bit of damage. There it is.
Very
Went
nice.
for a dive.
2K lead, getting themselves some good farm on the map. Nefrit getting all that space to farm a bit faster still than the Void, who is trying to make some aggressive moves and getting
They're
questioned.
teleporting in, though. Good stomp immediately over here onto Nightfall.
DM's deep.
Has to be careful. DM looks like he's going to be left high and dry. So they've got enough damage and enough speed to just chase down this Magnus. But immediately you can see the move over into the middle lane. The glimpse comes out. Bye-bye, Nefrit. There's nothing worse than that, I swear, when you TP to a tower and a Disruptor just glimpses you right back again.
Yep.
And now your TP's on cooldown.
He's back, though, and they defended the tower as well. Tower's still going to survive for a longer period than I think VP would have liked it to, and they're smoking. The Bat Rider Lasso's back up. They've got Laguna. They could set up a kill here onto Nightfall.
Save is here as well. And you can see they are making the rotation up now towards this top lane.
Oh, they're bringing
everyone.
quite a lot of heroes here.
Save could get spotted out here. Cool. Immediately Sashlo. Nice air spike forward. Immediately getting
Nightfall's
that
killing
damage.
himself.
Look at the damage, though. They're coming off from the center of the retaliate. He almost actually does.
He's dead.
He dies over on the side because G with the Dragon Slave. Oh my goodness. There it is. There's last of the glimpse. Back then, look at Blade will still make sure that they clean up, and Save also will die.
The disrespect by VP trying to go for this. He saw the chip vest. He saw what was happening earlier to me. He killed himself.
Yeah.
He literally killed himself on chip vest and retaliate there.
Lina there too.
They didn't even have to commit like a Laguna or anything. It was just a Dragon Slave to finish him off as Extremum. 4K gold advantage off of these moves. Very nicely done here. Is that the Blink dagger also finished up, I believe?
Yes. They had the Blink online for the Centaur, and they have a Blink picked up for Tiny as well.
Like look how much damage he's taking back from just retaliate chip vest. Like, look at his armor. He's got 3 armor.
He finally realizes.
Yeah,
he realizes he backs off, and then just G in the back line.
Easy.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Not at all. All right. Cool. Glad we have these camps.
This is
over
huge,
in the mid lane now, Sashlo getting the jump off over onto DM. Do have several people in the vicinity should they decide, but they're smoked up over here. GPK?
He's got the Blink.
Moving forward. Got the Blink, finds himself too. They want to get rid of the Dazzle as fast as possible. They don't want to. Oh, he already saves himself though. It's not quite enough damage as they do get the Chronosphere off, and they're going to try to focus down the Lina. They'll get the kill over onto Chu. The push back here coming out from DM as they'll push back again, but they just have the one person over there. It's caught in the kinetic field. He doesn't seem to care too much.
Still Extremum. They're making some really nice moves anyway here, keeping themselves at this nice advantage. And yeah, we're seeing that VP draft, which they did pick the Void into this Wraith King. They picked a lot of these heroes into some of these kind of counter matchups. It is working out for Extremum here at the start. Now we're seeing these Ancients being farmed up. Nightfall, if he wants to enable his game a little bit better here after that big slip up top.
Yeah, a couple of these fights just going completely sideways for VP, and you can see now that the net worth is starting to even out quite a bit over here in terms of the top farming cores.
Yeah. And with Blink Shashlo, they can keep looking to make these moves. They've got G as well too with these high levels here in level 9, and great Ancient stack set up as Shashlo can tank it freely. Vanguard Chip Vest, the Dream. Easy peasy. This is good stuff right now. Extremum have come with a nice game plan here at VP, not respecting it as much as I think they should be. As constant smokes now. Smoke here with the Bat Rider, with the Lina, with the Centaur, the Kill Crew, with the Dazzle sitting behind the Wraith King. The game plan is nice. Like the itemization too, definitely pointing out how Chu, he did end up dying earlier, but double Fluffy Hats to survive the Tiny combos. That's always what we want to see on supports, either Fluffy Hats or Raindrops.
All right, well, the TPs are coming in now for VP. They want to protect this tower. Immediately jump in forward. Skewer RP comes out, and there's going to be the follow-up here by Nightfall. He's going to back off. He'll just let them take a bath in the middle of all of this. And the Liquid Blade comes out over onto GPK. He's going to fall a second time.
Mellow finds a second.
He's going to DP. Wants this Disruptor. And by God, he's going to get it.
Great smoke, great invasion play. Again, VP jumping in, but you can see they were quite reluctant to fully commit. They're like, oh God, we actually don't really have the damage to bring down this tanky Nefrit or tanky Shashlo at the moment. And this is looking pretty good here for Extreme. A 6K gold lead already off of this. Top net worth Bat Rider with such early boot to travel. BKB soon on the horizon. And this is excellent right now. And Shashlo, he already sees them making the move up here.
You can see the pings are coming out too. They've got Melojul nearby. No Chronosphere to have to worry about. But they're just gonna go farm up for now. Play it cool.
This is great. Wraith King now already has Armlet, and he's going straight into AC, just building up his tanky items so that he can survive versus these Chronos. And we're seeing definite damage issues coming into play for VP right now.
I mean, you saw how fast Nightfall, he looked at them, there was the RP, it was like, oh yeah, and then he's like, no, wait a minute, I don't actually want to be in here. So he just backs off. Save though in the top lane.
Another one.
He's gonna get picked off.
Shashlo gets the kill for himself again. Great game right now for the Centaur. 108, 9 of the 10 kills he's involved in. He's going to be so problematic. It's going to take them like till way later stages to really bring down this Centaur unless he's totally isolated. He has Hood, Vanguard, 2100 HP with Chip Vest. He's not going to be an easy target for them at all. As they have no percent base damage. They will have the Void, of course, amplified from Empower later on, but that's going to be way later stages for them to deal with the Centaur. And G, the 5-position Lina, has an Aether Lens already, so he has great follow-up for the initiation of Shashlo or Melojul.
He heard what you said, Fogged. He's like, oh yeah, Fogged, well, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to prove that position 5 Lina is good.
Well, he's actually kind of playing the 4 a little bit here with the farm priority that's been given, but yeah, playing in the safe lane, he did do better than I actually had thought it would go.
Still protecting this mid tower over here, Chu and G.
That is all really good stuff from Extremum. Hitting all the item timings too. Now, like we said, Aether Lens finished up with this Keen Optic. I believe the Bat Rider very close to BKB. That's going to be such a problem for
the majority of the side of VP, besides that Void and that, of course, RP. He's just going to be able to BKB and run right through and pick and choose his targets that he does get that lasso onto.
That's very, very scary for VP here. They definitely have the nuke damage available to try and, you know, just get a quick cleanup immediately with that. As in the bottom lane, Nefert just going to walk right into the wave here. Doesn't feel too worried about the Tiny or the Disruptor at this time.
Yeah, VP just has to kind of play for farm game for quite some time. The Void not nearly online to be able to go into these fights. And he is playing into counter heroes, as we said. You know, they picked it into the Wraith King.
Yeah. Save?
Again, same similar spot.
Yeah, Save, I think. I would say he's trying to just make some sort of space or something, but just getting chomped away over here.
They're just, he wants to get, like, they want blink daggers. Right now they're feeling like they probably can't make any plays until they get a secondary blink to follow up for GPK, but he's just, they know what he's trying to do. Extremum, they identify that he is trying to go for that type of initiation. Yeah, they just keep shutting him down.
That is BKB completed now for the Bat.
Super early. Mech also on the Dazzle, so we were saying damage issues for VP. This is going to provide even more issues for them as Extremum continuing to get such a big advantage. Now they're even looking at Roche.
Wow. And they have no idea.
Nope.
Everyone over on VP, for the most part, just clustered in the bottom end of the jungle. So this is a little bit slower of a Roche, but they'll definitely be able to take it.
Yeah, full HP. They have good ward coverage too. Everybody in the area. VP is starting to move now, but even then, I don't believe that they have the damage to take this fight unless they land some 5-man ultimates. And they don't have Blink Dagger yet on DM, so it's very unlikely. Yeah, this is free for Extremum. Continuing to make some really nice moves.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Melojul's got himself the Aegis. What's the likelihood that we're going to see a shard on Melojul too?
I don't think he has to go for it. I think he'd rather have just initiation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Invasion here. They see Nightfall. Get the stun up. Not going to poke too hard here. GPK, though, joining on the back lines, hoping to get his hands on G. Let's throw out a cheeky avalanche. And they're going to back off. They don't want to fight into this lineup right now. Not after they just got themselves an Aegis.
No, Wraith King, he's such a big issue. Extremum. Great ward coverage, too. VP has such limited vision around the map right now. They're trying to play into their triangle, but Extremum's just camping it.
It's going to keep poking away here over at Nightfall, too, it seems. Well, let's start the Firefly up. Clear out the creep waves here. Do a little bit of farming there. Looking for anyone that they can grab.
VP can't clear out their triangle. They can't get access to their Ancients. Extremum just continue to do this great job of keeping them away from any farm. Nightfall?
Just walks right into them. They're trying to set up perhaps with the Stomp coming out as well. From Sashla will prevent DM from getting an RP.
Ooh, DM? Okay, he's okay. Didn't actually end up skewering onto the low ground there. We're still on high ground. Ancients are cleared, they're smoking, trying to get a wraparound onto the squishy supports, perhaps.
The positioning's so good. GK, though, leaping into the middle. He's not able to get the kill over on G because they do have the heals. They'll follow up with the Laguna Blade. G getting chased down over on the back lines. Stomp over here on the side, though, with the LSA. There it is. There's the Chronosphere. And Nightfall, he's trying. He's got some of this damage. He'll be able to take down GK. And they'll get the Aegis, but Melojul's coming right back up again. Slow over here on the back lines. Melojul is alive and kicking. As the chase is on over here, I'd say they'll be able to find that kill. Stomp forward again, coming out from Sashlo, the Stampede, because they want to just chase after him, and they do have the lasso. They've got the BKB. Another stun. RP is going to come out. They'll be able to buy a little bit more time. Nightfall turning right back around again. We'll get the kill over onto Melojul, and they should be able to take down Nefred. He's toggling his strike. That is going to be the reincarnation. He's coming right back up again. They have the spike. They've got the back, everything, and they burst down the Wraith King underneath their tower.
They've got to be a little careful how they overextend. VP does cost them 2 buybacks to get these 2 return kills, but is the style that they do want to play. It's all about the Void for them in this game, just waiting until very much later stages in the game as he is so far behind. They do get themselves back in it a little bit here. Expensive, though. 2 buybacks. But at least get themselves some room to be able to farm with that Void and alleviate their triangle. Very important. Didn't quite find the vision, though. There's still a ward up on this high ground here to be able to watch right there. Yeah, the one right by Save. Oh, but a fortunate item. Look at this, the Philly. Philly for Save. He's going to be able to get his Blink Dagger at a decent time, perhaps now because of that.
God, that feels the best when you're playing from behind and then all of a sudden the Philosopher's Stone drops and you're like, ho, I get to play the game again.
Let's be honest, it feels the best to get it ever.
Yes, that's
true.
You're
just like, oh, the Philly.
Oh, thank God, I can finally get an item.
Yeah.
something something. Supports have it so easy though nowadays, Fog. You know, our
Something.
wards are free. We get a courier. We don't have to upgrade the courier.
Yeah, TPs are, at least TPs are 100 gold now. They used to be 135 back in my days.
G has to be careful here. GPK on the hunt, does have that blink dagger.
They have that one ward that they're utilizing as well.
Casual toss up and a quick pick off on the Lina. So now very aware that they can't continue to do that, but blink dagger does get picked up from Melojul as well.
Yep, and now
Better
save.
positioning.
He's the one asking for the lane. He's like, GPK, go away. You got the kill. Give me the lane. I need my blink dagger so we can have follow-up, so we can have several forms of initiation. Since GPK has his, DM has his now too. And if they do have the triple blinks, it's going to be a lot easier for them to catch the backlines. Now you're not as reliant on poor Nightfall, just catching like a Dream Chrono. They can actually get set up into the back to catch like this Dazzle in case he's not in the Chrono. Same thing for that Lina. So they're getting much better timings here in Void. He's reclaimed that top net worth.
Extremum though going for the smoke.
They still
right
have the ward.
into the area.
Yeah, they still see everybody
There's a
from
lot of people
VP.
here, though. I'm not sure about this. Okay, the jump forward from Sasha. Not going to be able to do it quite fast enough. They go and they get the glimpse back. They'll follow up with the RP. There's the Chronosphere as well. And they drop the Static Stone on top of everything else. And they're just trying to beat down over onto Melojul, but they don't quite have it. DM, he's also ticking down. He's stuck over on the top of the spot.
They're on Nightfall.
No. Followed up with the Laguna Blade. Can Nightfall walk away? Yes, he's got the time walk here. GPK tossed back up into the air, trying to just burst down Melojul. He'll be able to find him, but now he needs help. He needs so much help here from his team. And Save
What a stun.
does come into clutch here with that blink. They push it out. They have the finger. They will be able to take him down first time, but now GPK, he's gotten out of here. Sasha gets a nice stomp. They're going to try to follow up. They'll get the kill on Save. They'll get the kill over onto Kingslayer. And really, they lost Melojul and they lost the reincarnation, and that's about it.
Extremum hitting hard, playing around their vision. Even though they're playing into these big ultimates, it doesn't matter. They know how strong they really are. And we see that Dazzle coming into play, how tanky Chu is. GPK gets on top of him, but it's a 1500 HP Dazzle with a mech. Can't bring him down in time. He gets a couple heals into that Chronosphere, and it won't matter. They won't have the damage to bring down much of anything besides that bat and reincarnate. The fights are so hard for VP. You can see the way they're just like trying to dance around it, but
Yeah.
Extremum, just with brute force, are winning the fights.
Well, the problem becomes too. Oh god, they're trying to just save this courier. Serpentine, hide in the trees. Okay, but yeah, you know, it's one of those situations where how do you get into these back lines?
Just the blinks have to. They're getting into the back. It's just they're too tanky. Yeah, they're too tanky. They're too ahead right now for them to really blow them up as effective as they ideally want to, because of how the big disparity in the game. Like 11,000 net worth lead for Extremum. Dazzle almost has the same net worth as Magnus. Same thing as Alina. They are unbelievably farmed.
Save was trying to go there for that Earth Spike, but a little bit off the mark.
And Epikid, Nightfall, still does have a pretty good timing. He's got this Eye of Scotty, so he's a lot tankier. We are seeing them have some trouble bringing him down, and they're looking to hit hard here.
They are. Nightfall leading the charge. Immediately, GPK's found himself a Lina. Should be able to burst her down at the very least. And there's going to be the fight over on the backside. The skewer forward here. Sasha and Nefert, though, they're so tanky.
There's no
They don't
reincarnate
have damage,
still.
But they'll be able to go. They hold them onto that cage. Getting the kinetic off. They'll go for the RP as well. They want to just burst them down. They
That's
do get
great.
the shallow grave off, though. Over on the back lines, Melojul having his own fight as Nefert is running for his life. DPK will fall. Nefert
toggling.
somehow still alive during all of this. And that's the problem. Where's the damage? Where's your damage? Jump forward again here coming out from Sashlo. And he might have gone perhaps a little bit too far. He is caught in the cage over here. The Dazzle, though, presenting himself over to Nightfall. Does have the shallow grave. They'll be able to take down Kingslayer. Nightfall chasing after Sashlo now realizes that he's probably not going to be able to go and get Chu, but they end up losing DM during all of this. And now it is just Nightfall left here. Look, they're going to have to buy back. They don't want to lose Nightfall here. Immediately, though, with the skewer, push back over underneath the tower. Can they take down Nefert in time? Yes, they can with the reincarnation. It's back up. They have to do a lot more here as he is caught over on the side. They have the Hex. The follow-up is here. They should be able to finally take down Nefert.
And Kingslayer's
But it's
looking for the
expensive.
+1.
Ooh.
He's looking for Chu.
He can't find Chu.
And yeah, it is very expensive for them to go for this, but the Void, he's the big winner. That continues to happen here. Top net worth, clutch grave. Chu, perfect timing there. The Reincarnate was still on cooldown for the Wraith King at the start of the fight. Saves him. They're able to get some really nice reset plays, and then he goes back in. And yeah, VP forced to buy back. But now they have Chronosphere for the next fight. They didn't have it for this last one. And this Void is starting to be pretty problematic. 3,200 HP, all the status resist. And his damage, it gradually does build up. So all these stats and empower, and those long fights are benefiting him at least.
Oh,
Still
gee.
12k behind though.
Oh, immediately trying to use the Glimmer Cape, but they do have the vision. And there'll be a glimpse back. Nightfall didn't even need to go that far with the jump. The LSA does connect, though. They'll follow up with an Avalanche, and they'll be able to get the pick off on the Lina.
Void's getting away with everything. Takes the attack speed talent. He knows this game he has to be the big hitter. Has to take the health because he wants to be tanky enough at the portion that they were at. But yeah, needs all that attack speed as possible. He's really providing pretty much all the damage in the team. Everyone else is just going to be locked down and catch for him.
I mean, we talked about that during the draft and whatnot. They don't have much to go and dump into that Chronosphere along with them, other than, you know, the Static Storm for the most part, right? So, you know, eventually Tiny can do a tree toss, but that's a bit always here. So it really does make sense that he's got to be, you know, this hard hitter, the person who's getting the farm, who's making these plays and just outputting that damage.
Yeah, until like way later stages, right? Until Tiny has Aghanims, that they don't really have anything to throw inside a Chronosphere, which it's not going to be the item he goes for. He needs a BKB in the fights because he's getting controlled from all the magic damage. In that last fight in particular, he got pulled onto a cliff from Lasso, which is always really sad to see. DM.
Drag back here. Already Mellow Jewels is out there though.
Very close. And you see their itemization. It's all about enabling the Void. Pipe on DM. Next going to be going for the Vlads. Just anything to buff him up on Nightfall.
Do an effort, just gonna hightail it out. They realize that somebody is rotating. They do have a nice ward up, and they don't want to deal with GPK. Gonna clean up that wave though, nice and easy like. And VP checking around the pit.
They have all their big team fight abilities up now, and this, as you said, the Void is starting to hit pretty hard, approaching that next big item as well too, near MKB. His damage is gonna be incredibly high versus this Wraith King at this point, who is a bit of ways away from BKB, so he is very vulnerable to that high magic damage that Void does do on top of high physical. Extremum trying to catch them off guard here.
Look at all the pings just everywhere here, safe. The one who walks into the pit. They could have gotten a jump on him, but they're waiting for bigger fish.
Scary to walk up high ground blind now at this point, as VP has refound their footing quite effectively here for the Void.
They know something's up, though, because they can see that wave was pushed all the way up to the tower. So you can see the way that VP, they're playing so tight, right? Save is the one in the very front in case he can break any sort of smoke gank. And he also has a blink, too. He's got these capabilities. And they will reveal the dazzle here, so.
Yeah, Save is really just going for the big play. Like, as soon as the Centaur blinks on him, he'll blink backwards. Same thing if the Bat Rider jumps on him. He does have opportunity to at least disengage quickly.
Those young people reflexes.
Yeah, they really do.
Cat.
An initiation is going to be crucial here on both sides.
They're still smoked up. It is about halfway done, though. Looking for that perfect opportune moment, but Streamum not going to present it to them. They're going to still just stay tight. Big play now is Roche. It is up.
It is back up.
Kingslayer dropping down the kinetic field. They know. Nefret backing off.
Nefret's not getting a lot of farm right now, though, and he does need this BKB at some point, but it's all about the fights, really. As they know, VP's utilized a lot of buybacks in order to win the fights. Some of them still on cooldown here, Magnus and Disruptor.
I love this positioning from Save, just right around the pit, like right behind the trees. Just gonna break any smokes and immediately blink away. But Extremum not opting to go for that area. Oh, they scan, they know. Melojul leaving a trail with a Firefly. Save, getting into position here. Sashlo sitting on low ground, waiting for that opportune moment to jump up, but they don't have any vision.
It's so scary. Walking into high ground versus Magnus and Void. They know that the combo can just catch them, and there's... Yeah, it's just too much of a positioning advantage for VP. Extremum can't take advantage. Now they'll back up, look to finish up these items. Taking some time to do it, though. As the Void continued to farm Ancients during that whole time, and now MKB about 200 gold away for Nightfall.
I'm gonna name the spot the save spot in all of my games from now on.
Hey, he's
patient little lion. Look at him. So patient.
He's just spamming it.
He's creeping. He's having a good time.
Yeah, really just playing around their Ancients here.
The sets make no sense. This item's just an absolute abomination. I don't understand them. Do you, Fog?
What, the lion?
The lions.
He's like the Thanos, whatever you want to call it, with like all these horns and stuff.
All of his items are so bizarre.
Cosmetics are funny.
He's got like a fish tank on him. All right, well, it feels like VP.
They've got a timing here. With this MKB, they're feeling very strong. They're actually jumping in Nefret.
Yeah, follow up here from DM. They're just going to push him right outside of the pit, but they do get the lasso off over on the backhand line. They're the jump forward here coming out from Sashlo. It's GPK chasing down Nefret. They do manage to pop him the first. Nightfall, over on the back lines, though. Nightfall just wailing away over here. He's just going to try to take down both of these supports again. He's already got G. He's got G as well. There's going to be the buyback now coming out from G. Sashlo left alone here is very tanky. GPK, though, can they... Oh, no, Nefret. He's already just teleported out, but they might have just given up this Roche now. Sashlo getting slowed. The hit back here from DM. He is very, very tanky, but blinks away. Nefret taking the long way back.
Oh, that's so perfect from Nightfall. Confidently jumps into the pretty risky position, but just jumps in and gets it to support. So we're seeing this build. It's working. He's so tanky. The status resist, they can't bring him down, even if they get the initial jump on him. And Nefrit forced to use a defensive BKB and TP out. So BKB still cooldown 35 seconds for the side of Extremum.
Gonna go back in again.
Look at Nightfall just walks in.
Yeah, he just walks in. He's got people behind him because they've got the RP over here on DM. The leap into the back lines. Just get rid of Shu. He's not going to be available. Laguna Blade does come out. They'll table to take down DM. They get off that Laguna Blade finger rather over onto the side. Another LSA coming out as they're just trying to push them away. Save might need a little bit of help, but GPK jumping onto the back lines. He wants to try to burst them down. Save will fall. Nightfall, man fighting here with Nefrit. He's got the reincarnation back up again, though. He's going to have to take him down a second time as the line did buy back. GPK is on his way. But look at the positioning coming out now from Sashlo. They have the BKB online here for GPK. They're trying to follow up. BKB coming out now from Nefrit and the Lotus Orb. They're trying to protect him as much as possible. They know that he can't go down here as they go all in, and they still, Extreme, not able to get the Roche, but at the same time, they protect the Wraith King.
Yeah, but another defensive BKB force, so now for the fight, he's not going to have it. Extrema might be running out of gas here to be able to fight around this. Without Chu, he's so important for the fights, this Dazzle. They're able to get on him this time again, VP. With these jumps.
You can see GPK, though, waiting patiently with that avalanche, with the toss, whatever he needs to do to protect Nightfall here. Lotus Orb coming in, just sidestepping outside the pit. No big deal. Nice Earth Spike. GPK jumping on the back.
Mellow!
He gets rid of Mellow Jewel almost immediately. He's not going to be able to be a part of this fight, although they do buy back. Laguna being used over onto GPK. The drag, though, the slow over on the back end lines. Can they take down this Wraith King? Yes, it's going to go down again. First time Kingslayer taking so much damage here from Lina. Nightfall, though, looking for the opening. He wants Nefrit.
They want
he wants
Nefrit.
his blood. They want to just erase him from this game so he cannot keep coming in. And they go. They get the lasso off. They'll hold him in place a little bit longer. They've got the BKB.
They
do manage to finally take down Nightfall. GPK now running for his life. They buy back, though, again over on the faceless point. GPK trying to break some ankles here. Toss up into the air, but they have so much damage they'll be able to go, and they take him out. More buybacks coming out. They don't want to lose this Roche. They're mad on the side of VP. They want to get in there.
They're buying back on all three of them. They know how important.
Everybody in this fight.
They know it's just the most important thing for them. If they lose this Roche, it's going to be such a tough positioning for them in these next 5 minutes or so. They have Chrono available too from Nightfall. So he's just jumping back in.
Comes back in, gets off a nice bash immediately. And there's the stomp, though. The RP coming out here from DM will catch on too, but they need to get onto those back lines. There it is. There's the Chrono again. They should be able to go and just blow up G over on the other side too. They've got their eyes on the Dazzle. Can they take him out fast enough? He walks into that Chronosphere. He's got the Shallow Grave, but he's going to DM buying back again. Wants to be a part of this. The stunts coming out. Can they keep him alive too? They've had enough of this Dazzle. They get rid of a beautiful air spike coming out from Save. They'll be able to take down Nefrit. It's a triple kill, and they're looking to make it a quad if they can. The Hex, the slow, everything just being dumped out. Even that Flavor cannot save him as the Roche finally, unless they're going to buy back again, Fog, should be going over the side of VP.
It's the most complicated fights ever, really, for VP to be able to become successful in them, and somehow they're able to take it when they are at this deficit. These stuns from Save multiple times on two heroes. They're baiting Nightfall so they can get these setups and just constantly looking for backlines. Mellow Jewel again gets caught. Chu, he's trying to dance around. He actually does a good job of
stuck in the crowd,
moving around a bit, but yeah, he does eventually get grabbed up. And they just keep getting these double stuns. Like watching Save here, these positionings, he's just able to get these constant double stuns in order to set up Nightfall to just cleave him down.
Whew, what a team fight.
VP is just on another level of being able to fight. They're still at a pretty big goal deficit, and they're able to take these fights just because of sheer will, sheer execution, and just bloodthirstiness. These buybacks.
Well, they identified the points. You watch Nightfall, he just dodges in and out. Okay, so we have the Thunderstrike shard.
We do.
Over here. But you watch the way that they play these fights. You watch the way they position Nightfall, just sidestepping out his... he wants to kill Nefrit, but the entire time he knows the big threats are the ones that are sitting on the back lines. And that was what we asked about. At least that's what I asked about, rather, to you. How do you get on the back lines? Well, you just use a Chronosphere. It's easy.
You just use Nightfall. You just have him be the boss. 10, 2, and 9 in this game. He's really the one who's just bringing it all together for his team. And they're all amping him, as we said. Everything to boost him up. The Disruptor Shard coming into play, too, for that increased attack speed and movement speed. All these other little things on top, too.
Ah, yes, the boofing.
The boofing.
Give him all the boofs.
It's very important. And now he's got Satanic with Paladin Sword near level 25. They were barely bringing him down with the full chain stun if they perfectly utilized it. Now, it's a very tough cookie to crack. Is G?
Oh, dear, G. Yeah, they drop the Sentry here, and they're just going to get rid of the Lina. And get rid of a ward, too. Value.
And Extremum now finally starting to fall into the VP trap. VP just, they're so good at taking these fights. Even at this deficit, this is just insane to watch.
I'm sure VP fans were sitting a little nervous in the chat earlier, but you know, you can't doubt Nightfall, the way this guy plays and the way that his team plays around him to enable him.
And I think it's really important to just look at like the win rate. Like, you know, this Dota Plus win rate, it was quite confidently very much so in Extreme's favor. It swung so quickly from these last few fights, these buybacks. VP just so good at utilizing them. This has been quite a treat to watch the way they do dance around the fights.
In some ways, I almost like when we see these games where they have to kind of reset, right? Because it's never fun to cast a stomp.
No.
Unless, you know, it's the team that, you know, you love. Then obviously Twitch chat's like, yeah, you know, my team is winning. But like in situations like this, to see the way that they recover, to see the way that they play the map and just itemize correctly, I think that is just so much fun to watch.
It is, especially when like you see Save, he's 0 and 8. You know, they've made VP bleed more than ever before in this season. Still, somehow they're able to bring it all together. And now they have this big lead where Nightfall is pretty much unkillable.
Well, they're gonna try. They have to try, but they are smoked up, and they're trying to do some sort of wrapping motion here.
Let's see what they can get.
Melojewel waiting patiently over here on the back line.
He's got a gem.
Wards, though.
Takes out that ward on the high ground. He needs to get a good grab. He's been caught several times.
Look at the way they're hiding in the tree line, though. Immediately, the follow-up, the jump, and they just do so much damage. The cleave coming out here.
Chrono.
As they get the Chronosphere over on the guys. They've got Melojewel, and they should be able to just burst him down. They have to figure, oh, good save, though, coming out from Chu with the shallow grave. Buys just a little bit more time. The BKB, though, coming out here from Never. He's pushed right into the status, or Melojewel will fall. And their follow-up here from Sasha as DM does get taken down, but GPK, he's going to have to turn right back around. Does manage to get the reincarnation. Nightfall chasing on the back. He wants to get rid of G. He's going to have to turn right back around again, put the damage out over here onto Nefrit. Toss up into the air here, and that's a good LSA. Buys just a bit more time, but G most likely going to fall. Nefrit, he's trying. He can't get over there fast enough as they'll take down Nefrit. They'll take down G. Rock'em sock'em indeed.
And that may be it. Again, they find Melojewel before he's able to get a single spell off. This Void, Nightfall, so good with his chronos every single time this game. VP somehow at such a disadvantage, they bring it back, and I mean, they pretty much just won the game. I think they can just go for tier 4s. There's no Wraith King, there's no nothing. That just is it.
It's a study in just being patient. Yeah, the G's get dropped, but
wow.
A study in patience, for sure. The way that they played this game, the way Sashlo, he's not quite ready to give up just yet, but you know.
This was just a display of how good VP really is, honestly. Like, at such a big disadvantage, I'm so impressed with their buyback usage this game. Extreme must be kicking themselves because they did such a good job. They had an excellent draft. They utilized it perfectly. They kept taking these pretty good fights, but VP, they outplayed them in the fights.
I mean, yeah, you know, it looked very, very good for Extremum. I know they're definitely the underdog going into the series, but, you know, it's one of those things where they had all this momentum, and VP just outskilled them. They outmaneuvered them.
They did.
They just played their draft so incredibly well, especially, you know, I'm still flabbergasted by the fact that, you know, Nightfall, so patient. So patient with those Chronospheres. He could have Chronosphered, you know, earlier. He could have just grabbed, you know, Sashlo always presenting himself very front and forward, so was Nefrit, but he knew the big people to hit were Melojewel, G, and Chu over in the back lines, and it paid off.
And look at it, like, you can just see from the damage, you know, they all about enabling Nightfall. He did 50,000 damage in the game. GPK second highest, 34k. On Extremum, the highest damage was 26,000. So that tells the story in all of it. Nightfall, a beast enabled by his team, and I mean, just team fight is just so good from VP, and buyback utilization, absolutely phenomenal.
That was a very long fight, but you know, in Nightfall we trust.
Crazy.
If you're a VP fan. Unfortunately for Extreme today, they put up a good show, but it is, of course, going to be Virtus Pro taking the series 2-0.
G said in the pregame interview that they were going to show why they are a good team. They were going to show and make people wonder why they were 0-6 at the time, and unfortunately for them, they came close to being able to prove that, came close to being able to take the game off of Virtus Pro, but doesn't quite happen. We're gonna go to the break and talk about what happened in that crazy game 2 very soon. It was a valiant effort by Extremum. They came so close to being able to bring down the Giants, and Virtus Pro, unfortunately, they just needed to play a perfectly clean game, and they weren't able to do that. They played well, really well, in fact, but unfortunately, it only takes a couple errors for Virtus Pro to be able to make the comeback. Some great team fighting by them, and also some excellent buyback usage.
I will say right now,
okay.
the biggest difference, I said it off camera, I'll say it on, between North American Dota and EU Dota when I play pubs is the use of buybacks. I feel like people buy back 5 to 10 times as often here than they do in NA. And I really think it's not even that I think it's like strictly better, but when I watch this game, VP knows if they don't get that rush, they're either going to lose the game or it's going to be way harder. And I think people don't tend to think how important an objective is that they're fighting around. Like, they'll tend to know the right objective, they'll fight around it, but it's like, you should know going in, this Roche is going to decide the game, right? And so you die, insta buyback, no questions asked, everyone's buying back. How many buybacks were in that fight? Like 7? That was 2 chronospheres long.
Yeah, it was a very long fight, but I think the main thing as well is after VP forces their draft a little bit too hard with fighting, it gives Extremum this lead, and the buybacks feel so good for VP because Extremum is the one playing so deep in the map, right? They're playing around the objectives that allows VP to buy back and get back into the fight. So just a little bit of too much kind of blood and hunger from Extremum where they win a fight, but then they're trying to take the next fight, the fight after, rather than resetting and just having good resource management. But again, VP just looking scary.
And of course, we're talking about how Virtus Pro managed to make the comeback, but it all starts with Extremum being very far ahead in net worth, and that all comes from efficiency, which is something Purge is an expert about.
Thank you, Cap. Far too kind. Yeah, they were very efficient this game in the early game. It felt like a completely different team compared to the first match. Dazzle got stacks off. This gave Batrider something to do at the 7-minute mark. He gets levels as a result. It's kind of a cool way to do it. You're already profiting from getting the stacks. But now if you say, hey, man, I made stacks for you, let me hold your lane for one wave. It's a pretty good way to get extra gold and accelerate towards your items. Get Batrider faster boots of travel as well as stacks this large camp. Then he goes over here and secures the haste rune for the Batrider, which gives him the haste rune in this crucial fight later on. They also put a lot of ward pressure to make sure that they were pretty safe top. They moved Centaur there with Vanguard, and against the heroes they are against, lots of right-click damage. Centaur is very survivable there, so they made sure that Centaur was fine on his island, and then they just sit behind G while he defends the mid lane. So Dazzle sits behind him in case he gets ganked. This leaves them in a pretty safe location. Eventually, Batrider rotates over, and with this ward to the right that they get a great fight. And this is one of the moments where I was like, wait, Extremum actually has a pretty good chance in this game. This is like the first time that we see VP on the back foot, running through a stampede. They didn't even have to use Grave. They were so far ahead in this engagement that it gave Extremum a great fight because they had this haste rune, this good movement speed, this good efficiency. And then later on, when VP does finally group and have a better movement at this mid pressure, they skewer in the Lina, they get a good RP on 2 heroes. But what keeps happening in these aggressive moves by VP is they're only getting 1 kill. And this is the first taste that Nightfall had with Mask of Madness against Centaur. It's not fun. The -8 armor is so much against Faceless Void, and as a result, they just get 1 support pick off. Here's the second taste that he got. They come up here, they know that Centaur is hiding in this area, and they say, this is the guy we're killing. So they put the pressure in, but with the chipped vest and the Vanguard and the Reflection, Nightfall just gets cleaned up at the start of the fight, and once again, Extremum gets a great engagement. They just controlled the map so well off of those efficiency plays, and then they just keep crushing these engagements. Final play, here's another very reminiscent of the previous engagement. They jump in, they get a good Chronosphere out, but once again, it's Shotchelo playing the front. The supports try to escape if possible. They do end up losing Dazzle, but Lina's able to stay alive just barely here, partially because Batrider shows up. And once again, it's a big aggressive move by VP, and they only lose 1 support. This is the story of the early game, the mid game, and with the other efficient plays that Extremum made, that's why VP got so far behind, because they didn't quite get enough kills in these crucial dive moments.
That's right, Extremum ended up leading by about 10,000 net worth at one point in time, but it wasn't quite enough to be able to topple the Giants of Virtus Pro, and we've got one of those Giants here joining us with our post-game interview. We've got DM, who's live with us. DM, hello, good to see you again, sir.
Hey guys, same as me.
Yeah, so first thing I want to start off with is there's been a stat storyline going into this series. GPK, prior to this series, had gone 5 games of 5 wins without a single death. Did you guys know about that by chance?
Yeah, we knew.
Okay, so out of curiosity, in that game 7, when GPK did finally end up dying, was he sad about that at all?
Nah, he didn't care, so
no,
it was okay. It's just that, so
yeah.
Fine. I mean, we wanted to test something in game 2, so we did, and that's it. You had to die for it a few times.
I have to ask this. You could say we can't reveal it, but what were you trying to test?
To be honest, we're trying to play the game in very hard conditions for us. If you see, they have 3 lanes stronger than 3 of ours. So it's like we're losing 3 lanes, and then we're trying to play them up real well and come back. But I think it's not really a good quality test because we're playing against a CIS team instead of playing some good European or China team.
So it was weighted training. You're trying to weigh yourself a little bit. Okay, very interesting.
So my question then was going to be about your mentality in the second game. Like, were you accepting potentially defeat at some point? But that's kind of already answered because you were trying to test yourself there. And I guess were you always keeping the spirits high then with this type of game where you put yourselves in a difficult position?
To be honest, we were 100% sure we'll win this game, without any doubt. Because we're just playing our heroes. At the end of the day, it's a hard game, hard lanes, but we're playing our heroes. And we know how to play the teamfight well with it, so we can come back from a really deep situation.
Okay. Did you consider Slark 10th pick there?
Yeah. We were thinking about Slark or Void.
Okay.
But,
did you purposely choose the harder one, or?
It wasn't the harder one. I think it was Slark that would crush the lane same way, but then it would be really easy for them to snowball because Slark against really fat big and fat heroes, what he can do, he can just shot dance. But Void can kill subs, and that was the idea of it. So we can kite the fat ones and kill the subs. Yeah, like this.
That is very interesting, DM. Thank you for the interview. That's something that I've never heard a team openly talk about before. So thank you for that. Really appreciate the interview, and good luck next week against Spirit.
Thank you, guys. See you around.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye to DM. DM always giving wonderful interviews for Virtus Pro, and I mean, I didn't imagine he was going to say, yeah, we were intentionally trying to make the game harder for ourselves in some way. He was experimenting with basically having losing lanes and then seeing if that strategy still works.
I guess this could be a reason because in scrims, you never really know how much effort your opponent's putting in because sometimes they don't turn up and stuff. So in this scenario, we're a game up and VP first seed against an 8 seed.
The opponent wants
they're going to be playing. So this is actually, in a rare scenario, when you're that confident about your performance, you can actually kind of use these type of games for that. So I actually respect that answer because it just shows that maybe they haven't had comeback style of games in their scrims and they were like, maybe we need to at least have one type of these games. Yeah, no, it's a really good answer.
And speaking of first and 8th seed, that is going to continue. Virtus Pro are going to stay top of the board as we check out our standings here. And Extremum will stay at the bottom. 0 and 5, but they made a good go of it here in this game too. Gave us a nice competitive game, which is what we were looking for. They still have 2 more teams to face, so opportunity to maybe end up in a tiebreaker. That's pretty much the only way they can get out of this hole that has currently been dug for themselves. But other than that, it's becoming more and more clear who's going to be ending up down into lower division and who will be going to the next major. And that, of course, is Team Spirit and Virtus Pro up at the top, 5 and 0. And we can actually go ahead and take a look at the schedule here and look at what's going to be coming up on Thursday. Oh, that's right. It's Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit. That's going to be a hype match. You guys will not want to miss that, so be sure to stick around for ESL One. Robson, I believe you had a couple of stats. Unfortunately, you don't work Thursdays, so please give us a little preview of VP versus Spirit.
I had some stats, Cap. Did I?
I thought you had something.
Do I have something?
Yeah.
Go talk.
Spirit versus Virtus Pro. We talked. All right.
Wait, did I tell you something?
Yeah.
Am I okay?
All right. Well,
did I have something? No, Spirit Cap. Did I tell you something? I forgot about it.
Maybe I missed.
I think you missed. I think he did. He just threw me under the bus,
I thought Robson was
Perfect
gonna
coordination.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
My point I made, which Cap misunderstood, was the fact that all other regions, they put the top first and second seed teams as the final game. So it was shocking seeing that this game was on Thursday. That wasn't a stat. It was more of a remark that
He
scheduling
actually
is a
took
bit
it as
weird.
an offense that he wasn't working the day of the hype series.
I
He
wanted to
couldn't
watch the
believe it
hype
left him off
series.
that day.
Understandable.
Dude, Cap's just getting me off the
Cocky
panel with this.
asshole.
Hey, T, make up a... Brian, sorry, could you make up a stat real quick?
Did you know that both Virtus Pro and Team Spirit are 5-0 in series so
What
far?
a great... Amazing stat.
Wonderful stuff. My analysts are constantly prepared and ready to hype up the next series. Of course, that will not be happening for some time. ESL One is going to continue on Thursday, but we have Dream League that's going to be filling out the rest of the week. But be sure to come back here on this channel for ESL One, powered by Intel. Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro happens on Thursday.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. That sounds like a pop song. Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago, long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real souls. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Somebody take me out. I've been a bad man, so full of fear and doubt. I'm burning up again. Don't make me crawl on top my broken hand. So who am I to call? I leave a message saying I already know what it's like to let you go at night. I see your ghost. So what if I was capable of faking our love? You can't just turn me off and hope the best for everything. I've seen a lot of danger